Chapter 663. In the endless distance, in the eternal void, there was a giant nebula. Hundreds of stars dotted this nebula like pearls in the deep sea, sparkling with radiant light. In the center of the nebula was a super-celestial body that was at least 3 times larger than an ordinary planet. Its surface was covered with mountains and lakes, and white clouds floated about. It was as tranquil and beautiful as a painting. Without warning, a fluctuation appeared and rapidly spread outwards. It was like a meteor falling into the deep sea, setting off endless tsunamis. The mountains and forests were crushed to powder like bubbles. The peacefully floating white clouds were instantly wiped clean. The clouds scattered and a palace was revealed at the summit of a mountain. It was exposed to the bright sunlight, reflecting the light of the sun and forming a rainbow of colors. Deep within the temple, a cultivating Taoist opened his eyes. Thunder flashed within them. Then, the entire nebula was instantly torn apart by trillions of lightning bolts. Who is it? Who dares to touch my primordial spirit avatar? You must die. The moon hung high in the sky, sprinkling down a cold light. In the massive city below, in a tea house on the side of the main road, Undying was sitting alone in his black robe. He was calmly drinking a cup of tea. But at this time, lightning flashed in his cup. Crackle, crackle, lightning covered him. Within this lightning, one could faintly make out a vast nebula. Undying's complexion changed. He stood up and darkness erupted from his body, rapidly spreading outwards and covering the entire city. Rumble, rumble, a heaven-shaking explosion erupted. Countless lives in the city shivered. As they looked at the explosion of light in the darkness, their faces paled. "My little master, you have really given me a great pleasant surprise." As he bitterly muttered to himself, the darkness rapidly converged and Undying's figure vanished from sight. The table, chairs, and tea set all disappeared, as if they had been erased from a painting. Immortal sect world. The eyes of the Taoist phantom that was caught by the 12 metal giants suddenly lit up. At this moment, the feeling he gave off became even more terrifying, as if a great slumbering beast had truly awakened. Kacha, kacha. The surrounding space began to disintegrate. Within the Taoist phantom, the 5 sitting cross-legged Buddhist sovereigns all cried out miserably as their flesh and blood began to wither away. At the same time, the Taoist phantom became more corporeal, as if it wanted to use the flesh and blood of these 5 people to fill in the gaps and turn itself from illusory to reality. Roar, roar, flames burned in the eyes of the 12 alchemy giants at the same time, and a portion of the original power of Undead Scourge was completely detonated. The surface of the Taoist figure was instantly covered in cracks, and within these cracks, dark red blood flowed out. The cries of the Buddhist lord and the other 4 were getting more and more tragic. It was as though they were the ones who were about to be ripped apart. Undead Scourge's descending shadow began to collapse. All of its power was extracted and gathered on the bodies of the 12 alchemy giants, turning them into the most terrifying killing machines in the world. Under the 32 giant hands, the illusionary figure of the Taoist was shattered. Fresh blood sprayed out and instantly dyed the sky red. Thunder roared suddenly, followed by heavy rain. The rainwater was scarlet in color, like viscous blood. The wind howled between the heavens and the earth, whimpering and whimpering as if it was crying. Today, a supreme being of this world had fallen. Emperor Ying's eyes widened, revealing pain and astonishment. The light in his eyes had completely disappeared, losing all luster. Up until the moment of his death, he'd never imagined that he would actually fall to such a state. But death was death. It would not be merciful to anyone. When one was swallowed up, everything became nothing but an illusion. His plans for hegemony, his ambitions to conquer the world, his countless years of hard work, everything he had painstakingly prepared from now on, all of that was meaningless. Unexpectedly, the severely wounded Nether Domain Master was actually in the best condition right now. Of course, This so-called best condition was only relative to the miserable appearances of the Buddhist Lord and Emperor Zhou. They were still weeping blood and their faces were withered. Dark fluctuations erupted, wrapping around the Buddhist Lord and Emperor Zhou. The two of them roared out in alarm and anger, "Nether, what are you doing?" The darkness didn't answer, only becoming increasingly profound. The Buddhist Lord and Emperor Zhou's voices were filled with fear. Loud rumbles echoed out, but it was clear that their resistance was meaningless. They gradually fell silent. Qin Yu frowned. He looked at the darkness in front of him. Tiny sounds echoed out like the sound of chewing, swallowing. He couldn't suppress it. A cold chill rose up from the depths of his heart, instantly spreading through his entire body, causing his scalp to tingle. At this time, the darkness rapidly converged. Or, it was more accurate to say that it fused into the figure within. Its torso, limbs, head, all of it was similar to a human, but that was as far as it went. Dark purple scales covered its body, thick and dense, like layers upon layers of fish scales. It covered everything that could be seen. Its eyes elongated and narrowed, as if a blade had cut open its head. It was impossible to see the eyeballs, only darkness so rich that it couldn't be dissolved. It was like an endless abyss, capable of swallowing all. On its hands and feet, its nails, toenails, stretched out, turning into long claws that shined with a metallic luster. Two short, sharp horns were arranged symmetrically on both sides of his forehead. They were bright red, as if they had been polished from blood jade. A thin, triangular tail was slowly swaying behind him. Abyssal demon. With just a glance, Qin Yu recognized this. This was the terrifying race that had descended upon the land of divinity and demons billions of years ago, the one that had created a monstrous catastrophe. In the past, if it weren't for the rise of the great Zhou and the gathering of all the strength of the land of divinity and demons, the current world would have been occupied by abyssals and all life would have been reduced to food. But this terrifying race had clearly been exterminated. Who would have thought that one of the three giants of the dignified immortal sect, the Nether Domain Master, was actually the incarnation of a demon? But it was clear that this was the truth. The Buddhist sovereign and Emperor Zhou's robes were torn to shreds. They were stained with blood as they powerlessly fell from the skies. The two of them vanished without a trace. There was no need to say what happened to them. Your Majesty the Demon Sovereign is truly formidable. To think that you would grasp such a terrifying strength. I, Abyssal Overlord Babasa, express my sincerest respect to you. The demon bowed, his voice deep and low as if he were striking iron. It reverberated through the void, carrying with it a strength that shook the heart. But what a pity, this is not a strength that your Majesty originally possessed. After using it once, it will vanish forever. Qin Yu's eyes were icy cold. He slowly said, I can only erupt with a single strike, but my immortal source has been destroyed. To deal with a mere demon, my strength is more than enough. The Nether Domain Master, no, he should be called Abyssal Overlord Babasa smiled. Your Majesty's confidence is truly admirable, but you have underestimated the strength of a Abyssal Overlord. Then, I ask your Majesty to enter my stomach and become a part of me. Schwa, an afterimage remained where it was. Babasa didn't seem to move at all, but his sharp blade-like claws had already come crashing down. Space was cut apart, like a striking scar in the snow. But what it represented was that the world had been torn apart. This was true shattering. All the lines of rules had been thoroughly severed, and from where they were cut apart, they were rapidly annihilated, vanishing from the world forever. Chapter 664. Solitary Westgate broke through space and stepped out. The first thing he saw was Babasa, who had returned to his original demon form. His complexion changed. Demon race. Qin Yu said in a low voice, he is the Nether Domain Master. Solitary Westgate looked up, his eyes violently fluctuating. He revealed a look of understanding, pain, and finally monstrous killing intent. It's you. It's all because of you. Mournful roars tumbled through the air, like the roar of thunder. Babesa turned around, a strange smile appearing on his scaled face. This overlord had no choice but to reveal my true form in order to find the murderer of my wife and child. How pitiful and lamentable! Your wife and child in the underworld must be very disappointed in you. Solitary Westgate had a pained expression. I should have thought of this. I should have thought of this. In the past, he had risen like a comet, but he didn't have any direct conflict with the immortal sect. He had always been puzzled as to why he had suddenly killed them, but today everything had an explanation. The Nether Domain Master was the incarnation of a devil overlord. As for his wife, Yun Yang, she had the bloodline of light flowing within her. She was the nemesis of all abyssals. He already knew this, but there were no longer any traces of abyssals in the land of divinity and demons. In the past, he had followed this trail and obtained some specious information. But in the end, after determining that there was no value to it, he had turned to other aspects. Reality was cruel like this. If he had continued to investigate, he would have definitely obtained some harvests, and he wouldn't have been ridiculed by his mortal enemy today. In particular, Yun Yang and Anning had suffered unjust deaths until today. Solitary Westgate's face twisted. Qin Yu didn't know of any of this, but it wasn't hard to guess everything from the scene in front of him. Looking at the pained and remorseful Solitary Westgate, he roared out, "Westgate, you have finally found the greatest enemy of your life. Do you only know how to whimper? Yun Yang and Anning are looking at you. What you should do the most is kill this abyssal and take revenge for them." "That's right, what you said is right. What I should do the most is take revenge, take revenge." Solitary Westgate's voice was low and gloomy. He looked at the Devil Overlord, a ruthless and cruel light sweeping through the world. "I will tear you to pieces and grind your bones to ashes." He raised his hand, and the clouds instantly filled the sky. Thunder roared, and the endless lightning interwove together, forming the image of an incomparably huge Qilin. The Qilin's eyes were bloodshot as a monstrous pressure erupted from within, bringing with it a terrifying aura that could seal the heavens and earth. Babesa smiled. "Come, pitiful little fellow. Oh, I almost forgot to tell you that the blood of your wife and child is very delicious. I have missed it for countless years. Kill!" Solitary Westgate was like a demon. The Kirin phantom reared its head back and roared. 1,000,000 bolts of thunder descended at the same time, shooting towards the Devil Overlord like arrows. Bang! All the lightning clashed together and instantly fused into a huge pool of lightning. The lightning surged like raging waves, emitting an aura that could destroy all living things. Qin Yu frowned. He could feel the terrifying strength contained within the pool of thunder, but the demon overlord's aura hadn't weakened in the slightest. No, not only did it not weaken, it was actually getting stronger. It was like when Solitary Westgate summoned the Thunder Kirin and sent down the destructive thunder, it was to supplement his strength. Ha 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 ha. Solitary Westgate, is this all you have? You want to rely on this to take revenge for your wife and child? Keep on dreaming. Babesa wildly laughed from the pool of thunder. Qin Yu roared out, "Don't be fooled. The Devil Overlord is deliberately provoking you. He wants to borrow the power of thunder to restore his own strength." But at this time, Solitary Westgate seemed to be completely lost in his hatred. He didn't listen to Qin Yu at all. Instead, he stimulated the power of the god beast even more fiercely. The thunder in the skies became even more wild. Lightning constantly bloomed between the clouds in the skies, turning into bolts of lightning that crashed down. This is getting interesting? But it is still far from enough. Solitary Westgate, even if you know that I personally killed your wife and child, you will never be able to take revenge for them. In this life, you are doomed to be an incompetent weakling. The Devil Overlord's callous voice echoed out once more. Die, die, die. Solitary Westgate's expression was fierce and fierce. His body swelled up in the air and traces of blood appeared on his taut skin. Tiny blood vessels ruptured in his eyes. Every time one ruptured, the blood-red color in his eyes became a bit darker. In the clouds, the Kirin phantom revealed a pained expression. It wasn't the complete main body of a god-beast. Once the strength of its godhead was consumed too much, it would fall into a weakened state. It might even be unable to maintain its godhead, causing it to collapse. Qin Yu took a step forwards and flew towards Solitary Westgate. But before he could approach, he was forced back by a fierce fist. "Screw off. Anyone that dares to stop me from taking revenge will die." Qin Yu's complexion paled. This wasn't because he was angry, but because he had confirmed that there was something wrong with Solitary Westgate's current state. It wasn't that his mind had been blinded by hatred. Rather, he had unknowingly fallen into a trap. The Abyssals possessed the most terrifying attribute of destructive strength, but they also possessed the ability to bewitch and play with the hearts of others. A long time ago, when they descended upon the land of divinity and demons, they had relied on this ability to control several formidable forces. Their military might had nearly swept away the world. The monster race that was expelled into the northern snowy region and had to endure tens of millions of years of punishment was one of the formidable forces that were controlled by the Abyssals. It was clear that Solitary Westgate had fallen into a trap set up by the Abyssal Overlord. The Abyssal Overlord wanted Solitary Westgate to use everything he had to help him restore his strength. He could not ignore this. A cold light flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. He lifted a hand and pointed out a finger. Then, without hesitation, he pointed out a second finger, a third finger, a fourth finger. With 4 fingers, 4 phantoms appeared at the same time. With a loud rumble, great waves seemed to rise up between the heavens and earth. Wild fluctuations destroyed all. The Abyssal Overlord could swallow strength to restore himself, but there was bound to be a limit to this. Otherwise, even if there was an endless world, it would have been completely occupied by them. Are you deliberately provoking Solitary Westgate to use his strength to restore yourself? Good, then I'll let you eat to your heart's content. I'm just afraid that if you eat too much, you'll blow yourself up. Bang 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 bang, boundless, blue spirit, blue sea, and blue heaven, 4 fingers erupted at the same time. They gathered together, forming an incomparably terrifying strength that instantly pierced through the pool of thunder. A straight channel appeared, revealing the figure of the Abyssal Overlord. The scales between his eyebrows shattered and a clear finger mark appeared. Destructive strength crazily poured into it like a broken dam. Although I've already witnessed it once, it is only after experiencing it for myself today that I realize how terrifying Your Majesty the Demon Sovereign is. The strength of 4 fingers can cover the entire world, forming the killing momentum of all the heavens. It is truly fierce to the extreme. Babassa's face was full of praise. But by relying on this finger, it can only barely wound me. It is unable to cause any substantial harm to me. Chapter 665. A strength that surpassed the limits of what it could withstand would be blasted into the void with the spiral horns as a medium, allowing the world itself to bear it in its place. As long as this world wasn't broken, then no matter how terrifying the impact of strength was, Babasa would be safe and sound. The strength of the abyssal demon race was truly formidable and strange. It was no wonder he was so reckless and fearless, even daring to face Qin Yu and Solitary Westgate together. Your Majesty Demon Sovereign, you should be proud of yourself for forcing me to reveal my true body. Babasa laughed. In order to show my respect to you, I will allow your Majesty to die a painless death. Qin Yu remained silent, as if there was nothing he could do. Babassa's laughter became increasingly rampant, his voice constantly echoing through the air. You are afraid. Babassa's laughter suddenly stopped. He looked at Qin Yu, an incomparably strange light in his eyes. You are indeed afraid. Babasa smiled. Where did your Majesty Demon Sovereign come to this conclusion? Qin Yu lightly said, to vent a strength that surpasses the limits of what it can withstand into the world itself, it seems impossible to resolve. But this proves one thing. His eyes sharpened like sword light. You absorb strength from the outside world to restore yourself, but there are limits and limit. If you were to block the channel through which you vent this strength and force it to gather in your body, just what would happen? Babasa's smile faded. He clapped his hands together, a look of praise on his face. You are truly worthy of being Your Majesty Demon Sovereign. Your thoughts are truly meticulous. You were actually able to sense the secrets of my abyssal race. His words changed, filled with a mocking tone. But in this world, there is no lack of intelligent people. The abyssals run rampant through the myriad heavens, and countless people know of the flaws of my race. But just who can use them? An abyssal demon had a pair of horns on its head. This was where the essence of life converged. As their cultivation increased, they would obtain all sorts of inconceivable supernatural abilities. Babasa was currently a demon overlord, just a step away from becoming a great overlord. His horns seemed solid, but they were impossible to touch. This was because the space around them was in a state of endless layers that cycled endlessly, making it impossible to pass through. Since they couldn't be touched, who could block the strength that was vented out from those horns into the world? Qin Yu had no expression. Is that so? I want to give it a try. He took a step forwards and raised his hands towards the heavens. With a roar, a towering illusory figure appeared out of thin air. Its body was as tall as the heavens, and its eyes were filled with arrogance, as if the heavens and earth could not make it lower its head. The undying true spirit of the ancient race ancestors. The true spirit synchronized with Qin Yu. It lifted its hands and spread open its fingers. Then, it fiercely grasped, as if it wanted to grasp something hidden within. His 10 fingers curled and tightened his grip on his arms. His muscles instantly bulged as he let out a low roar. Rumble, the shadow of a mountain appeared in the sky. It seemed to be buried deep in the endless void, and now it was grabbed and pulled into the world bit by bit. Before it had completely descended, there was already an endless suppressive aura erupting from the shadow of the mountain. The air between the heavens and the earth suddenly became viscous, like the pitch-black mud of a swamp that could submerge and swallow everything. Babasa's expression changed. Ancient race. You're an ancient. This was the first time that Qin Yu stimulated the strength of the ancients to the limit and summoned the complete projection of the ancient holy mountain. He could no longer hide his identity as an ancient. The abyssal demon race, even when placed in the myriad heavens, could be ranked as one of the top 10 strongest races. Their influence spread throughout the highest heavens and 10 earth. If it weren't for the fact that the abyssals loved infighting and their commanders constantly slaughtered each other, they might even be ranked in the top 3. But there was no absolute strength in this world. When the terrifying abyssals faced the weak descendants of the light bloodline, their strength would be completely restrained. In addition, there were several other races that possessed the strength to suppress the abyssals. Among them was the ancient race. To be more precise, it was the strength that came from the ancient holy mountain's inheritance. Even though their race had completely withered away, it had never been occupied by anyone. Suppressing sea, suppressing heavens, suppressing 10 directions. The name of the sea was endless. The name of the heavens encompassed all worlds. Suppressing 10 directions meant to encompass all things and all things. Suppressing the endless sea. Suppressing the heavens of all worlds. Suppressing all things and all things. The ancient race's 3 holy mountains were famed throughout the myriad heavens. The decline of the ancient race in the past was greatly related to this. With the strength of the holy mountains, it could indeed seal away the supernatural abilities of the abyssal horns, even if their master was a powerful abyssal overlord. How hateful! Qin Yu is an ancient, he is actually an ancient, Babasa roared out in his heart. His strength had been severely damaged, and his main consciousness had been in a deep slumber these past years, so he hadn't discovered this ahead of time. In his current state, once the channel through which the horns vented their strength was sealed off, the strength within his body would inevitably run wild, and he would explode to his death. There is no need to panic. Even if Qin Yu is an ancient, with his current cultivation, he can at most summon the phantom of a holy mountain. The descending suppression is limited. As long as I restore some of my strength as soon as possible, I can erupt with an overlord-level strike and kill him and solitary Westgate. The sea-suppressing holy mountain completely descended. It was like a channel had been blocked, and the amount of strength that poured into the world rapidly decreased. Babassa's entire body swelled up. His face turned crimson, and blood-red light seeped out from his eyes. He stubbornly stared at Qin Yu. "I never imagined that you would be an ancient. But what of it? With your strength, it is impossible for you to summon a second holy mountain. Today, the one who will have the last laugh will still be me." Qin Yu's face paled. He lowered his head and gently gasped for breath. Babasa was right. With his current cultivation, summoning the complete sea-suppressing holy mountain was indeed a bit strenuous. But he still had a card in his hand. Within his chest, his heart began to vigorously beat, causing blood to rapidly flow through his body, emitting loud crashing sounds. Ancient. With a single word, a bleak and desolate aura appeared between the heavens and earth. Across from him, Babassa's eyes widened and he screamed out, "You dare to incarnate into an ancient in the great sun world? You are seeking death. Born to support the world." Rumble, rumble, clouds moved in all directions. Endless heaven and earth spiritual strength formed a tide visible to the naked eye that submerged Qin Yu's figure. Unfalling spine after death. The gathered heaven and earth spiritual strength seemed to be drawn in by a black hole, wildly pouring into it. A giant figure slowly appeared. Nebulas seemed to circulate in his eyes, able to hold the heavens and make all living beings bow down. After 1,000,000,000,000 years, another ancient had finally appeared in the great sun world. Like a drop of ink falling into water, the fluctuations it produced rapidly spread outwards. These fluctuations didn't just appear in the world itself, but also erupted outside the world, passing on the signal of the ancient race's reappearance to the rulers of the great sun world. It was telling them that the ancient race that had been sealed and destroyed countless years ago had appeared once more. In the endless nothingness there seemed to be a light sigh, one that was helpless but also a bit strange. The fluctuations that rapidly spread outwards seemed to be wiped away by an invisible hand, immediately vanishing from sight. At the highest peak of the world, amidst the terrifying astral winds, an eye that had just condensed, before it could even open, burst open like a bubble. Chapter 666. After transforming into an ancient, Qin Yu's aura suddenly rose. His feet stepped on the earth, and his head rose into the heavens. His tall and imposing figure represented an absolutely tyrannical strength that couldn't be suppressed. His surging qi and blood were like raging waves, rolling and roaring in a rhythmic manner, setting off a series of rumbling noises between the heavens and earth. As if it could feel the complete aura of its clansmen, the undying true spirit that had summoned the ancient race ancestor began to fluctuate. It let out a deep roar, as if it were chanting something, and the endless spiritual strength in the world began to boil once more. Compared to this, when Qin Yu transformed into an ancient, the commotion he stirred up was like a small wave in a pond. It couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. Rumble, rumble. His voice reverberated through the skies as billions of strands of spiritual energy gathered together and surged into the body of the ancient race undying true spirit. Its body quickly solidified, as if it was about to walk out of the illusion and truly descend into the world. At the same time, the aura of the ancient race undying true spirit was skyrocketing, suppressing the entire world. Babasa screamed shrilly, "Qin Yu, you madman! As a member of the ancient race, it was impossible for him not to know what would happen if he were to be exposed. Even so, they still wanted to destroy him. This was simply outrageous. Ah! With a roar, the pair of horns on Babassa's head turned even redder, tiny beads of blood seeping out of them. As soon as they came into contact with the air, or more precisely, with the rules of heaven and earth, the beads of blood on the surface of the horns began to burn violently with a muffled bang. Beneath the illumination of the crimson flames, Babassa's deathly pale complexion was revealed. The horns of demons were where their life essence gathered, and this blood occupied most of the strength Babassa had accumulated over the years. Once it was exhausted, he would inevitably fall back into a deep slumber. But in today's situation, Babassa had no other choice. With the power of the ancient race's true body, once he summoned the second sacred mountain, he would immediately be greatly suppressed. He raised a hand to cover the skies and a massive shadow fell onto the earth. The ancient incarnation of Qin Yu punched out. With a loud bang, the entire space trembled violently. With the strength of an ancient's body, even 1,000 mountains could be easily smashed apart. Shattering space was even easier. But now it was incomparably difficult. It was as if this space had become different because it was so close to something. Break! The roar was even more terrifying than the thunder. The crazily trembling space suddenly split open. Within the darkness, there was a green divine light. This light penetrated the crack and shone into the world. An unimaginably terrifying pressure surged forth like a broken dam. Ka-cha, ka-cha, in the blink of an eye, the sky above was covered with countless cracks like shattered ice. The second of the 3 sacred mountains of the ancient race, suppressing heavens. The green mountain looked like it was covered in some kind of moss from afar. It appeared bit by bit from the trembling space, and with every inch it entered the world, the pressure that descended became stronger. The blood flames on Babassa's horn burned even more fiercely as it resisted the suppressive strength that penetrated through countless layers of space. Crackle, crackle, within Babassa's body, the crackling of bones and flesh emitted the sound of exploding flesh and bones. His body expanded once more, and the blood vessels beneath his skin burst open one by one. Blood seeped out through the cracks in his scales, soaking through in the blink of an eye. The power of the sea-suppressing mountain and the heaven-suppressing mountain had sealed off 70% of the horn's escape route. The power in his body began to accumulate. Suddenly, there was a heaven-shaking explosion. As solitary Westgate controlled the endless thunder to bombard the skies, his blood-red eyes revealed an icy coldness. He looked at the Devil Overlord, his voice low and gloomy. For countless years, I have waited for the day when I could take revenge for my wife and child. No matter what happens, nothing can affect this. The methods of the demon race to control the hearts of others are terrifying, but I have not truly fallen into depravity. You want to absorb the power of thunder to restore yourself, so I will satisfy you. Then I will detonate them all. Now die. Solitary Westgate lifted a hand and pointed between his eyebrows. A lightning rune appeared. With this, the rune shattered. As if struck by thunder, Solitary Westgate's aura instantly weakened and blood wildly gushed out from his nose and mouth. He controlled the Thunder Kirin god-beast. Over the endless years, he had already reached great accomplishments in the path of thunder. The lightning rune between his eyebrows was the mark of thunder. Now, with the price of shattering this mark, he had awakened the power of thunder in the heavens and brought down endless destructive punishment. The Devil Overlord roared out in pain. The scales covering his body were instantly covered with thunder. The seemingly tiny arcs of lightning were a deep and brilliant purple, incomparably beautiful. But they contained a horrifying strength that could turn all to powder. Beneath the purple thunder, the Devil Overlord level scales lost their luster. Then they withered, broke apart, and fell off, revealing the charred flesh and blood beneath. Although this seemed slow, the truth was that in the blink of an eye, The Devil Overlord's body was covered with traces of raging thunder. And what was particularly terrifying was that after his mortal body suffered heavy damage, the strength gathered within his body became increasingly difficult to suppress. It was like a raging flood wildly crashing against his mortal body. Once one surpassed their limits, a backlash would arrive. All techniques in this world had limits and restrictions. The demon race possessed the heaven-defying ability to plunder strength from the outside world and restore themselves, but they also had great flaws. If one surpassed their limits, the so-called backlash would mean death. Their body and soul would be destroyed and all traces of themselves would be erased from the world. Babasa howled in pain, fear in his eyes. It was because he knew how terrifying the consequences were that he couldn't allow it to happen. That damned solitary Westgate. He had deliberately pretended that his mind was being controlled and waited until this moment to attack. Thinking about this was useless. The Devil Overlord looked up into the skies and wildly howled. Rumble, rumble, with a deep rumbling sound, a vortex appeared between the thunderclouds in the skies. This vortex was incomparably black, as if it were filled with flowing ink. A cold, gloomy, annihilating, and slaughter aura exuded from this vortex. But to the Devil Overlord, this aura was indescribably helpful. Bathed in the aura of the black vortex, the scales on his body rapidly grew and he recovered to his original state with just a single breath. His originally dispirited aura was like kerosene being poured into a flame, instantly surging with the potential to burn the heavens. He was even more formidable than when he was in perfect condition, but there wasn't the least bit of joy on the Devil Overlord's face. His aura was icy cold and his voice filled with killing intent reverberated through the world. Today, both of you will die. I swear on my life that I will draw out your souls and suppress them in the endless abyss. You will be attacked by the power of darkness for all eternity, and you will struggle in pain and despair, never to be free for all of your generations to come. Roar, the Devil Overlord roared. Lightning wreaked havoc around his body, and he was torn apart. Puff, solitary Westgate spat out a mouthful of blood. His aura fell to rock bottom and he swayed, barely managing to maintain his figure. His field of vision darkened and his vision blurred. But he could still feel that destructive aura howling towards him. Cold, ruthless. Brewing tranquility, I'm sorry, with a bitter smile, solitary Westgate closed his eyes and waited for death to arrive. But at this time, there was a heaven-shaking explosion. Blood rained down, bringing with it a warm feeling that soaked his entire body. Solitary Westgate lifted a hand to wipe away the blood that covered his eyes. He looked up to see a towering figure standing in front of him. Now, one of his arms had been pierced through and blood gushed out from the wound. But his figure remained firm like a mountain ridge, able to block out all wind and rain. A warm feeling rose in his heart. Solitary Westgate took a deep breath and said, "Qin Yu, don't worry about me. If you can escape, then leave immediately." A Devil Overlord that had surpassed the peak had nearly touched upon the level of a great overlord. The strength that erupted from him was simply unparalleled. In the end, they had been defeated. Chapter 667. Solitary Westgate bitterly smiled. At this time, was there any meaning in asking this question? Qin Yu seemed to have already guessed what he was thinking and didn't really need an answer. After asking, he whispered, "I also fear death, because there are far too many things in this world that I am unwilling to part with, and there are far too many things that I cannot let go of. But today, you and I can only place ourselves in a hopeless situation. If we succeed, there is no need for you to thank me for saving you. But if we fail, at least we can accompany each other on the road to the Yellow Springs." The Devil Overlord roared in anger. A terrifying aura gushed out from his body like an endless abyss, capable of swallowing all things in the world. "You have ruined my plans that I have prepared for tens of millions of years. All of my hard work and efforts have been wasted. You deserve to die." As he spoke his last word, the world froze over. This wasn't true ice, but all fluctuations were crushed by a formidable strength. It was like a great lake frozen in the middle of winter. Even though he had transformed into an ancient and was able to support the heavens and earth, as long as he was in this world, he would still be suppressed. Qin Yu's current situation was like a large fish struggling to survive in ice. Every tiny movement he made would cause the strength that filled the skies to crush him. Kacha, kacha, in this absolute quiet environment, the tiny sound was particularly clear. This sound came from the space that had been torn open and also from Qin Yu's taut body. Every inch of his flesh and blood was like a bowstring, erupting with the limit of his strength. He crossed his hands in front of him and formed a strange seal. His voice was filled with sorrow and sorrow. With the body of my ancient race, I open the sacrificial pagoda. The ancient race's taboo technique required one to give up everything in a desperate battle. But, opening the sacrificial pagoda meant 9 deaths and 1 life. Moreover, the process was extremely painful, one that almost no one could withstand. Pale white flames erupted from Qin Yu's body. They were icy cold without the least bit of warmth, but strangely, they burned space until it distorted. In this distorted space, the phantom of a white pagoda appeared. At first it was blurry and indistinct, giving off a sacred and magnificent feeling. But after it completely solidified and stabilized, one couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air as they looked at the white pagoda. This was because this was a pagoda of bones. The pagoda was formed from an incalculable number of bones, as if they were perfectly woven together by the hands of a grandmaster. There was not a single part that wasn't exquisite. Impossible! The demon overlord screamed, "With your level of power, how could you summon the bone sacrificial pagoda? Stop right now. Otherwise, your soul will scatter and be devoured by the white bone pagoda. You'll never be able to escape." Qin Yu's body shivered. He felt as if 17 or 18 bamboo pipes were ruthlessly stabbing into his body and crazily sucking away his flesh and blood. In fact, what he was feeling right now was far more painful than he could describe. This was a terrifying torment that came from the inside out, one that even the soul couldn't avoid. But his expression remained calm. This was because Qin Yu wanted to live, and if he wanted to live, he first had to force himself to death. How could one overcome the crisis of life and death without suffering? But with only one person, the sacrifice was a bit lacking. Qin Yu lifted a hand and pointed a finger. A pale white line of fire howled out, instantly falling onto solitary Westgate's body. The pale white flames were like a great mouth that swallowed him up. Power! I need more power! Qin Yu opened his mouth and roared towards the white bone altar in the distorted space above his head. Bang! The pale white flames that wrapped around him seemed to receive some order. Like a stream of water, they drilled into Qin Yu's body through his head. At this moment, even with Qin Yu's state of mind, he still couldn't withstand it. His body tensed up and he emitted a shrill cry. As the pale white flames poured into his body, his aura began to rise at an astonishing rate. There were loud crackling sounds as his body began to expand at a speed visible to the naked eye. In fact, the speed at which his skin grew couldn't keep up with the expansion of his flesh and blood. This caused his skin to crack open and blood to flow everywhere. Die! Die for this overlord! Babasa howled. He couldn't stare blankly on as Qin Yu summoned the third ancient race sacred mountain. Otherwise, there would be no chance of him surviving today. Bang! Wild fluctuations of strength erupted like a volcano, instantly igniting the void. Terrifying fluctuations were like tsunamis that swept through the world. The demon overlord lifted a hand and pressed down. The power of the endless abyss erupted. A giant demon head condensed in the void, its eyes trembling as it slowly opened. With a single glance, the world seemed to fall silent. It was like a picture had been paused and then everything was annihilated. Qin Yu, who had transformed into an ancient, was in this still picture. It was like he was being suppressed by 1,000 mountains. His rapidly expanding body came to a sudden stop. But the crazy eruption of strength within his body didn't stop. With his mortal body as a medium, it violently collided with the suppressive strength. In that instant, massive tracts of flesh and blood disintegrated, turning into the finest powder. It was only because of the two formidable strengths that it maintained its original appearance. But this calm only lasted for an extremely short period of time. Dark red flowers of blood bloomed in the air. Countless pieces of flesh and blood, supported by a formidable strength, shot out in all directions. At this time, one could even clearly see the bones buried deep beneath the flesh and blood, as well as the shattered organs. At this time, the ancient that Qin Yu had transformed into was like a horrifying skeleton covered in flesh and blood. The pain it produced was beyond imagination. It was enough to instantly shatter the will of all living beings. Once one's will collapsed, such a severe injury could cause any living being to die. Qin Yu felt like a small boat in a storm. He could capsize at any moment and be swallowed up by the raging waves. I cannot die. I cannot die. Live on. I want to live. The strength that descended from the sacrificial altar thoroughly activated Qin Yu's vitality. The flesh and blood hanging from his bones trembled and began to wildly grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. In several breaths of time, the ancient's body was restored. But this sort of reckless stimulation of vitality would leave behind serious consequences. But at this time, Qin Yu couldn't care about this. The more strength that descended from the sacrificial altar, the more terrifying the demands on him would be. Right now, he was withstanding a pain 10 times more terrifying than before. He could barely maintain a trace of clarity in his consciousness. As for how long he could last, he didn't have the slightest confidence. Perhaps in the next moment, his vision would turn black and he would never wake up again. With a trembling hand, he pointed towards the heavens. His 5 fingers grasped it and slowly pulled it downward. Rumble, rumble, winds and clouds stirred in the skies. An unimaginably terrifying aura filled the air. It was like a great sun in the skies had suddenly fallen down. In that instant there was no longer any fluctuations in the world. All existences, whether they were living beings or not, whether they were real or illusory, were thoroughly suppressed. Chapter 668. Ah! With my source of darkness as a sacrifice, I summoned the source of all devils. The devil overlord howled, his eyes turning crimson. No matter what, he wasn't willing to die like this. Even if his soul perished, he still wanted to drag Qin Yu down with him. The devil head condensed in the void and emitted a deep roar. It opened its mouth and sucked in, causing Babassa's body to wither away. He was like a corpse that had been sealed in a coffin for thousands of years. His skin was like withered wood, without the slightest bit of vitality. But his eyes were stubbornly round as he stared at Qin Yu's figure. He wanted to see Qin Yu fall into the depths of hell with him. After plundering all of Babassa's strength, the devil head's appearance rapidly changed. Flesh and blood bulged out from between the horns on its forehead. Then, it split open and a third horn drilled out. Its entire body was pitch black, as if it were condensed from the deepest darkness in the world. Just by looking at it, one couldn't help but feel endless fear rise up from the depths of their soul. The taste of food is so wonderful, it has been a long time since I've seen this world. A deep and low voice came from the devil head's mouth. Although it wasn't fierce, it contained a strength that shook the world. This shaking produced invisible fluctuations that pushed the devil head's voice forward, instantly spreading throughout the entire immortal sect world. Mountains toppled over. Broken walls and rubble filled the air. A strange beast raced forwards amidst the collapsing mountains. Its 4 strong limbs allowed it to leap hundreds of miles with each leap. Its breathing carried with it the sound of wind and thunder. Every time it fell, the earth would collapse. It possessed an extremely formidable strength. But it was precisely such a terrifyingly powerful beast that was currently panicking like a stray dog. Suddenly, the exotic beast whipped its head around, looking at the empty space behind it. Its eyes widened, revealing endless fear. Its tyrannical and powerful body suddenly froze. It was like a frozen stone as it fell to the ground. The fear in its eyes showed that it was still alive and conscious, but it couldn't resist what was happening to its body at all. Its sparkling fur rapidly darkened. After losing all luster, it withered and turned yellow, charred black, and then shattered into pieces. Its exposed skin and rapidly withered flesh and blood were revealed. In the blink of an eye, this powerful strange beast had turned into a dried corpse. The city walls were majestic, and the buildings towered into the sky. From this, one could tell that this was an extremely flourishing city. But now it was in ruins everywhere. The city was torn apart by the cracks in the ground, and then it was crushed by the power that descended from the heavens. Amidst the ruins, the immortal sect cultivators howled in pain. The confidence and pride in their eyes had been thoroughly destroyed. All that was left was fear. Why was this happening? The incomparably powerful immortal sect that looked down on the world had actually fallen to such a state. God, let this nightmare pass quickly, help us wake up. Suddenly, a deep and low voice came from the horizon. The immortal sect cultivators who were in pain and fear finally obtained relief. One by one, they fell to the ground like a piece of stone or a piece of wood, losing all their vitality. The long river broke apart and split into countless tributaries along the cracks on the ground. Giant fish were wrapped in the river water and swam forward with all their might. They didn't know what was in front of them, but they instinctively wanted to avoid the terrifying aura coming from behind them. Suddenly, the clear river became turbid and unclear. The large fish that swung their tails sank to the bottom one by one. They looked like pieces of tree bark that had been thrown into the river. On both sides of the river, the ancient trees that were alive, toppled, or broken, all of their leaves withered and turned yellow, as if they had been scorched by a raging inferno, losing all vitality. This scene appeared in almost every corner of the immortal sect world at the same time. When the origin of the devil arrived, that meant that all life in this world, and even the world itself, would welcome death. Beneath the three-horned abyssal head, a giant body began to condense. In the blink of an eye, it became a true abyssal that appeared in the world. Its breathing could easily corrode the world, causing the rules to collapse and be destroyed. A thick black fog lingered around its body, as if it had emerged from the 9 nether realms. Looking at Chinyu, the origin of the devil chuckled. Lowly ant, in order to express my gratitude to you, I will accept your strength and make it a part of me. I will become one with the great abyss and exist in this prison for all eternity, never decaying or destroyed. With it as the center, darkness rapidly spread out in all directions. Wherever it went, everything was annihilated, turning into an endless night. Endlessly far away, across 1 trillion miles of space, a condensed world was slowly growing. Although it was in an incomplete state, it still emitted a powerful aura that could suppress the world and look down on the highest heavens. Without a doubt, once this world was fully grown, its grade would be astonishing. Looking through the barriers of the world, between the blue skies and white clouds, a giant green leaf gently swayed. It was as delicate as a willow branch, but it constantly emitted a sharp aura that left one's mind trembling. Suddenly, this green leaf seemed to sense something. It tensed like a sharp sword being drawn from its sheath. A terrifying aura instantly pierced through the endless skies. A spatial crack appeared. From here, it extended to the ends of one's line of sight, crossing an endless distance to arrive outside a towering divine palace. This divine palace was golden all over, like a golden sun that sat atop the earth. It emitted a light so bright that one couldn't look directly at it. The spatial crack vanished in the golden light. After several breaths of silence, a deep and low voice echoed out from within the towering divine palace. Star cutting grass, I understand your intentions, but in today's situation, I cannot do anything. Otherwise, not only will I not be able to save him, but you, me, and even this world will be buried here. Shwa, another crack arrived from the horizon. That's right. If I lose Qin Yu, the chances of finding a suitable successor are slim to none. Even so, this is my only choice. This is something that cannot be changed. Shwa, a third crack appeared. The divine palace was silent for a long time. Then, it slowly said, "The origin of the devil is born in the abyss. Even if it is only a projection, it has the strength to easily annihilate a spiritual god. Qin Yu is doomed to find it difficult to escape this calamity. I guarantee you that if there is a day when I can restore my strength, I will definitely descend into the abyss and slaughter trillions of abyssal lives. I will bring down endless destruction and take revenge for Qin Yu's death." The three cracks scattered. Beneath the great sun in the skies, the sound of wind passing through the leaves of the star-cutting grass became mournful, as if it were weeping. In the center of the divine palace, one could faintly make out a figure. He lowered his head and said in a soft voice, "This is the road you chose. I am sorry, but I cannot help you." Chapter 669. In the endless darkness, the ancient incarnation of Qin Yu's blood energy violently shook, resisting the plundering of the origin of the devil. But the strength of the abyss was like ink. Once it was stained, it was impossible to get rid of. It followed Qin Yu's blood energy fluctuations and corroded him. Like an eternal night, the darkness approached Qin Yu step by step, wanting to drown him, assimilate him, and swallow him whole. Roar, roar. The ancient's roar was like a thunderclap. But it couldn't break through the imprisonment of the darkness. It came closer and closer, finally covering the body that supported the heavens. The world turned black, as if everything had come to an end. Ha ha ha! The mummified devil overlord emitted a sharp cackle. "Demon sovereign, you have finally died in front of me." But he didn't realize that there was no joy on the face of the origin of the devil. Instead, there was a bit of gloom on its face. Everything in the world was unpredictable and unpredictable. In a situation where one was completely unprepared, it would decisively smash into one's mind. A strange light appeared in the depths of the origin of the devil's eyes. After a long period of silence, it let out a deep breath and muttered, "I never thought that in such a remote and wild land I would encounter someone with the bloodline of this race. Although it is only half and incomplete, it is still a member of this race." The origin of the devil didn't say the other half. Since it was a member of this race, it wouldn't die like this. Just as its voice fell, the darkness that flooded the world ruptured without warning. A terrifying aura erupted like a volcano. Qin Yu's body returned to its original size. His black hair fluttered in the wind and dark golden runes wove together on his face. His eyes turned a light gray and an extremely cruel and callous aura flowed out. It was like even if the world collapsed in front of him, it wouldn't shake his mind in the least. Looking up at the origin of the devil, Qin Yu stepped forward and punched out. It was impossible to describe the might of this punch. It seemed to come straight at him, but it was like a falling star, carrying with it an absolute strength that could easily destroy all. It was vast and boundless, impossible to dodge, impossible to resist, impossible to block. At this moment, the world fell into a deathly silence. Then, like a mirror, it quietly shattered and split apart. The cracks pierced through the origin of the devil incarnation, through the wide-eyed Babasa, and even through the world behind them. Everything was shattering, tumbling, continuously being destroyed, and finally disappearing into nothingness. This punch seemed to exhaust all of his strength. Qin Yu closed his eyes and fell backwards. The dark golden runes that wove around his face rapidly faded away. Then, dark gray lines appeared on the surface of Qin Yu's body like a spiderweb before submerging into his body. The pale and thin solitary Westgate rushed over and held him in his arms. He looked at Qin Yu with shock in his eyes and then tore through space to escape. In the distant world, in the majestic palace that looked like a golden sun, the shocked figure let out a long breath. That clan actually has a bloodline that wandered outside. No wonder I didn't sense it before. With the methods of that clan, if they decided to seal away Qin Yu, who could possibly sense it? However, since you've sealed Qin Yu, why don't you just kill him? This clan values the purity of their bloodline very much. He fell into silence once more, as if he were thinking about something. Whatever, there must be a secret behind this. I wasn't part of it, and it also involves that clan, so it's impossible to divine anything. But today's matters have finally solved a riddle in my heart. Qin Yu. I fear your surname isn't Qin. Beneath the great sun, in the white clouds, the star-cutting grass happily jumped about. Its giant leaves swept through space, cutting open cracks. The wind brought with it its cheers. Ah! A pained howl sounded out from deep within the eternal darkness demonic region. Vast swathes of darkness shook like a tide, emitting loud rumbling sounds. Shuar sitting cross-legged in the darkness, the dark night divine seat's eyes flashed open. His pupils violently shrank until they turned vertical. Qin Yu! Qin Yu! Repressed roars constantly echoed through the hall. The Qin Empire's emperor had perished and the immortal sect world had collapsed. In a single day, it was like a divine stone had crashed into the sea, causing great waves to sweep through the land of divinity and demons. No one expected that the situation would suddenly undergo such a terrifying change. The demonic path that had fallen into decline would actually be able to decide everything in a single battle. The name of the demonic path's holy sovereign, Qin Yu, was like the rising sun in the skies. The Yen and Qi empires were instantly thrown into chaos. After confirming that the immortal sect had become history, the two countries didn't hesitate to form an alliance with the Chu Empire. The Han and Wei empires followed close behind, becoming members of the alliance. Many other influences that were attached to the immortal sect and were enemies of the demonic path also joined in. Finally, an alliance was formed with the five empires at the head. The Qin Empire was destroyed and its territory was transferred to the Zhao Empire. After experiencing the death of an army of 3 million, the Zhao Empire's territory surpassed the Chu Empire in a single stroke, becoming the largest country in the land of divinity and demons. The various influences attached to the demonic path began to rapidly expand their influence. Even though the five empires were powerful, they were still at a disadvantage when facing them. The reason was simple. No one wanted to draw out the terrifyingly strong demon sovereign. Luckily, the demonic path didn't seem to have any thoughts of unifying the world in a short period of time. After a period of collision, the situation gradually eased. What the five empires didn't know was that the Qin Yu they feared had fallen into a deep slumber after the immortal sect was destroyed, and he still hadn't woken up. Time passed like flowing water. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. Yuqi looked at Qin Yu, who was still lying on the bed. Besides the slight rise and fall of his chest, he seemed to have lost all signs of life. She covered her mouth, tears sparkling in her eyes. Your Majesty, it has already been a year, and not only have you not woken up, but your aura has become even weaker. I cannot wait any longer. I can only listen to the Dao Arena Master's suggestion and give it my all. I hope that my decision is correct. If anything happens to your Majesty, I will accompany you on the road to the Yellow Springs. After wiping away her tears and leaving the hall, Yuqi's expression had already returned to normal. Besides her slightly red eyes, there wasn't the least bit of emotion to be seen. She bowed. I will leave everything to the two lords. Beneath the dark gold mask, her eyes were dignified. Dark concubine, rest assured that I will do my best. Solitary Westgate took a deep breath. Since we have made a decision, let's not delay any further. With Qin Yu's current condition, it is best to act sooner rather than later. Yuqi turned and drew back to the side. She took a deep breath and said, "I will wait here for His Majesty to come out." Solitary Westgate frowned. From these words, he could sense a sense of determination. He feared that if something really did happen to Qin Yu, this dark concubine would immediately follow him. But in this world, emotions were the most difficult to understand. After a moment of hesitation, Solitary Westgate didn't say anything. He nodded and stepped into the palace with Yama. Rumble Rumble. Chapter 670. Holy Emperor Palace, Main Hall. Solitary Westgate looked at the increasingly weak Qin Yu lying on the bed. He said in a low voice, "All right, let's begin." He lifted a hand and pointed a finger. Ripples rose up in space, like the surface of a lake being blown apart. They spread outwards until they covered the entire hall. These spatial ripples had a formidable imprisoning ability. They completely isolated the outside world from sensing them. Beneath Yama's dark gold mask, her eyes brightened. Her aura rapidly rose and her dress fluttered in the wind. She was like a goddess descending to the world. She lifted a hand. The samsara grindstone appeared between her slender fingers. It slowly spun, emitting deep rumbling sounds. This feeling was like there was a formidable suppressive strength placed on the grindstone. Every inch it turned required a tremendous amount of strength. Tao Arena Master, even if we combine our strength, the soul summoning can only last for 2 hours. If His Majesty the Demon Sovereign cannot wake up, if he couldn't wake up, then he would never wake up again. He would fall into eternal slumber. Solitary Westgate had a dignified expression. "I believe that he will definitely wake up." From what he saw, Qin Yu was destined to be a dazzling existence, an existence that illuminated the highest heavens and 10 earths. How could he possibly die like this? Yama nodded. The samsara grindstone spun faster between her fingers. In a state of obstruction, a loud rumbling sound erupted. A beam of light shot out from the samsara grindstone. It was black and white and covered Qin Yu's body. It was a long dream. Qin Yu was deeply immersed in it. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't wake up. In the dream, he was born in a massive courtyard and his status seemed extremely noble. But for some unknown reason, he couldn't clearly see the faces of anyone in the dream, including the man and woman that he should call his parents. He was in the dream, but he was also like an isolated spectator. Moreover, the entire dream only lasted from when he was born to when he was 4 years old, constantly repeating itself. Over and over again, Qin Yu's initial curiosity gradually turned into restlessness. This was because as the dream repeated itself, it became increasingly blurry. Originally, it was just the faces that couldn't be clearly seen. The sounds and surrounding scenes were all clear, but gradually, the sounds disappeared and the scenes in the dream began to distort. He even saw with his own eyes a person that appeared in the dream be swallowed up by the distorted and shattered space. From then on, no matter how Qin Yu searched, he couldn't find the existence of this person in his repeated dreams. Thus, he concluded that the person in the dream that had been swallowed by the collapsing dream world had completely disappeared. Qin Yu wasn't sure what this news meant, but he could instinctively feel an icy cold and cruel aura from it. If he was swallowed by the collapsing dreamscape, he would probably end up the same way. But that would not mean that he would wake up from the dream. The dreamland world became increasingly unstable. Even the giant residence began to break apart. Qin Yu was trapped in one of the fragments. He tried everything he could to leave, but in the end he failed. Am I going to die in this strange dream? Standing in the courtyard, Qin Yu looked down at his own hand that had shrunk to the size of a child's, his voice bitter. Suddenly, a loud rumbling sound entered his ears. He didn't care at first, because in the shattered dreamland world, similar sounds would often be emitted as space collapsed. But soon, he noticed that something was different, because the voice wasn't coming from the surroundings, but from above his head. Qin Yu fiercely looked up. In the distorted and shattered skies, The phantom of a spinning black grinding disc was faintly discernible. Samsara! Qin Yu was overjoyed. He focused his divine sense and soon determined that the grinding disc wasn't something that had evolved from the dreamland world. Faint traces of a pulling force were released from the samsara grinding disc in the skies. After sensing Qin Ning's existence, it rapidly gathered towards him. His consciousness shook. Qin Yu wasn't startled, but rather overjoyed. This was because he knew that the samsara grinding disc was helping his consciousness escape from this strange dreamland. A transparent Qin Yu emerged from the dreamland child's body. But at this time, the child emitted a pained scream. In the next moment, his eyes turned gray. A childish and icy voice sounded out from his mouth. "This is your home. If you don't stay here, where will you go?" He lifted a hand and grabbed Qin Yu's transparent figure. A bone-chilling aura spread out, rapidly corroding his body. The pulling force that wrapped around Qin Yu seemed to be corroded, rapidly weakening. Even the spinning samsara grinding disc in the skies above began to be covered in a layer of white frost. It seemed as if it would be completely frozen by the ice-cold strength that invaded Qin Yu's body. Holy Emperor Palace. Within the grand hall, the temperature crazily fell. Lying on the bed, Qin Yu's body began to turn white. Standing to the side, solitary Westgate and Yama were stimulating the samsara grinding disc with all their strength. Their complexions changed at the same time. They could clearly feel that the absolutely cold aura was like a venomous snake slithering in the darkness, drilling into their bodies. "This is bad." Solitary Westgate spat out a mouthful of blood. This blood didn't fall to the ground. Instead, it began to burn in the air. Within the blood flames, a rune appeared. It released a blood-red light that covered him and Yama. The ice-cold aura that invaded their bodies was immediately suppressed. But whether it was solitary Westgate or Yama, there wasn't the least bit of joy on their faces. This was because at this time, the rune that emerged from the blood flames was trembling at an astonishing rate. Kacha, kacha. Light sounds constantly emitted from the rune. Countless cracks began to appear on its surface. The rune shattered. From the moment it appeared to the moment it ended, it lasted for less than 3 breaths of time. Solitary Westgate stuffily coughed. Blood flowed out from the corners of his lips. Before this blood even dripped onto the ground, it turned pitch black. Within the grand hall, the sound of wind suddenly stirred up. As it howled, it revealed an icy cold sharpness. It was like in the endless nothingness, a pair of icy cold eyes had already locked onto the two of them. Yama said in a low voice, "Tao Arena Master, His Majesty the Demon Sovereign has other plans. I fear we have provoked trouble." Solitary Westgate clenched his teeth. "Since things have come to this, we cannot give up. Otherwise, today will be the day Qin Yu dies." Yama bitterly smiled. "Even if you and I persist, how long can we last?" Solitary Westgate took a deep breath. "I will not give up until I reach my limit. I still believe that Qin Yu will not die like this." Within the grand hall, the temperature continued to fall. What was frozen was not the flesh and blood body, but the soul and consciousness hidden within. In the dreamland world, Qin Yu's consciousness turned his head. As his eyes met the young child's, his heart began to race. This was because this young child looked exactly like him when he was a child. Could it be that this was really his childhood? Chapter 671. The child's eyes were gray and white and his face was filled with indifference that didn't match his age. His entire being seemed to be born from the accumulation of 1,000,000,000,000 resentments, completely incompatible with the world around him. He looked at Qin Yu and slowly repeated, "This is your home. If you don't stay here, where will you go?" Feeling the icy cold aura constantly invading his body, Qin Yu knew that it was impossible for him to escape. After a brief silence, Qin Yu landed on the ground. He stood across from the child and earnestly looked at him. "Are you me?" This question was strange, filled with absurdity and incredulity. But the child nodded without hesitation, confirming this without a doubt. Qin Yu furrowed his eyebrows. Can you tell me why you appeared here? What sort of place is this manor in this dream? The child lightly said, This is your home and I am you. I should naturally stay at home. Qin Yu said in a low voice, Do you want to stay at home or do others want you to? The child said, Is there a difference? Although he didn't answer, he had already given him the answer. No matter how Qin Yu tried to recall, his childhood memories didn't seem to exist at all in the past. He thought that it was because he was in too much pain that his body subconsciously chose to forget. But now, it seemed that things weren't as simple as he thought. One big and one small, the two people faced each other in silence. But time didn't stop. In the Dreamland Manor, it began to break apart piece by piece. It was like a jigsaw puzzle that was being broken apart. With the two people in the courtyard as the center, it began to collapse and disintegrate from the edges. Then, it fell into eternal darkness, as if its life had been exhausted and it would be better to die in the end. Qin Yu's pupils shrank. He had a premonition that once this darkness spread and swallowed him up, death would arrive. The child muttered, Everything should end now. He closed his eyes, giving off a feeling of relief, as if he had put down a great burden on his mind. Kacha, kacha, kacha. The broken dreamland world collapsed. There was no earth-shaking momentum or sound, but when that tiny sound entered one's ears, it was even more terrifying. Qin Yu was also afraid. But, he knew that at this moment, fear had no effect on him. Taking a deep breath, he looked at himself in front of him. His childish facial features were filled with the vicissitudes of life. It was as if he had experienced countless sufferings and was filled with disgust towards the entire world amidst the pain and torment. Qin Yu was well aware that the reason he had fallen into this hopeless situation was because of this world-weary little figure in front of him. But at the same time, his only chance of survival was also with this himself. I don't know what you've experienced or why you're here, determined to kill your future self, but I want to tell you that I'm not willing to die like this. No, to be more precise, I firmly believe that I can live on to recover the memories I lost when I was young, and perhaps you have. These words seemed to touch the child's heart. He suddenly opened his eyes, and the grayish-white color in them became even more intense. A chill flowed out from between the lines. Do you think that having these memories is a wonderful thing? The surface of Qin Yu's translucent body was instantly covered in frost. A bone-chilling cold stabbed into his body like iron needles, bringing with it endless pain. But joy rose in his heart. The little child just now was clearly prepared to welcome the arrival of death. Only by angering him and stirring up his emotions would he be able to find a chance to change his mind. Even if those memories aren't beautiful, they belong to me, so no one can take them away, and even if they do, they must return them to me untouched and pay the price for doing so. The little child coldly sneered. How childish! Do you think you're already very strong right now? In their eyes, you are nothing more than a strong ant. An ant will always be an ant. No matter how strong you are, they can still easily crush you with a finger. He looked at Qin Yu, his gray eyes revealing a penetrating light as if he could see through everything. I know you want to move me, but give up. Wait here for your death to arrive and put an end to all of this preposterous nonsense. Qin Yu's heart shrank. He knew that this was his last chance. If he couldn't move the little child, he would inevitably welcome death. He roared out loud, Since you want me to willingly welcome death, then why do you want me to experience the same dreamland over and over again, or, let me explain it even more clearly, why do you want me to live for so long? If the goal of this strange dreamland was to kill him, then it could have been done from the start and there was no need to wait until now. Then, there must be an accident in the repeated dreamland, and this accident could only be the little child in front of him. Qin Yu couldn't figure out why the little child would send him to his death in the end if he had helped him live. The little child had no expression. "You think too much." He closed his eyes, no longer speaking. Qin Yu's heart was heavy. Had he failed? Or perhaps he had guessed wrong, but thinking about these things was meaningless. Looking at the dreamland fragments that were constantly disintegrating in all directions, Qin Yu stepped forwards. "Perhaps you have already accepted your fate and no longer wish to struggle, but that doesn't mean I will die because of this. This world is too vast and I have never seen it all. This world is so beautiful and I have countless things I care about. I will not die, I absolutely will not." Bang! As if he had struck an invisible barrier, Qin Yu's translucent body fiercely trembled. It twisted and rippled. Within these ripples, his body became increasingly transparent, as if he had lost a part of his strength. But Qin Yu didn't stop. He continued to attack the barrier. Bang bang, a low and deep sound spread through the shattered dreamland. It echoed again and again, as if it would never stop. But this sound was weakening little by little. This was because Qin Yu's body was becoming increasingly transparent, like a faint shadow that could vanish at any moment. But his eyes remained firm. Even though the invisible barrier in front of him didn't tremble because of his strikes, it didn't shake at all. Again and again, even though he knew there was no hope, he still wouldn't give up in the moment before death arrived. At some unknown time, the little child opened his eyes. His gray eyes looked at Qin Yu, who was like a moth flying into a flame. A complex look gradually appeared on his indifferent face. Even so, he didn't change his mind. There were many people in this world with tenacious and unyielding wills, but so what? Chapter 672. But at this time, the child's expression suddenly changed. He stared at Qin Yu, as if he had discovered something. "The aura of the blazing sun, it's actually the aura of the blazing sun. This feeling can't be wrong, can't be wrong." Suddenly, a ball of flame exploded in the empty, deathly still eyes. It was as if it had been ignited in the middle of a cold winter night. It spread wildly in all directions, as if it wanted to ignite the entire world. Those flames were filled with shock and excitement. However, even more than that, there was a hatred that was carved into their bones and could never be erased. He remembered everything that had happened back then very clearly. The cold and indifferent eyes on the two divine thrones, as well as the cruel and merciless final judgment. His aura swallowed the world, blazing like a great sun, because that person was a supreme existence that wielded the power of a blazing sun. It was precisely because of this that he was willing to accept his fate and give up all attempts at revenge. Because what he had to face was a peak that he could never surmount. Standing in front of him, there was only fear and reverence, as well as a tremor that came from the bottom of their hearts. But now, the child could feel a similar aura from Qin Yu's body. Although it was incomparably weak, there was no mistaking it. Without the approval of the blazing sun, just being touched by it would cause one to be burnt into nothingness. Their soul and marrow would forever vanish from the world. Ha 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 ha! The toddler suddenly laughed. His tender voice was the complete opposite of the complicated and intense emotions in his voice. While it made people feel strange, they could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. The matters of the world are truly wondrous and unfathomable. When I was willing to give up everything and bring my past to hell, the heavens actually allowed me to see everything before my eyes. Since that's the case, how can I die? The blazing sun stands proudly above the 9 heavens and looks down on the world. Let us wait and see if there will be a day in the future when a new blazing sun will be born and the old one will fall. I am destined not to see that scene, but when it really happens, I will definitely be able to revive in the depths of my memories. Everything that happened in the past will never pass, never. The toddler reared back his head and screamed. A terrifying strength erupted from his tiny body. This strength was so great that it instantly suppressed the rapidly collapsing dreamland world. Ka-cha, ka-cha. A series of sounds rang out above his head, and cracks appeared out of nowhere. More and more cracks appeared, and they continued to spread outwards. The invisible barrier that trapped Qin Yu was shattering. Crimson lava flowed on the ground with no end in sight. It was like a vast ocean at the center of the earth. The air was filled with a terrifyingly high temperature, enough to instantly incinerate any living being that trespassed into nothingness. In the center of this vast ocean, in the place where the temperature was the most astonishing, a majestic divine palace quietly stood. It was built from giant pieces of stone. Perhaps it was because it had withstood the terrifyingly high temperature, but every piece of stone that made up the divine palace was emitting an incomparably blazing light. This scene made one feel as if a sun had fallen and transformed into this divine palace, creating this boundless sea of lava. Suddenly, the silent divine palace came to life. The tranquil sea of magma began to violently tumble about, emitting soul-shaking roars. In the center of the divine palace, at the source of all light and heat, a pair of eyes slowly opened. Unlike the scorching heat of the outside world, it was icy cold inside. This was a pair of incomparably beautiful and narrow eyes. They were like two stars, able to make one feel endless beauty. But the icy cold they contained was enough to cause all living beings in the world to feel fear, or perhaps, they didn't even have the chance to feel fear. When they saw these eyes, they had already fallen into destruction. "You haven't died yet?" A calm, gentle voice resounded in the fiery divine palace. Every word was filled with an unparalleled will. In this world, there was a transcendent existence that could be called law with a single word. To put it simply, if they wanted you to die, you would undoubtedly die. The master of this flame divine palace, hidden deep within the sea of magma, just happened to be one of them. Holy Emperor Palace. Standing in front of the bed, solitary Westgate and Yama, who were resisting the icy cold that seeped into their bones and souls, widened their eyes. An inexplicable fear rose up in their hearts without warning. In the next moment, the space in front of Qin Yu twisted. Within this distorted space, a pair of eyes appeared. They were slender and beautiful. Just looking at them caused one to instinctively think of countless beautiful words. But the icy cold within revealed a callousness that even if 1,000,000,000 lives were exterminated in the world, it wouldn't be able to shake them in the least. Puff, puff, solitary Westgate and Yama both spat out a mouthful of blood. Their hearts were filled with shock. This was just a pair of eyes, yet the phantom had directly wounded them. Moreover, it was clear that the target of these eyes was Qin Yu, who was lying on the bed. The damage it did to them could only be considered collateral damage, but it was because of this that they were all the more terrified. Just the shockwaves from this pair of eyes were enough to roll over a supreme being of the world. Just how powerful was the owner of this pair of beautiful eyes? They were an existence that surpassed all imagination. Dreamland world. The young child seemed to sense something. A formidable strength erupted from his body, rising once more. On his young face, his eyes stubbornly stared at the heavens. He roared out, "It's you! It's you!" A pair of giant eyes appeared in the shattered vault of heaven. It quietly stared at the small and large Qin Yu, not a single ripple in its eyes. But some invisible yet formidable will had already arrived. The stagnant dreamland world began to break apart once more, and at an even faster speed. In the blink of an eye, it arrived at the fragment where the young child and Qin Yu were. Besides this place, the entire dreamland had fallen into absolute darkness. It was like a bottomless abyss that could swallow and annihilate all. "Ha ha ha ha, you want to kill us? Is it because you feel threatened? I won't let you succeed, I absolutely won't. In terms of pure strength, you can crush the heavens and earth and radiate light throughout ancient times. But this is a dreamland, a cage that has imprisoned me for countless years, and also my domain. In my domain, even your will can't kill me. Just you wait, one day I'll stand before you again and take back everything you did to me in the past." The young child revealed a crazed expression. His body began to burn, but the blood-red flames didn't contain any heat at all. Bang, like an exploding nuclear bomb, it formed a visible impact of blood-red energy. It swept out in all directions like a tsunami, submerging the giant eyes. At the same time, an invisible bubble wrapped around Qin Yu's nearly transparent figure. Beneath the impact of the blood-red energy, he instantly left the dreamland world. Chapter 673. Within the sea of magma, within the divine palace that seemed like a falling sun, the master of those beautiful eyes suddenly closed her eyes. After several breaths of time, a faint sigh echoed through the hall. Is this fate that cannot be changed? As I thought, the will of the heavenly Tao cannot be replaced. If my race is destined to suffer twists and turns, then I will wait for that day to come. She lifted a hand and a mass of flames appeared. It rapidly shrank, condensing into a jade slip. The space around the jade slip trembled, swallowing it up like waves. On this day, the will of the supreme blazing sun spread through the entire race. It contained only a single message: a great upheaval was coming. There was an incomparably massive celestial body, as if it were formed from dozens of stars fused together. It was so massive that it cast a massive shadow on the back of the endless starry skies. On the sunny side of the celestial body, there was a mountain range that stretched out like a crouching dragon. A boundless aura flooded the world, and massive palaces and buildings sat atop the mountain range. In a grand hall at the head of the dragon, hundreds of figures were gathered. They sat on wide stone chairs, each one with a dignified expression. Everyone knows of the Lord's will. It seems that the matter we worried about the most has finally occurred. A deep and low voice echoed through the hall, emitting an endless oppressive pressure. The master of the voice wore a blazing sun robe, and his long red hair was like burning flames. I knew that scourges could not be allowed to live. We should have killed them all in the past to eliminate any future troubles. Tarnishing the bloodline of our race is indeed a capital crime, but her status is too special. You and I both agreed to it in the past. Arguing about this is useless. Since the Lord has given us a warning, there will surely be a storm in the future for our race. With the Lord here, who in the entire world dares to touch our race? Even if that scourge hasn't died, he still won't be able to stir up any waves. The red-haired old man gently moved his walking stick. With a dull thumping sound, the hall immediately fell silent. Our race has the protection of the blazing sun. Even after billions of years, we will not wither away. But, if we can avoid this unexpected storm, that would be for the best. I propose that we send out the clan cleaners to search the entire world and find the source of that disaster and kill him. I agree. Demonic path, small world. Holy Emperor Palace. Qin Yu leaned against a soft couch, a soft blanket covering his body. His face was pale and his aura was weak. Across from him, solitary Westgate opened his eyes. His complexion was dignified. Just what did you experience while you were unconscious? To actually weaken his soul to such an extent that it's on the verge of collapse. Qin Yu smiled and shook his head. There are some things that I haven't figured out yet, so don't ask too much. In the dream, his younger self wanted to kill him, as well as that pair of indifferent, cruel, and extremely beautiful eyes. He really couldn't figure out what was hidden within. Solitary Westgate shook his head. He looked at Qin Yu and sighed. Just how many more secrets do you have on your body? Saying these words meant that he no longer wanted to inquire any further. But there was one point that Solitary Westgate was aware of. There was definitely some heaven-shaking secret hidden on Qin Yu's body. In the distorted space, the pair of eyes that appeared and the aura that was released was simply unimaginably powerful. Even thinking about it now, cold sweat would appear on his body. That was definitely a power that did not belong to this world. Qin Yu took a deep breath. All right, let's get down to business. With my current injuries, how long will it take for me to recover? Solitary Westgate knew what he was thinking. After several breaths of silence, he furrowed his eyebrows and said, "You should be the clearest about how injured your soul is. If you want to recover, it won't be something that can be accomplished overnight. Moreover, the most difficult point is that your soul cannot withstand a strength that is too strong. Otherwise, not only will it be useless, but it will instead bring you great harm." Qin Yu slowly said, "You mean that I cannot borrow external strength and can only let my soul recover on its own?" Seeing Solitary Westgate nod, Qin Yu's complexion darkened. Just as Solitary Westgate said, he was well aware of his own injuries. Without any external help, if Qin Yu wanted to recover from his soul injuries, he would need to spend at least several dozen years, or perhaps even longer. To a calamity immortal realm cultivator, several dozen years or even several hundred years weren't anything at all. A long period of seclusion was much longer than that. But Qin Yu was different. Ning Ling had borrowed the power of darkness to temporarily delay the arrival of death. At most, she could maintain this for 200 years. He didn't have much time to waste on his soul injuries. "Westgate, is there any way for me to recover?" "No." Qin Yu shook his head. "I don't believe you," Solitary Westgate said in a low voice. "Qin Yu, I know what you are thinking, but I must remind you that as long as you are alive, there is a chance that Ning Ling will wake up. If something happens to you, no one will be able to save her. You must always remember this." Qin Yu lightly said, "If you are so excited, then it must be because you really do have a way to help me recover from my soul injuries. It doesn't matter if you don't want to tell me. As the demonic path's holy sovereign, as long as I want to, I will definitely be able to find it." He closed his eyes. "Westgate, you should understand. In this world, there will always be one or two people that you are willing to pay any price to cherish, protect, and save. To you, your sister-in-law and nephew are like that. To me, Ning Ling is also like that. I won't force you to tell me the method, but I will definitely find out. It is only a matter of time." Solitary Westgate's complexion darkened. He roared out, "That's right, Your Majesty the Saint Sovereign is wise and perceptive. There is indeed a method in this world that can restore your soul injuries to their original state in a short period of time. This method is called ashes to ashes. It is like a campfire that has been lit and the last bit of heat is stimulated. Although it can be exchanged for a moment of light and heat, when it reaches its end, it will usher in eternal annihilation. Qin Yu, this is all I have to say. As for what choice you make, that is for you to decide. I only hope that you can remain calm and not regret it." Solitary Westgate flicked his sleeves and left, his back blazing with anger. Qin Yu watched him leave with a light expression. He knew that Solitary Westgate was only angry because they were friends. If it were someone unrelated to him, who would care about his life or death? "Westgate, you and I walk the same path. Since you already know my choice, why do you need to be so annoyed? Ashes to ashes? The name is quite sad, but in my life, my luck has never been bad. I cannot wait, but I will not die either." As Qin Yu said, with the reputation of the demonic path's Saint Sovereign, obtaining the jade slip containing the ashes to ashes secret method was a simple matter. Yuqi arrived in front of the soft couch. She looked at the jade slip on the round table. After several breaths of silence, she reached out a hand and covered Qin Yu with the blanket. "Your Majesty, I will not stop your decision. I only hope that Your Majesty can take care of yourself. Don't forget that besides Big Sister, you also have a woman." Qin Yu opened his eyes, guilt in them. "Yuqi, I have let you down." Yuqi shook her head. Tears flowed down her cheeks as she leaned against him. "I don't want to hear it. As long as Your Majesty is safe and sound, I don't care about anything else." Qin Yu lifted a hand and stroked her dark hair. "Don't worry, I promise you that nothing will happen." A deep light flashed in the depths of his eyes. He had already memorized the ashes to ashes secret method. Even if he could restore his injuries, he wouldn't be able to maintain it for too long. Before he exhausted his soul force, He had to find a way to save Ning Ling and himself. Qin Yu didn't know whether or not he could do it, but he knew that he had no other choice. Chapter 674. 4 days after Solitary Westgate left the demonic path's small world, he returned. He tossed a blood-stained jade slip to Qin Yu and gloomily turned to leave. He returned to his residence, fell into his bed, and immediately fell into a deep sleep. This world was far too large. It had experienced trillions of years, and through the changes of time, there were countless large and small secrets hidden within. Even the supreme beings of this world didn't dare to underestimate it. This jade slip came from a desperate situation in the land of divinity and demons. Even with Solitary Westgate's cultivation, he still had to pay a considerable price to obtain it. In particular, his current state was far from being restored to its peak. Qin Yu looked at it. The jade slip hadn't dried up yet and instead maintained a potent amount of blood. It was clear that its master was an extremely tyrannical existence. A touch of emotion appeared in his eyes, but Qin Yu didn't say anything. Some things were best kept in mind. Suppressing these thoughts, he probed the jade slip with his divine sense. There wasn't the least bit of information within. Instead, an icy cold aura gushed out, like flowing ice water. It poured into his mind, making his thoughts clear and bright. This icy cold aura automatically condensed into tiny runes that could only be sensed by the soul. They were like stars in the night sky, decorating his soul space. Runes appeared one after another, increasing in number. There didn't seem to be any pattern to them, but within his soul space, the temperature began to gradually fall. This so-called temperature was only a description. To be more precise, it was a powerful imprisoning aura. It wasn't a restraining or suppressing aura, but a layer of isolation. It was like a flame needing to come into contact with air in order to burn. Similarly, with this layer of isolation, the speed at which Qin Yu's soul force burned would be greatly reduced. Qin Yu opened his eyes, a bit of joy in them. With this imprisonment, he could last for at least another 10 years. If he didn't recklessly use his soul force, he might be able to last even longer. He stood up and left. First, he looked at Solitary Westgate's condition. He was still in a deep sleep. Although his aura was a bit weak, it wasn't too much of a problem. After a good night's sleep and some rest, he should be able to recover. Qin Yu looked up at the bright skies and revealed a thoughtful look. Before Solitary Westgate woke up, he could make other preparations ahead of time. He stepped out and appeared in Yuqi Palace. He smiled at her and said, "I'll bring you to see some acquaintances." Grabbing her, he moved and arrived within the sphere of influence of the Dark Night Demon region. His divine sense broke out from his body and swept out, instantly locking onto a familiar aura. However, Qin Yu looked up towards the depths of the Dark Night Demon region. There was a deep darkness there that was as thick as ink and emitted an icy cold aura. Without a doubt, this darkness should be where the Dark Night Divine Seat went into seclusion. He didn't know why, but he could feel a trace of ruthlessness here. He frowned and looked deeply into the darkness. Then, he flicked his sleeves and the rules around him twisted, completely concealing his and Yuqi's auras. In the darkness, the goddess of the night closed her eyes, concealing the hatred in them. Ashes and ashes. Qin Yu, you absolutely cannot die early. I will personally take revenge for everything you have done. The low growl echoed in the darkness. In a dim hall, Shan Wugu's eyes flashed open. As he saw two people emerge from the spatial fluctuations in front of him, his eyes lit up with excitement. Taking a deep breath, he stood up and bowed respectfully. "Greetings, sacred emperor and sacred consort." A gentle strength gushed out from the void and supported him. He smiled. "There's no need to be so careful. No one will discover that I came to see you." Shan Wugu's lips moved, but in the end he didn't say anything. He nodded a bit awkwardly. Even though they had once been best friends, with the passage of time, circumstances had changed. The massive disparity in status was something that no one could ignore. Qin Yu could understand this. He sighed inwardly, his smile unchanged. Potato, we cannot stay here for long. The reason I came to see you today is to bid our farewells. A moment later, Qin Yu brought Yu Qi away. Shan Wugu stood in the hall, a pitch-black jade archive in his hand. Potato. Qin Yu, thank you. You will forever be my brother, no matter where you go. I hope everything goes smoothly for you. Qin Yu met Yu Qi's gaze and rubbed his temples. I will definitely explain everything to you. Can you wait a moment? Yu Qi nodded. But her faintly furrowed eyebrows revealed the worry in her heart. With a wave of his hand, Qin Yu tore open space and brought Yu Qi in. Their destination this time was the land of exiles on the other end of the Endless Sea region. Within Immortal Eclipse Valley, Gu Ling Er's eyes widened. Big brother Qin Yu. With a cheer, she threw herself into his arms like a swallow returning to its nest. Qin Yu smiled. This time, Big Brother will bring you to the land of divinity and demons. 2 days later, Gu Ling Pil Crucible, Daoist Wang, Jiang Li, and the others all followed Qin Yu into the small world of the demonic path. After the destruction of the immortal sect, looking at the entire land of divinity and demons, the demonic path was invincible. Even with the Chu Empire as the leader of the 5 countries, they could only remain passive. Now that they arrived, there was no longer any danger. After everyone was settled, Solitary Westgate finally awoke. He opened his eyes and saw Qin Yu brewing tea in his room. He frowned and slowly sat up. What do you plan on doing next? Qin Yu didn't stop brewing tea. He lightly said, As you think. Solitary Westgate let out a long breath. As I thought, you wanted to take this step. He hesitated for a moment before finally sighing. Qin Yu didn't hesitate. When he used the ember ash flying technique, he had already guessed what would happen. Now, he only received confirmation. Qin Yu picked up the pot and poured some water. He gestured with his hand. Westgate has helped me many times. I don't know if I will be able to return, so I will use this cup of tea to express my gratitude. Solitary Westgate sat down and sneered. You want to send me away with a cup of tea? Qin Yu, don't forget your promise. My wife and children are waiting for you to help revive them. Qin Yu's expression was calm. I naturally don't want to die, so I invited you to drink tea to express my gratitude. I also hope to obtain your help once more. Solitary Westgate had no expression. Are you sure that I can help you in this matter? Qin Yu shook his head. I can't be sure, but I have some confidence. The reason? You seem to have known a long time ago that this world isn't the only one. Solitary Westgate was silent for a moment. Your thoughts are truly meticulous. You should have been paying attention to this matter for a long time. Qin Yu didn't deny it. He earnestly said, In these past 2 days I have searched through the ancient texts. Although I have found some clues, I haven't been able to find the exact method to step out of this world. Westgate, if you know something, please tell me. That's right, his next plan was to step out of the land of divinity and demons and enter an even vaster world. Only like this would he be able to find a way to restore himself before he suffered a backlash from Yufan's flying ashes. Only then would he be able to save Ning Ling and the child in her womb for the next 200 years, allowing them to safely survive and no longer suffer. Solitary Westgate was silent for an even longer period of time. The hall fell silent for a long time before it was broken by a sigh. Qin Yu, you are the first person in this world to know of this secret. Yun Yang and I are not living beings of this world. Many years ago, there was an accident that caused us to arrive here. He looked up at the nothingness in front of him. His eyes glazed over as he fell into his memories. My and Yun Yang's homeland is a world completely different from the land of divinity and demons. There are no immortal or demonic Tao techniques there, nor are there any demons or monsters. Rather, it is a different path of evolution that we call science and technology. Can you imagine that a group of weak and ant-like beings can also fly into the heavens and dive into the earth, explore the seabed, and even travel through the highest heavens? When the road of science and technology came to an end, all sorts of terrifying weapons of mass destruction appeared one after another. They were incomparably powerful and could similarly destroy the heavens and earth. When I first arrived in the land of divinity and demons, Yun Yang and I were scared witless. Luckily, the luck of those who crossed over here was very good. We inadvertently found the inheritances of a powerful ancient civilization and became the so-called God-Eater clan. We also had a heaven-defying cultivation talent. I originally thought that this would be similar to those in novels or television dramas, a magnificent counterattack of the lowly. But while I guessed the beginning, I didn't guess the ending. When I was at my most proud, Yun Yang and Ning were murdered and left me. Solitary Westgate shook his head and laughed at himself. I've gone off topic. I don't think you have much interest in these things, so let's get to the main topic. In the past, when Yun Yang and I entered the land of divinity and demons, we were in a terrifying mystic realm. There was a black hole there that connected to the outside world. But there is something I must warn you about. Afterwards, in order to save Yun Yang and Ning, it wasn't that I didn't have the same thoughts as you. So, I stepped into that black hole once more. But my luck wasn't very good. Not long after I entered, I encountered a terrifying monster beast. If it weren't for a sudden eruption of a swallowing strength that pulled it into the turbulent flows of space, I would have already been buried there. Qin Yu frowned. He said in a low voice, "This black hole isn't just connected to your original hometown?" Solitary Westgate nodded. That's right. The black hole that entered the land of divinity and demons is only one of the exits. Afterwards, I carefully tried several more times and finally determined that this black hole can connect to multiple worlds. The reason I was able to safely enter the land of divinity and demons in the past could only be considered good luck. Qin Yu, believe me, most of the worlds that black holes connect to are incomparably terrifying. In fact, when I was in the black hole, through the distorted and collapsing space, I was able to see countless lands of extinction. Some were filled with monstrous flames, some were filled with horrifying monster beasts, and some were even in a state of collapse. If you aren't careful and are sucked in, the result will be death. Qin Yu's complexion was cloudy and uncertain. If everything was as Solitary Westgate said, then stepping into the black hole was the same as taking a step into the gates of hell. But besides this black hole, he couldn't find any other way to leave the land of divinity and demons and step into the outside world. Was this a dead knot? Solitary Westgate earnestly said, "Qin Yu, I hope that you can consider this carefully. If there is any other way, it is best not to step into this black hole." Qin Yu was startled. These words of exhortation had exposed his current situation. Besides this black hole, he couldn't find any other way to leave the land of divinity and demons. In other words, even if there really was another way, how long would he need to spend to find it? 10 years? 20 years? Or even longer? After using the ember ashes flying technique, how many decades would he have? He took a deep breath. The anxiety, hesitation, and restlessness in his eyes completely scattered. When he opened them again, there was only silence. Calmness meant steadiness without any waves. Stillness meant calmness, clarity of mind. Since there was no way back, he could only step forwards. Whether it was fear or awe, it wouldn't help him at all. It would only make him die faster. Solitary Westgate sighed. "It looks like I wasn't able to change your mind in the end." Qin Yu lightly said, "Westgate, you know my current state. I simply don't have time to waste." Solitary Westgate nodded. "Since you've already made your decision, I will lead you there. But before that, you had best make arrangements for your affairs." Qin Yu said, "I've already been making arrangements these past 2 days. You and I can leave tomorrow." He stood up and walked out. When he reached the entrance to the hall, he didn't look back. If something happens to me tomorrow, I'll have to ask you to look after me." He strode away. Solitary Westgate's eyes revealed a trace of admiration. If it weren't for Ning Ling, Qin Yu would have had a great deal of time to recuperate from his injuries. With his current talent, as long as he had enough time, his future achievements would be limitless. When the time came, he would naturally be able to step out of the land of divinity and demons. But now, Qin Yu had walked down an incomparably dangerous road. There was no light on this road and he couldn't see any future. In this world, what was love? At this time, Qin Yu was troubled by love. After he brushed it off that day, Yuqi didn't ask any further. But her worries never disappeared. In any case, it was impossible to conceal this matter from her. But to Yuqi this was far too unfair. Ha! Qin Yu sighed inwardly. He pushed open the door and entered the hall. Since he couldn't find a suitable excuse, he could only tell her the truth. He looked up at the hall and met Yuqi's eyes. She was placing the bowls and chopsticks. The maids in the hall had been sent away, so she was the only one present. "Your Majesty has arrived. Quickly take a seat." Yuqi walked over with a gentle smile and had Qin Yu take a seat. She was a bit nervous. "Although I found someone to help watch from the side, each dish was personally made by me. If the taste isn't good, I hope that your Majesty can forgive me." Qin Yu smiled. "I will definitely eat more of the dishes you personally made." He picked up his chopsticks and took a few bites as Yuqi nervously watched. After chewing and swallowing, Qin Yu gave her a thumbs up. "The taste is very good. Although it was a bit exaggerated, besides the dishes not looking too good, the taste was quite good." Yuqi brightly smiled. "It's good that your Majesty is satisfied." She sat at the side, helping Qin Yu pour wine and take out dishes. She would occasionally take a bite or two, her eyes rarely leaving Qin Yu's face. Although no one said anything, the reluctance to part in the hall was exceptionally clear. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Qin Yu patted his stomach and set down his chopstick. Yuqi had already brewed some tea and she offered it to him with both hands. After taking a few sips, Qin Yu said, "Do you already know?" Yuqi lowered her head. "Your Majesty has been looking through ancient texts these past 2 days. I now control a portion of the Holy Emperor Palace's authority, so I couldn't help but look through them. I ask that your Majesty forgive me." Qin Yu pulled her back. "I'm sorry, but this matter. I understand." Yuqi interrupted him. "Although I hope that I can be together with your Majesty for a long time, I also know that it is impossible for you to give up on Ning Ling. Your Majesty, I do not ask for anything. I only hope that you can remember that there are 2 women in the land of divinity and demons who are waiting for you. I ask that you take care of yourself." The next day, without anyone knowing, Qin Yu and Solitary Westgate quietly left the demonic path's small world. The Holy Emperor Palace sealed itself off and announced to the outside world that His Majesty the Holy Sovereign had yet to recover from his injuries and would enter a long period of seclusion to cultivate. Between the heavens and earth, the land was vast and boundless. But the area covered by the endless sea was actually far larger than the land. After billions of years, the vast sea had experienced vicissitudes of time. In the distant past, the vast sea might have once been a continent filled with people. The black hole that Solitary Westgate used to enter the land of divinity and demons was originally located at the peak of a towering mountain. But now it was hidden deep in the sea. In the clear skies, several seabirds soaring through the skies seemed to be startled. They flapped their wings and flew into the distance. In the next moment, space twisted and Solitary Westgate and Qin Yu stepped out. Looking down at the sea, Solitary Westgate said in a low voice, "We've arrived." With a flick of his sleeves, the sea water parted. It was like a bottomless abyss had been torn open in the sea. Qin Yu nodded. "Let's go." Whoosh, whoosh, the 2 of them instantly flew in. The sea water parted to the sides. With a loud rumbling sound, the sound shook the heavens and earth. The light coming from above became increasingly weak, and the surroundings gradually fell into darkness. But to the supreme beings of this world, pure darkness was meaningless. They could clearly see everything beneath the sea. Whoosh, the sea water suddenly broke apart and a giant sea beast drilled out. It roared, "This is the territory of the Lord Supreme, no one is allowed to enter." A terrifying aura erupted. It was actually much stronger than that of an ordinary calamity immortal. Solitary Westgate stopped. He lifted a hand and a rune appeared between his fingers. In the darkness, it released a faint blue light. The great beast instantly restrained its aura, and its massive body fell to the ground. Its voice was incomparably respectful. "Humble guard greets the Lord Supreme." Solitary Westgate lightly said, "I never thought that after so many years, you would still be guarding this place." The great beast said, "I will follow the Lord's will for the rest of my life. I will not dare to slack off in the slightest." Solitary Westgate nodded. "Very good. Lead the way and bring us to the place you are guarding." The great beast roared. It swung its tail and tore through the sea water, howling as it dove to the seabed. Solitary Westgate met Qin Yu's eyes and said, "This great beast is called Leviathan. I inadvertently saved it in the black hole. In order to repay me, it has guarded this place on its own initiative. After so many years, I never imagined that it would still be here." Qin Yu's eyes flashed. He suddenly said, "Leviathan, you managed to come out of the black hole alive. Just what dangers are inside?" The great beast turned its head, its giant eyes staring at Qin Yu. "You want to enter the black hole?" Qin Yu nodded. The great beast sneered. "In the past, even the Lord Supreme only narrowly escaped with his life. If you enter, you will undoubtedly die." Solitary Westgate shouted out, "How insolent! Do not be rude to His Majesty the Demon Sovereign. The Demon Sovereign is in existence on the same level as me. His absolute strength is even above mine." Leviathan hurriedly lowered its head in apology. But, it still said, "I am speaking the truth. If the Demon Sovereign is your friend, you should have stopped him." Qin Yu said, "Leviathan, how about we make a bet? If I don't die after entering the black hole, then you will be the mount of my future child. How about it?" Leviathan was stunned. Qin Yu laughed. "If you don't speak, then I will take it as you tacitly agree. Westgate, be our witness." Leviathan. Chapter 675. The pitch-black deep sea was no longer calm. The tumbling icy cold seawater was like a trapped beast, crazily pounding against the walls of water that were separated on both sides, emitting deafening rumbling sounds. Solitary Westgate said, "Starting from here, you and I are considered to have stepped into the range of the mystic realm's power. It is best to be a bit more cautious." Even with his cultivation level, he had to point this out. From this, one could imagine how much dread he felt in his heart. Qin Yu nodded, not saying anything. Leviathan couldn't help but turn his head, a strange light flashing in his eyes. Although Solitary Westgate had said that Qin Yu was in existence on the same level as him, he couldn't feel any oppressive aura coming from Qin Yu's body. "Humph humph, just how much weight His Majesty the Demon Sovereign has, we'll find out in a bit. If you're just a silver spear, then go back to where you came from. Don't throw yourself into the black hole and die." Bang! With a loud explosion, the walls of water shattered. The icy cold seawater surged forwards, condensing into a fierce serpent. It had 2 pairs of transparent wings that flapped at an incomparably fast speed. At this time, its target was Qin Yu, whose aura was the least obvious out of the 3 people and 1 beast. It opened its mouth, and between its fangs, one could smell a foul stench. Leviathan's 2 giant eyes locked onto Qin Yu. This serpent was formed from the power of the mystic realm, and was extremely tyrannical. Even if it wanted to deal with it, it would have to expend a great deal of effort. Qin Yu moved. He lifted a hand and pointed out a finger. Then, he drew back his hand and then, there was no then. Leviathan's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. It stared blankly at that aggressive serpent. As if it had been smashed by a mountain, it instantly disintegrated. And all of this was because Qin Yu had lifted his hand and pointed out a finger. If the strength of this finger fell on its body, just what would the result be? Just thinking about this caused a cold sweat to form on Leviathan's body. But at this time, Qin Yu suddenly looked up at it, the corners of his lips curling up. Fuck! Leviathan shivered, feeling as if it would cry. It was well aware that its thoughts of wanting to watch the fun had been discovered. This was simply AF** King Disaster. To be targeted by such a person with world-shaking strength, one wouldn't even know how one died. He was simply a stupid pig. Lord Shiman had already said that His Majesty the Devil Emperor was in existence on the same level as him, so how could he dare to be disrespectful? Kun fiercely swung its tail, and a powerful aura burst out of its body. Its deep voice was sonorous and powerful. "Two lords, you don't have to waste your energy on this. This little one will open the way for you." It moved its body with all its might, crushing everything in its way and shattering the power of the arcane realm that was spreading out. "Your Majesty the Demon Emperor, people say that it is a great thing to know one's mistake and change for the better. Please be magnanimous and let me off this time." With the Koan beast leading the way, Xiao Chen's speed increased greatly. He continued to descend, and when he passed through an invisible barrier, the roaring of the sea disappeared. A verdant mountain range, overflowing with vitality, appeared in his line of sight. It lay at the bottom of the deep sea and stretched for tens of thousands of miles without end. Birds soared above the mountain range, and deep roars of beasts could be heard from time to time in the dense forest where no one could be seen. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, he would find it hard to believe that tens of thousands of miles beneath the deep sea actually existed such a mountain range filled with vitality. It was like it possessed some sort of invisible power. Whether it was in the deep sea or beneath the great sun, it could maintain its original appearance. Feeling the tyrannical aura of the Kuan beast, a thunderous roar exploded in the mountains. "Kuan, you actually dare to come back? Then don't leave. Stay here and be my dinner." A mushroom cloud soared into the sky. The mountain range below loudly collapsed and countless thick trees were shattered into powder by the formidable strength. A massive shadow passed through the mushroom cloud and leapt into the air. It had 4 thick and powerful limbs and 2 tusks jutted out from its lip. Its hair was pitch black and shiny like iron needles. This was an incomparably strong wild boar. As it leapt into the air, the wild boar's eyes widened in anger. It finally discovered solitary Westgate and Qin Yu standing to the side. Its body fiercely crouched down, and its front legs stretched taut in the air. It came to a standard sudden stop, causing ripples to appear in space. It roared, flustered, and exasperated. "Despicable little beast, this is a fair battle between us 2 beast kings, and yet you dare to look for helpers? I, this pig, am ashamed to be associated with you." It turned around and exerted force with its hind legs. Then, it slipped away like a wisp of smoke. The Koan beast panicked. "Two lords," this wild boar spoke rudely. "How could you 2 allow it to run away? You must ruthlessly punish it." Solitary Westgate had no expression. "Koan beast, don't you think you should give me an explanation? I ordered you to guard the mystic realm, so why is it that the one in charge here is a wild boar monster?" A demonic light flashed and the Koan beast transformed into a strong man. His face was flushed red and he stammered, "My lord, please punish me." He really didn't have the face to explain. Who knew just which corner of the black hole this damned wild boar had jumped out from? It was incomparably strong, especially with its shiny black boar skin. Its defensive strength was even more terrifying than a city wall's. Striking it with all of its strength didn't even cause it any pain. Ever since this wild boar jumped out from the black hole, the Koan beast had fought with it dozens of times in order to defend its territory and authority. It had used all of its abilities, but the result was that not only was it unable to defeat this wild boar, but the more it fought, the more it retreated. Finally, it was forced out of the mystic realm, and could only return to its original form, living in the pitch-black and icy cold sea. What nonsense! Weren't high-level monster beasts extremely intelligent? If it weren't for the fact that they were forced, who wouldn't want to live in this comfortable mystic realm? Wasn't it because they were forced? Solitary Westgate frowned. When I came here in the past, I never saw this wild boar. Did it run out from the black hole? The Kuan beast said, "It is as my lord says. This wild boar has only been out for several dozen years, and its strength is about the same as mine. But its defensive strength is truly abnormal. For these past several dozen years, I have been humiliated by it. I ask that my lord take revenge for me." The man, who was nearly 2 meters tall, began to cry at the drop of a hat. He immediately fell to the ground with a heartbroken expression. Anyone who saw it would be moved to tears. In any case, since it had already lost face, it had to make sure it was worth it. This was a heaven-sent opportunity, and it had to grasp it. It had to borrow the hands of these two lords to eliminate this damned wild boar. Otherwise, its future life as a beast would be filled with darkness. Wandering in the deep sea, it wouldn't be able to eat or sleep. The Kuan beast didn't want to live another day. Solitary Westgate coldly snorted. He certainly understood its thoughts, but the Kuan beast was extremely obedient and could be considered one of his subordinates. He needed its help in guarding the mystic realm. "If there is no delay, I will clean up that wild boar." The Kuan beast was overjoyed. "Thank you, my lord, thank you, my lord. Ha ha ha, damned wild boar, your end has arrived." It looked up at Qin Yu and saw that the demon sovereign was frowning, as if he were deep in thought. This left the Kuan beast envious. He was truly worthy of being a supreme existence on the same level as Lord Westgate. Even such a fierce wild boar monster didn't have the qualifications to attract his attention. Instead, he was just standing there thinking about his own matters. TSK, when will we have such a day?" The Kuan beast shook its head and suppressed its envy. As it thought of how the wild boar monster was about to suffer, it immediately became excited. It shouted, "I will lead the way for the two lords." The sooner they finished, the sooner they could slaughter the boar. Tonight, this grandfather wants to eat a pig feast. In the rolling mountain range, in a cave filled with gold and silver, and overflowing with the aura of a nouveau riche, Zhu Dagong lay down on a thick tiger skin, gasping for breath. Damn, this was just too frightening. Although the two people standing beside the Kuan beast didn't reveal too much of their auras, Zhu Dagong's eyes weren't to be trifled with. He could immediately see that these two were ruthless characters that ate pigs without spitting out the bones. If he hadn't sensed anything and rushed forwards, he feared he would have already been skinned alive, fried, and served on the dining table. That damned Kuan beast, how shameless and despicable! Luckily I ran away fast enough. Zhu Dagong's breathing steadied a little. But at this time, he suddenly shivered and his eyes widened. Something's wrong, this feeling, damn it, someone must be thinking of me. Zhu Dagong crawled up and paced back and forth several times. Then, his body turned into a monstrous wind that howled through the cave, taking away all the gold and silver. A wise man knows when to fight when the odds are against him. I'll leave here first and hide in that secret area. Kuan beast, will slowly settle our debts in the future. The monstrous wind rushed out of the cave and flew deeper into the mountain range, vanishing from sight. Hidden deep in the seabed mountain range, not only was there a rich life force, but there were also tremendous dangers. In a short period of time, Qin Yu saw several extremely powerful strange beasts. Even an ordinary calamity, immortal realm cultivator, would have trouble dealing with them. But the Kuan beast easily dealt with them. It was clear just how tyrannical it was. As for the slightly stronger strange beasts, in order to not waste time, with Solitary Westgate and Qin Yu taking action, it was much easier to clean them up. Afterwards, the powerful strange beasts in the mountain range realized that the intruders weren't something they could resist, so they retreated early. Half a day later, they reached the end of the tens of thousands of miles of dangerous mountain range. In front of them was a towering mountain. It was thick at the base and sharp at the top. It was shaped like an upside-down cone. Even though there were countless plants growing on it, the surface was smooth and flat, without any creases or creases. With just a glance, one could determine that this mountain range wasn't formed naturally, but was refined by someone. Solitary Westgate said, "I also suspect that this mountain range itself is a refined treasure. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to find a way to subdue it. The spatial black hole is at the summit. Let's not waste any more time. Let's go up." Climbing a mountain wasn't a simple matter, but that was only relatively speaking. Solitary Westgate stepped forwards and his body was like a balloon as he floated up the mountain. As for Qin Yu, he kept his feet firmly planted on the ground. He climbed up step by step. Although his pace didn't seem fast, he steadily followed behind. The Kuan beast had a look of envy in its eyes. It couldn't accomplish such a difficult movement, so it obediently reverted to its original form. Relying on its great strength, it rumbled all the way up, filled with momentum. The mountain peak was shaped like an upside-down cone. The higher it went, the thicker the air became. It was like an invisible glue tightly wrapping around its body. Every step forwards required a great deal of strength. Moreover, what left Qin Yu feeling even more fierce was that deep and low syllables echoed out from the depths of his heart with every step he took. Thump, thump, it was as if he was a drumstick, and the smooth mountain peak beneath his feet was a giant cowhide drum. These short syllables were deep and heavy, possessing a formidable penetrating power. They were like great waves that constantly impacted the mind. The Kuan beast's eyes widened and it gasped for breath. Fatigue was one thing, but the more important reason was that it was resisting the rumbling in its heart. This sort of feeling was like millions of gongs and drums were beating in its mind at the same time, stimulating it to the point of wanting to explode. Its eyes fell on Solitary Westgate and Qin Yu. One floated up and the other was calm and dignified, neither of them seeming tired at all. Even if one disregarded their cultivation bases, the two of them had already tempered their minds to an extremely shocking level. TSK, they were trapped in such a low-level world, and yet they could reach such height. If they were to enter a higher-level cultivation world, their achievements would be unimaginable. The mountain peak was high, but no matter how far it was, as long as they kept moving forwards they would eventually reach it. 2 hours later, just as the Kuan beast was about to collapse, they finally arrived at the mountain peak. It was a sharp point, but this point actually contained infinite space. Stepping in, the space in front of them immediately twisted. When their vision was restored once more, they found themselves in an unstable space that shook. It covered an enormous area. One could tell with a single glance that it was no smaller than the area covered by the mountain range outside. But now, the eyes of two people and one beast were drawn to a 1,000-foot wide black hole in the skies. The space around it trembled. Ripples spread out in all directions. Runes appeared in the ripples, all of them purple and gold in color. They constantly spun on their own, mysterious to the extreme. The inside of the black hole was pitch black. If one looked within, it seemed as if they would be captured and swallowed up, leading to an unpredictable world. This was the black hole that Solitary Westgate spoke of that had sent him into the land of divinity and demons. The Kuan beast shrank back, awe in its eyes. In the past, it had inadvertently been sucked in. If it weren't for Solitary Westgate helping out, it would have died without a grave. Even though tens of millions of years had passed, thinking about it now, it still felt as if it had fallen into an icy lake. That feeling of powerlessness and fear was something it never wanted to experience again. The demon sovereign actually wanted to rush into a black hole. It simply couldn't understand why. Otherwise, with his cultivation, he could easily live for tens of millions of years, more than enough to enjoy the tumultuous world of mortals. The koan beast shook its head. Perhaps this was the strange hobby of powerhouses challenging themselves. It looked away, but at this time, without warning, it met another pair of eyes. After a moment of shock, the koan beast's eyes widened. Then, it grinned and laughed. "Good, you wild boar, you actually ran here." It originally wanted to find trouble with the koan beast after this matter was over, but this boar monster had actually delivered itself to its doorstep. This was simply wonderful. Lord Westgate placed a great deal of importance on this black hole. If Pig Dagong ran here, he absolutely wouldn't have a good ending. Feeling the temperature in the air drop, Big Pig wanted to cry, but no tears came out. In all honesty, he had run all the way here to hide from these two fiendish stars. How could he have imagined that he would run into them here? Chapter 676. Solitary Westgate's face was like water. "Evil creature, I originally wanted to leave you alive and guard the mystic realm with the Leviathan beast, but I never thought you would dare to run here and act so insolently. How could I allow you to do this?" The infinite heavens and myriad worlds were vast and boundless. This black hole was his only chance to return to his homeland. Solitary Westgate had promised his wife and son that once they revived, he would find a way to bring them back. With this promise, he placed even more importance on the space black hole. For this wild boar to run here to seek shelter, that could be considered touching on Solitary Westgate's reverse scale. Bang! There was a loud bang in the void, and a majestic force suddenly erupted, sending the wild boar demon flying and crashing heavily onto the ground. The earth rumbled and a terrifying crater appeared. The wild boar monster cried out miserably, "My lord, please spare me! Please spare me!" His eyes were filled with pleading and fear, causing people to subconsciously feel pity for him. The koan beast grinned. Although it hated this wild boar to the bone, they were both beast kings. Seeing it fall to such a state, it couldn't help but feel complicated emotions. Qin Yu faintly smiled. He looked at the wild boar monster that was howling with all its might. This fellow's skin was truly thick and coarse. Solitary Westgate hadn't held back at all just now, and even a supreme-level strike hadn't been able to cause any substantial damage to it. This guy was quite good at acting. If Qin Yu could see through it, then there was no reason for Solitary Westgate to be fooled. His complexion became increasingly ugly, and a cold light seeped out from the depths of his eyes. What a guy! The attack that was prepared to kill this wild boar actually didn't injure him in the slightest. For a supreme being, this was really too humiliating. What's more, this wild boar actually dared to bark. Who was it trying to fool? This was simply intolerable. He raised his hand, and the air thickened. A terrifying aura erupted like a volcano, sweeping out in all directions. The wild boar demon quivered. Its 4 short and thick legs suddenly exerted force, and it jumped out of the pit. Its small eyes were wide open, revealing true fear. Solitary Westgate was serious. No matter how thick his skin was, if he could block 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes, would he be able to persist forever? It was only a matter of time before he was killed. "Oh my God!" Old Zhu almost cried. "Wait!" Qin Yu suddenly said. Solitary Westgate frowned. He drew back his hand and asked, "What is it?" Qin Yu smiled. "This wild boar and I should be old acquaintances. Let me confirm it first." He took a step forward. "If you want to live, then do as I say. Do you understand?" The wild boar demon nodded its head furiously. As long as it could survive, it would do anything. "What? You're talking about the Beast King's face? Smelly dog fart. Survival was the most important thing. What was face? Can it eat or drink?" Qin Yu said, "Raise your front hoof." "No, the other one." The wild boar demon obediently switched over, all kinds of thoughts running through its mind. Why did this person ask me to lift his hoof? Even if he has some kind of bad hobby, he should ask me to lift his hind leg. Could it be that this person is more perverted than I thought? If Qin Yu knew what it was thinking right now, he would have killed it with a wave of his hand. Looking at the missing hoof, he let out a light breath, a look of nostalgia on his face. He had only thought it looked familiar, but he never imagined it would actually be the wild boar. Strictly speaking, Qin Yu and this wild boar's destiny was truly intertwined. Who would have thought he would see it here? Solitary Westgate revealed a look of surprise. You really know it? Qin Yu nodded. Not only do I know it, but our relationship is very deep. A long, long time ago, I was only the most humble disciple of a small sect in the land of exiles. But thanks to this pig, I was nearly beaten to death. Afterwards, it was this pig that saved my life and even helped me obtain a lucky chance that changed my destiny. He suddenly smiled. The reason you and I are able to meet can be considered because of this pig. Westgate, don't you think this is a bit funny? Solitary Westgate earnestly looked at Qin Yu. After determining that he wasn't joking, he was left speechless. Just what was going on here? The Koan beast's eyes widened, a dull expression on its face that seemed to say, I'm uncultured, don't lie to me. This wild boar was friends with the demon sovereign? This was absolutely impossible. It clearly ran out from a black hole in space. You haven't even gone in, so how could you recognize it? But the Koan beast only dared to roar these words in its heart. It didn't dare to speak them out loud. What nonsense! Qin Yu had already said this, and it still dared to question him. Did it think that it had lived for too long? Just now it had felt sad for the wild boar's bitter experience, and now it was angry that it had escaped calamity. It could only be said that the Koan beast was being unreasonable. Qin Yu lightly said, What, don't you recognize me? Eastern Mountain Sect, Medicine Garden, Mountain Valley, do you remember? The wild boar's mouth fell open, a shocked expression on its face. It certainly wouldn't forget the most thrilling scene of its life as a pig. It was just that Qin Yu's aura had been too strong, so it didn't dare to think in that direction. Now that it was pointed out by Qin Yu, although he had changed a bit, he still looked like that thin and weak youth in its memories. It's you. It's really you. You are. Qin Yu. Qin Yu nodded. That's right, it's me. The wild boar suppressed its shaking heart and squeezed out a smile. I never thought that you would have today's achievements. We are old acquaintances, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that we are friends who have gone through life and death together. Today was all a misunderstanding. Lord Qin Yu, please help me explain things and be magnanimous enough to let me go. Qin Yu said, In the past you nearly killed me, and then you saved me once more. The grudges between us are settled, and we can't be considered old acquaintances. If you want me to save you today, then honestly answer my questions. If you dare to deceive me, then I won't stop this person from attacking you. Solitary Westgate coldly snorted, shaking Zhu Dagong's heart. He quickly expressed his stance. I will definitely speak my mind and speak my mind. Qin Yu said, Very good. The first question is, why did you come out from this black hole in space? Zhu Dagong scowled. I don't know. I really don't know. That night in the past, after I killed someone and ran away, I don't know how I was swept away by a shattered space. When I woke up again, I had arrived in another world. That was a world where pigs ruled and wild boars were revered. I was recognized by that group of wild boar elders as a descendant of the Pig King's bloodline, and in my confusion, I became the heir to the throne. As he spoke, a nostalgic look appeared on his face. Those days of the past were truly memorable. All sorts of beautiful pigs were at his beck and call, and he had food and clothes at his fingertips. Moreover, a large group of wild boar elders forced him to eat all sorts of heavenly treasures every day. His cultivation rose by leaps and bounds, and he was so happy that snot bubbles came out of his nose. Unfortunately, some pigs rebelled and I was forced to flee. That damned wild boar divine artifact had a problem at a critical moment and I was sent into the turbulent flows of space. Luckily, my flesh was thick and I managed to escape alive. Then I came here. Qin Yu furrowed his eyebrows. Wait a minute. Tell me, how did you manage to leave the black hole alive? Is your flesh thick? Looking into Qin Yu's eyes, Dagong Pig suddenly had a foreboding premonition. But he didn't dare to lie. He could only brace himself and admit it. Solitary Westgate suddenly said, "How long did you take to leave the black hole?" "Humph. I cultivate supernatural powers so I can distinguish between truth and falsehood. You had best not speak nonsense, otherwise I will skin you alive and dry you to make jerky." Dagong Pig shook and began to cry. "I used around 20 days, it's true, I'm not lying, it was too terrifying inside. I almost died several times. People say that those who survive a calamity are destined for good fortune, but I still haven't enjoyed my blessings yet. I don't want to die." Solitary Westgate sucked in a deep breath. "You said that you rushed through the black hole for 20 days? His burning gaze caused Dagong Pig to shiver even more fiercely and his tears to flow even more violently. But he didn't dare to not answer. "Yes, yes." Solitary Westgate looked at Qin Yu, his eyes filled with emotion. "Your luck is really good." He didn't need to speak clearly to understand the meaning. Qin Yu smiled. "I've always been a lucky person." He coughed. "There are 2 paths. The first is what Westgate said just now, and that is to skin you alive and dry you to make jerky. The second is to enter the black hole with me. There isn't much time, so choose now." Dagong Pig was stunned. If the first path was death, then the second path was no different from death. Was there even a need to choose? Choose your sister, choose, choose, choose. He incomparably hoped that Qin Yu was joking. But as he looked into his eyes for 3 seconds, Dagong Pig's final hopes were shattered. It was true, it was true. He really wanted to enter the black hole. Thinking back to those 20 days when he wasn't a pig, Dagong Pig had trembled like a sieve. This time, he wasn't acting, he was truly afraid. He had an impulse to curse at Qin Yu and then die in any case. He was going to die anyway, so why suffer so much pain? But this impulse only lasted for a second before it disintegrated in Dagong Pig's heart. His brilliant life as a pig had just begun, so how could he be willing to die like this? "No, I can't give up. Moreover, after entering the black hole, I might not necessarily die. Although this bastard Qin Yu's cultivation was tyrannical, there were too many accidents in the black hole. Perhaps he would soon kick the bucket. If I hurried back at that time, perhaps nothing would happen to me. Yes, I can't give up, I have to persist." After Dagong Pig's thoughts violently fluctuated, he looked up with a heavy expression. "I choose the second path." Qin Yu smiled. "Smart. Then let's not delay any further. Let's go." Dagong Pig was stunned. "Big brother, this was the same as seeking death. Didn't you need to prepare yourself? Even if you were prepared, you should say your goodbyes. Why did you turn around and leave like this?" Seeing Qin Yu walk towards the black hole, Dagong Pig clenched his teeth and struggled to keep up. Solitary Westgate loudly said, "Qin Yu, you must return alive. You owe me so many favors and I am waiting to collect them all." Qin Yu didn't look back. He waved his hand. "As I said just now, my luck has always been excellent. Within 200 years, I will definitely return." Solitary Westgate laughed. "Good. I promise you that before you return, I will look after everything for you." "Thank you." After speaking, Qin Yu lifted his hand and grasped the air. As Dagong Pig cried out miserably, he grabbed him and stepped into the black hole. Schwa, as if they had fallen into black water, the man and pig instantly vanished from sight. The feeling of stepping into the black hole was like being placed in an incomparably terrifying vortex. It wildly spun around, leaving one dizzy and disoriented. And what was most terrifying was the tearing strength that surrounded them. Even with Qin Yu's mortal body's intensity, he still felt a stabbing pain beneath this tearing strength. He had no choice but to revolve his magic power to resist it. On the other hand, Zhu Dagong, who was at the side, was much calmer. The thick, black, and shiny fur on his body trembled slightly, dispelling the tearing force. Turning around, he could faintly see the exit he had just stepped through. Turning back was simple, but moving forwards was difficult to predict whether he would live or die or, to be more precise, it was a 9 out of 10 chance of death and 1 chance of survival. Qin Yu didn't hesitate. He looked away and said, "Let's go." Dagong Pig wailed in his heart. He could only follow behind. But just as he took a step forward, an icy voice echoed in his ears, "You walk in front." He was stunned. Looking at Qin Yu's indifferent face, Dagong Pig cursed inwardly. "You bastard! Even if you wanted this Grandpa Pig to be your shield, there was no need to make it so obvious." But no matter how much he cursed in his heart, Dagong Pig didn't dare to reveal any of his thoughts. His thick limbs moved forwards, and when Qin Yu couldn't see his expression, his lips curved up in a sly smile. "Hee, Qin Yu, no matter how treacherous and shameless you are, not being familiar with this black hole is your greatest shortcoming. Do you think that the dangers in the black hole all come from the front? Fine, even if most of them come from the front, the back might not be safe. Then, I ask you to do a good deed and end your own life as soon as possible so that this old pig can hurry up and leave. You will die a worthy death and I will be free." As his thoughts raced, Dagong's eyes suddenly widened. His 4 legs pushed outwards and he began to wildly run through the black hole. Qin Yu frowned. He didn't stop him or ask any questions. His figure flickered and he followed closely behind. Just as they rushed out, a turbulent space flow suddenly appeared in the black hole behind them. Passing through the distorted space barrier, one could faintly see a gray world within. As if sensing the aura of life, a loud roar resounded through this world. Then, the distorted space barrier was torn apart from the inside and a skeletal hand drilled out, grasping at Qin Yu and Dagong Pig. Qin Yu's mind shrank. Loud rumbling sounds rang out from within his body. This skeletal hand actually caused an instinctive great fear to rise up from the depths of his soul. At this time, the turbulent space flow in front of them vanished just as it had appeared. The skeletal hand retracted like a bolt of lightning before the space closed. Qin Yu let out a long breath. He discovered that a cold sweat had formed on his back. No wonder Solitary Westgate feared this black hole so much. In just a single breath of time, he had faced 2 great dangers. His eyes fell on Dagong. This fellow also had a frightened expression. He lifted his front hooves and wiped the sweat off his face. Qin Yu's eyes flashed. He said, "Let's keep going." He didn't have a clear destination, but he had to at least choose a high-level cultivation world that was suitable for survival. He hoped that his luck would be better and he could find a suitable exit as soon as possible. Reality proved that bragging didn't have a good ending. In the following 4 days, they encountered turbulent space flows several times and ran into numerous dangers. One of the strange winged beings that was thrown in by the turbulent space flows roared out some incomprehensible syllables. It took Qin Yu a great deal of effort to kill this person. What was hateful was that after this winged being died, its body directly exploded, causing a massive turbulent space flow. Luckily, Qin Yu had run away quickly, otherwise he would have been dragged to the grave with it. Dagong led the way in front. He groaned inwardly. 4 days had already passed. If they went any further, he wouldn't be able to find the way back. But this bastard Qin Yu, not only was he cautious but he was also strong. He had managed to escape several dangerous situations and still hadn't been injured. If things continued like this, he wouldn't be able to return even if he wanted to. He could only follow this bastard all the way to the dark. As he was feeling vexed, Dagong's eyes widened, revealing a hint of struggle. But soon, this struggle turned into determination. He had to go all out. Taking a risk was better than waiting here to die. He had to do it! Dagong roared out loud. His limbs gathered strength and he rushed forwards like a bolt of lightning. This wasn't the first time he had done this, and sure enough, Qin Yu's feet moved, following behind him like a shadow. Roar! Dagong suddenly roared. He raised his two hind hooves and used all of his strength to ruthlessly kick backward. His hooves instantly rose up, erupting with a rich black light. A tyrannical strength swept out like a tide. Qin Yu lifted a hand and punched out. Dagong cried out pitifully as he was sent flying away. But his eyes were actually filled with surprise. This was because he could clearly sense that after Qin Yu was kicked with all his strength, he had come to a momentary pause. That was already enough. As his body tumbled in the air, Dagong grinned. He lifted his front hooves and waved them at Qin Yu. "Goodbye, bastard!" Bang! A turbulent space flow suddenly appeared. Like a crocodile in a swamp, it opened its massive mouth and swallowed Qin Yu. But at this time, a rapidly growing arm drilled out from the turbulent space flow and grabbed the excited Dagong. "Don't!" With a miserable cry, Dagong was pulled in. In the next moment, the turbulent space flow vanished into a black hole. Qin Yu, who had transformed into an ancient, desperately resisted the destructive strength that came from the turbulent space flow. His complexion was pale. He had already asked solitary Westgate. After entering the space of a black hole, the most terrifying fate was to be sucked into the turbulent space flow. This was because this sort of turbulent space flow had no coordinates or direction. Any life that was sucked in would be sent to any random world. This sort of uncontrollable and unpredictable nature in itself represented a great deal of danger. Qin Yu had already discovered that besides Dagong's thick skin and thick flesh, he also seemed to have a keen sense for danger. Perhaps it was because of this that he was able to survive for 20 long days in the space of the black hole. But he never imagined that this bastard would dare to plot against him. Thinking of this, Qin Yu tightened his grip and Dagong began to howl like a ghost. "Lord Qin Yu, I was wrong, I was really wrong, I beg you to spare my life." Qin Yu took a deep breath and suppressed the tumbling killing intent in his chest. Killing this pig now wouldn't help the situation. If he left it alive, perhaps it would be useful in the future. Of course, Qin Yu wouldn't help this pig resist the strength of the turbulent space flow. If it couldn't withstand it and was torn to shreds, that would mean it had already died. Time slowly passed. The turbulent space flow showed no signs of dissipating. Qin Yu's face gradually paled and his eyes darkened. The vast majority of turbulent space flows would send life forms into random world. But there were also extremely rare exceptions. These turbulent space flows would fall into the cracks between worlds, constantly rushing about. If one was lucky, they would be able to find an exit in a short period of time. If they were unlucky, they could only be toyed to death. Dagong's high-pitched cries of pain had long since become weak. Only when he was seriously injured would he let out a grunt. Could it be that he would die together with this pig in the turbulent space flow? Qin Yu bitterly smiled. Indeed, he couldn't brag. He had just said that his luck had always been good, but now he had been slapped in the face. He took a deep breath and his heart began to vigorously beat. On the surface of the ancient's body, the wounds that were torn open by the turbulent space flow began to repair at an astonishing speed. But no matter how fast he repaired, he still couldn't keep up with the tearing speed. Soon, Qin Yu's ancient body was bathed in blood. The blood flowed down his arms to his palms and along the meridians of his fingers. It fell onto Dagong's body. After this blood touched Dagong's damaged flesh and blood, it actually fused into it. The dying Dagong actually obtained a trace of vitality. By borrowing the strength of the ancient's blood, he stubbornly survived. Within the turbulent space flow, time lost all meaning. Every breath of time seemed incomparably long, as if it were being twisted and stretched out. Qin Yu didn't know how much time passed, but there was one thing he was sure of. If he didn't leave the turbulent space flow soon, he would really die here. Resisting the destructive strength of the turbulent space flow, In addition to the massive loss of blood and the exhaustion of repairing his mortal body, Qin Yu became incomparably weak. Black spots began to appear in front of him. Just as he thought he wouldn't be able to escape this calamity, a brilliant light erupted without warning. It was so bright that even though he closed his eyes, he still couldn't help but tear up. He was out. Qin Yu rapidly sank down. Before he could rejoice, he crashed into the ground, tumbling several times before continuing to fall. Thump. Chapter 677. Creak. The sound of the old wooden door opening interrupted the silent youth on the bed. He opened his eyes. His calm eyes were dim, but they were as deep as the sea. Looking at the old woman who walked in, the youth smiled. "Granny, I've really troubled you to take care of me." The old woman was very old. Her skin had lost its luster and was now moist, like dried tree bark overlapping together. She smiled and waved her hand, but there were only a few broken teeth left in her open mouth. The granny was a mute. After several days of contact, the youth already knew this. After thanking her once more, he received the porcelain bowl from her hands. The black and white porcelain bowl was thick and heavy. It was unknown how many years it had been used for. The rim of the bowl was covered with cracks, but it was extremely clean. Now there was porridge placed inside, and there were some mushroom-shaped herbs floating within. The youth sighed inwardly. He had indeed met a good person. Although the medicinal efficacy of the herbs in the porridge was negligible to him, it was still extremely precious to the old woman's family. He had politely declined twice, saying that he didn't need the herbs and that he could still get better. But he had been scolded by the hale and hearty old man, who said that if a young man didn't pay attention to rest and recuperate, it would be troublesome once he grew older. The porridge tasted very good. Rice and herbs mixed with the smell of burning firewood. The youth drank it all and returned the bowl with both hands. "Granny, once my injuries are healed, I will definitely repay you." As he said this, his attitude was incomparably earnest. The granny smiled and nodded. She gestured for him to lie down and rest. Then, she turned and left with the bowl. Before the wooden door closed, he heard another set of footsteps in the courtyard, light and vigorous. The granny stopped and called out. The young woman's impatient voice sounded out, "I'm not hungry, don't disturb my sleep." A figure flashed outside the wooden door. Although it was fast, it was enough for Qin Yu to see the owner of the voice for the first time. She wore a close-fitting leather coat and hat. Although it was thick and heavy, it couldn't hide the young woman's beauty. It was just that the exposed skin was dark and rough, causing her charm to dim by a great deal. At the door, the granny sighed. She closed the door and left, but her footsteps were clearly slower. It was clear that her mood was heavy. On the bed, the young man frowned. As far as he was concerned, being able to have a pair of kind and loving grandparents was already an extremely great fortune, and this young woman really didn't care about her fortune. Shaking his head, the young man closed his eyes and began to organize the information he had obtained from the elderly couple over the past few days. Without a doubt, he was very lucky. Even though he was almost killed by the spatial turbulence, the world he entered was very suitable for cultivation. The extremely rich heaven and earth origin energy in the air was no worse than that of a demonic path, small world. This was the best proof of this. It had to be known that the demonic path's small world was the foundation of the entire demonic path. After countless generations of cultivators, it had reached its current level. And where was Qin Yu right now? In a remote mountain village, in the home of an old shepherd and his wife. There was no comparison between the two. Without a doubt, the cultivation standard of this world far surpassed that of the land of divinity and demons. But as to what level it was still unknown. That's right, the youth lying on the bed recovering from his injuries was the Qin Yu who had stepped into the spatial black hole and fallen into Zhu Dagong's trap. After a long time, he opened his eyes and muttered, "I can't absorb any of the rich heaven and earth origin energy here. Once I recover my ability to move in several days, I will have to find a way to expel the remnant space annihilation strength from my body as soon as possible. When Qin Yu left the turbulent space flows, he had nearly lost the ability to resist. A massive amount of space strength had corroded into his body and his cultivation had shattered. His ancient body had been severely damaged. If it weren't for his vitality being formidable enough, he feared his mortal body would have died long ago. With such serious bodily injuries, without the help of external strength, he would need an extremely long time to recover by relying on his own regenerative abilities. Qin Yu simply couldn't wait. Letting out a deep breath, Qin Yu suppressed the anxiety in his heart. In the current situation, he could only take things one step at a time. He closed his eyes and began to attempt to awaken the shattered cultivation in his body. Even if he could only control a small portion of it, he would still be able to gradually restore himself. Unfortunately, the space annihilation strength was extremely firm. The remnant power within Qin Yu's body was like an iron cage that locked down his cultivation. Even after trying for a long time, he still couldn't obtain anything. In his weak state, Qin Yu soon felt tired and fell into a deep sleep once more. 3 days later, Qin Yu was finally able to get off his bed and walk around. Although the demon body strength was slowly recovering, as long as he recovered even a tiny bit, it would be enough for him to maintain his mobility. This gave Qin Yu some confidence. As long as he could leave this room, he would be able to find a way to restore his injuries. The granny grinned at Qin Yu. She was amazed by this young man's regenerative abilities. After falling from such a high place, he was actually able to get out of bed in just a few days. His physique was amazing. The silver-haired old man humphed. In the past, I also fell down once. I was able to walk in 4 days and recover in 20 days. The elders in the village said that I had a talent for cultivation, but my luck wasn't good and I wasn't chosen by the immortals. Looking at Qin Yu's pale complexion, the old man frowned. Young people shouldn't try to be brave. Your injuries haven't healed yet, so it's best if you lie down. Qin Yu smiled and shook his head. I've been lying down for several days and my entire body is numb. Feels good to sit down and bask in the sun for a while. The old man nodded and continued to work on his carpentry. He was too old and couldn't continue to graze. If he picked up the skills he learned in his youth, he would be able to support the family. The granny brought out a cushion for Qin Yu and began to prepare fodder for the young black-horned sheep in the pen. This was a type of sheep that was snow white with 2 black horns on its head. Its meat was incomparably delicious, and it was very popular with the guests outside the mountains. It was the family's most valuable asset and also their main source of income. Qin Yu smiled as he chatted with the old man. He listened to him brag about his experiences in his youth, and also asked about the surrounding areas. Unfortunately, the furthest the old man had been to was Descendant City, which was 300 miles away, so he couldn't give Qin Yu any useful information. With Qin Yu's wisdom and experience, it was easy for him to make others feel as if they were bathing in a spring breeze. The more the old man spoke, the more excited he became. The granny coughed several times to tell him to restrain his bragging, but Qin Yu selectively ignored her. Suddenly, there was a shout from outside the courtyard. Perhaps it was because someone's throat was used too much, causing it to be a bit hoarse. A large herd of black-horned sheep obediently walked through the courtyard and into the cleaned pen. Then, there was the sound of a young girl chatting with someone. "Ollie is so fierce. She can actually take care of such a large herd of black-horned sheep by herself. Once this herd of sheep is raised, we will definitely earn a great deal of money. I'm so envious. You brats, stop drooling over here. If you have the time, then work hard. Whoever marries Ollie will have their ancestral grave smoking." Ollie was the granddaughter of the old couple. She loudly cursed at the group of men. "If you want to marry this old lady, then look at yourself in the mirror. Life in the mountains was difficult and many of them didn't know how to read and speak vulgarly. Ali's cursing actually caused the men to burst into laughter. The courtyard door was pushed open. A smiling young girl saw Qin Yu basking in the sun in the courtyard, and her complexion instantly darkened. "I'm tired." Ignoring the granny's shouts, Qin Yu walked towards his room. There was a pitiful cry as a pig lazily lying on the ground was ruthlessly kicked away. "Scram and sleep somewhere else." Bang! The door slammed shut. The pig's eyes brimmed with tears. It thought, just who did it provoke? Why was it so cold and cruel to it? It had to be known that Qin Yu wasn't the only one who was injured. "I am also injured, I am also injured." Unfortunately, no one was able to see its pained expression. The old man sighed and the file in his hands sped up. The granny wiped her eyes and squeezed out a smile at Qin Yu. Although no one said anything, the relaxed atmosphere in the courtyard instantly vanished. Qin Yu narrowed his eyes but didn't say anything. As an outsider, it wasn't good for him to meddle in other people's matters. However, why did he feel that when that young girl passed by the courtyard, her eyes were filled with ill intent? "I didn't provoke her, did I?" Night fell. Qin Yu didn't lie down on his bed to rest. Rather, he paced back and forth in his room. In his current state, moving around was beneficial to his body's recovery. As the night deepened, he carefully pushed open the door. He stretched out his arms and stood beneath the moonlight, taking a deep breath. At this time, the night was like water. Above his head was pure black, and an incomparably large full moon quietly hung in the air. It was several times larger than the moon Qin Yu saw in the land of divinity and demons. As the cool moonlight shined down on the earth, it was no different from daytime. He didn't know whether it was an illusion or not, but as he bathed beneath this bright moonlight, Qin Yu felt a very comfortable feeling. Even the moon is different. It seems I was brought to a world extremely far away from the land of divinity and demons by the turbulent space flows, Qin Yu muttered to himself, a look of longing on his face. He didn't know if Yu Qi could suppress those powerhouses of the demonic path. As he was thinking, he suddenly paused. He carefully listened and sure enough, he heard a faint sobbing sound. This sound seemed to be coming from Ali's room. Listening to the young girl sobbing, Qin Yu couldn't help but feel a bit irritated. He waited for a moment and saw that she had no intention of stopping, so he moved closer. Qin Yu was very careful not to leave his shadow on the window. He didn't want to be called a pervert for no apparent reason. "I'm just curious. This little girl doesn't know what's good for her. Why is she crying so sadly?" "Yes, that's it. Father, Mother, your daughter misses you so much. I swore to your memorial tablets that I would definitely leave the mountains and become a cultivator to take revenge for you, but I'm afraid I can't do that. I know that grandfather and grandmother are good people, that's why they use the medicinal herbs I saved up to save people. But those medicinal herbs are for my own tuition fees. I'm 18 years old this year. After that age, even if I take out double the money, I still won't be able to take a master. Father, Mother, your daughter has let you down, but I won't give up. I will definitely think of another way to take an immortal as my master." Outside the window, Qin Yu's complexion stiffened. He never imagined that the crux of the young girl's behavior during this time was actually because of him. This was a bit embarrassing. As he was lost in thought, he suddenly heard a sound behind him. Qin Yu turned and looked at the old man in the moonlight, feeling a bit guilty. With a gesture, the old man turned and left. Qin Yu followed, arriving at the black-horned sheep pen that was built outside the courtyard. The old man was silent. He added water and fodder to the black-horned sheep. Qin Yu watched for a moment and then began to help him. "There's no need to help. Your body hasn't recovered yet, so just watch." Qin Yu said, "It's fine." The old man glanced at him. "You don't need to feel guilty. I used the medicinal herbs that Ali prepared to save you because I had a selfish motive. The outside world isn't as good as it seems, and becoming a cultivator isn't necessarily any happier than staying in the mountains." These words were filled with wisdom. Chin paused and said, "What you said isn't wrong. But I heard Ali say that her parents—" The old man's eyes darkened. "That bastard boy didn't listen to me in the past and insisted on becoming a beast trainer. That is why he encountered such a calamity. I didn't want Ali to become a cultivator because of this." The old man put away the fodder and water in his hands and waved his hand. "It's late. Go to sleep early." Chin nodded. As he looked at the old man's straight back, he could feel a trace of sadness. Perhaps what they said tonight was true, but this old couple must have felt guilt towards Ali. Or perhaps they were trying to comfort him. "Do you want to become a cultivator?" Chin whispered to himself and returned to his room. The next day, Ali woke up early and left the house. It could be seen that the young girl had covered herself up, but she couldn't completely cover up her swollen red eyes. Seeing Chin sitting in the courtyard, the young girl frowned. She walked outside without a word. Shouts soon sounded out. Large herds of black-horned sheep were herded into the mountains for grazing. The granny gestured with her fingers, indicating that Chin didn't care. He smiled and shook his head. The old man woke up a bit later than usual. After washing up and sitting down, the granny began to serve him a simple breakfast. "Brat Chin, since your body is fine, sit down and eat with us." Chin nodded. He wanted to help but was stopped by the granny, so he sat down first. He looked at the porridge the granny brought over and said, "My injuries are almost healed. There is no need to use expensive herbs." The old man frowned. He looked at him and said, "All right, this is the last meal. Drink it clean." Chin smiled and agreed. After eating, the old man began to drink tea. Although the tea leaves were crushed, the taste was quite good. After taking 2 sips, Chin looked at the granny who was preparing the fodder. He said, "I've mostly recovered, so I want to find something to do. If the old man isn't worried, can I help Ali distribute some of the pills?" He pointed at the black-horned sheep cubs. "I think it's time for them to leave the pen." The old man put down his teacup. "You don't need to go home?" Chin shook his head. "There is no home here." It was unknown what the old man thought of, but he didn't ask any further. He nodded after a long moment of silence. "All right. I also have a set of tools for grazing. You can try bringing a few black-horned sheep with you." Chin smiled and nodded. "All right, I'll listen to you." He turned and looked into the distance at the rolling mountains. His eyes narrowed, a hint of anticipation in them. Chapter 678. Great Green Mountain was where the old master's family lived. The name of this mountain range didn't have any special meaning. This mountain range ran from east to west. Some peaks were steep and there were some that had gentle slope. Because the steep peaks were extremely high, they blocked out the passing water vapor and formed abundant rainfall. Thus, the flat areas were filled with rivers and streams, creating a large amount of grassland suitable for grazing. Chin was currently standing on one of these grasslands. He wore thick leather pants and a white fur hat. He held a long whip in his hand and looked a bit like a qualified herder. Chin took a deep breath and felt the rich heaven and earth spiritual strength around him. He smiled and kicked the pig that was playing dead on the ground. Who would have thought that a wild boar would have abilities similar to a treasure-hunting mouse? "Hurry up and get to work. Don't forget, you are now my blood-fed beast. If anything happens to me, you won't be able to escape either." Big Pig howled in grief. He opened his eyes and ran towards the edge of the grassland, soon submerging into the forest. Before going out to graze, the old master had repeatedly warned Chin not to leave the safety of the pasture area and enter the wilderness where all sorts of powerful monster beasts lived. Although Chin's movements weren't hindered, his body was still weak. Even if he knew that there were treasures growing in these forests, there was no way he could go and pick them. Luckily, he had a wild boar that he could safely control. In the turbulent flows of space, Big Pig had absorbed the blood of Chin's ancient body to survive. But He had also inadvertently signed an ancient master recognition contract with Qin Yu, becoming his blood-fed beast. In the past, he hated that he couldn't kill Qin Yu, but now he had to do everything he could to ensure that Qin Yu could safely live on. This was truly a great mockery. It was no wonder that Big Pig had such a half-dead appearance every day. As the sun set in the west and the light dimmed, there was a loud rumbling sound in the forest at the edge of the pasture. A large cloud of dust soared into the sky, and a thick tree was directly knocked down. Zhu Dagong ran out in a panic, holding a tricolored flower in his mouth. The flower stem was overflowing with light, and it was clearly a rare treasure. Bang behind him, over a dozen trees toppled over, revealing a massive shadow. This shadow seemed to be afraid of something. It angrily roared several times before leaving. Qin Yu looked at the dividing line between the pasture and the mountain forest. His eyes flashed and he immediately suppressed his thoughts. Zhu Dagong lay on the ground panting. He looked like he had just been fished out of the water. His muscles were twitching, and he looked like he was about to collapse. Although his cultivation had temporarily disappeared, his eyesight was still sharp. He could see that this fellow was only exhausted and would be fine after a short rest. He squatted down and took the tricolored flower from Zhu Dagong's mouth. He wasn't sure what this thing's true effects were. However, to an alchemist, identifying all kinds of spiritual objects was one of the basic skills, so it was not difficult for him. He carefully extracted some juice from the rhizome and sniffed it. Although the tricolored flower did not seem to be harmful, there were all kinds of things in the boundless world. It was not like there were no venomous things that liked to grow into an attractive appearance. The most famous examples were the thousand illusion flower. It was far more attractive and harmless than the tricolored flower in front of him, but if someone dared to touch it, just a little bit of its juice would be enough to tear apart a powerful cultivator's stomach and even corrode their soul. There was no way to save it and they would undoubtedly die. Qin Yu had just arrived and the cultivation level of this world was, in theory, absolutely higher than that of the land of divinity and demons. He certainly didn't dare to be careless. Luckily, nothing disgusting happened. This tricolored flower was indeed a treasure. Although its effects were ordinary, it just happened to be useful in restoring the mortal body. Qin Yu had already discovered that in order to restore his cultivation, he had to first dispel the annihilating power of space in his body. But this was an extremely difficult matter. Taking a step back, restoring his mortal body became Qin Yu's best choice. With his powerful ancient body, after restoring a portion of his strength, he would be able to protect himself. However, Qin Yu wouldn't directly eat this tricolored flower. He had a better choice. After carefully putting away the tricolored flower, Qin Yu flicked the whip in his hand. With several loud shouts, he drove the herd of disobedient black-horned sheep down the mountain to the village. After the first day of herding ended, the granny carefully inspected the condition of the black-horned sheep. She couldn't help but smile and gesture to Qin Yu, praising him. The old man stroked his beard, a smug expression on his face. I can tell with a single glance that little Qin is good material for herding. But you still have to guard against arrogance and be careful in everything you do. Don't make any mistakes. Qin Yu smiled in agreement. A moment later, Ali returned with an even larger flock of sheep. As usual, she didn't give Qin Yu a good look. But she seemed to reflect on her actions. After greeting the old man and granny, she returned to her room. Dinner was eaten in Ali's room. The granny stayed inside for a long time. It was unknown what the grandmother and granddaughter were talking about, but when she came out, her eyes were red. Night fell. When everyone went to sleep, Qin Yu opened his eyes. He raised his hand and slowly spread his fingers. Wisps of dark blue light flowed out. He took out the tricolored flower and placed it in the light. The originally wilted flower that had been picked suddenly bloomed with a bright light. The petals gently trembled and there seemed to be a tricolored light flowing on its surface. The next day, Qin Yu woke up early and went out. He faced the sun and stretched his waist. His pale face finally had a trace of rosy color. At the dining table, the old man looked at Qin Yu and sighed. As expected, the young have a good foundation. After a night's sleep, his condition is much better than yesterday. It seems that in a few more days, he will be fully recovered. Qin Yu smiled. It's all thanks to Granny's good care and the herbs in the porridge that I can recover so quickly. Humph! A cold snort sounded behind him. Ali glared at Qin Yu with an unfriendly expression. She pulled out a chair and lowered her head to eat. Her table manners didn't match her delicate appearance at all. The speed at which she ate was frighteningly fast. In just a few bites, she finished her meal. Then, she bid farewell to the old man and Granny and left. Qin Yu laid down his chopstick. I'm also full. You two can clean up after me. He picked up his whip, put on his leather hat, and then drove the sheep into the mountains. What was different from yesterday was that there seemed to be more idle people in the village today. Most of them were youths around 20 to 33 years old. They stood on both sides of the narrow village road, looking at Qin Yu from the corners of their eyes. They all had cold expressions on their faces, as if they didn't like Qin Yu at all. She was the daughter of the Zhou family. In terms of appearance, figure, and temperament, there was nothing to pick on. She was also an expert at herding livestock. She had already swept through the surrounding villages and was regarded as the dream lover of many young men. In the first 2 years, in order to fight for a chance to get close to her, there had been several large group fights in the village. Afterwards, the Zhou family couple had an accident and Ali's wedding had been delayed. It was only then that the restlessness gradually subsided. But who would have thought that an inexplicable boy would appear out of nowhere? Not only did he move into the Zhou family, but from the current situation, it was clear that he would be staying here for a long time. What, do you want to be a live-in son-in-law? Even if you dared to think so, we would never agree. Stop dreaming. Unfortunately, with Qin Yu's experience, this little brat's vicious eyes had no effect on him at all. He drove the sheep out of the village, not even sparing him a glance. This boy is too arrogant. His lust has reached the heavens. Just you wait, the men of the Li family definitely won't let him off. Count me in. I have to think of a way to ruthlessly punish him. I have to let this boy know just why flowers are so red. With the pig in his left hand and the sheep in his right, Qin Yu walked away in an extremely flashy manner. Amidst the low curses of the crowd, he ran away. Don't look so sad. Yesterday was a bit dangerous, but as long as you ran a bit faster, nothing bad would have happened. Hearing Qin Yu's careless words of comfort, Big Pig nearly exploded on the spot. You bastard, how could you call it a bit dangerous? If it weren't for this Lord Pig's nimble legs, I would have died yesterday. But now, he was a fish on the chopping block. No matter how much bitterness he felt, he could only swallow it down. Big Pig nodded in resignation. He was a beast raised by the blood of the ancient race. He was doomed to never be able to escape. He chose a grassland that was dense and lush with green and tender grass. He let the black-horned goats spread out to search for food on their own. He gave Zhu Dagong a meaningful glance, and this fellow lowered his head and went off to search for spiritual objects. Watching it fly away, a trace of worry flashed in Qin Yu's calm eyes. In the turbulent flows of space, the wild boar had also suffered serious injuries. Its remaining strength was less than 1/10 of its original state. Having it search for spiritual objects was only a last resort. Qin Yu had to think of a way to change the current situation as soon as possible. He couldn't place all of his hopes of recovery on Big Pig's shoulders. He had to find a stronger guarantee. In truth, he didn't need to look elsewhere. Qin Yu already had a trump card on him, and that was the purple-back blue-wing ants in his imperial spirit bag. But now that he had lost all of his magic power, there was no way for him to open it. As long as he could restore a bit of his magic power, he could do this. At that time, with the protection of the purple-back blue-wing ants, Qin Yu would be much more confident. How can I open a crack in the shackles formed by the annihilating power of space? Even if I can only maintain it for a single breath of time, Qin Yu whispered to himself. He subconsciously frowned, a look of worry on his face. This was truly a difficult problem. On the second day of grazing, the wild boar brought back a blue gourd. It opened its mouth to reveal a thick golden liquid that resembled honey. Smelling it, one would feel refreshed. In terms of quality, the blue gourd was absolutely above the tricolored flower. But Big Pig had also paid a price for it. There was a gash on its forehead that extended from its head to its nose and nearly pierced through its eyeballs. It was a miserable sight. After comforting it, Qin Yu couldn't help but fall into a daze. As he thought, his worries were beginning to come true. Once something happened to Big Pig, his recovery plan would immediately be interrupted. If so, then the situation Qin Yu faced would truly be disastrous. Looking at Qin Yu's absent-minded appearance, Big Pig's lungs nearly exploded with rage. This ungrateful bastard, this Lord Pig will curse you to never be erect for the rest of your life. Ah! Qin Yu simply didn't notice that Big Pig was nearly angered to death. As he was thinking about other matters, he hurried the flock of sheep towards the mountain village. A group of mountain village youths were already waiting for him at a place he had to pass. Look, that boy is coming. Good, good, good. My fists are as big as bowls and I'm already finding it hard to resist. Have him stand up and walk away on his stomach. Hee, the timing is just right. Ali should be here soon. Let her see just what kind of man is the best choice for her. As these words were spoken, the mountain village youths began to rub their palms together, filled with even more vigor. They decided that in the following beating, they would display their most awe-inspiring performance in order to move the heart of this beautiful woman. Unfortunately, what they didn't know was just what sort of situation they would face. They had guessed the beginning, but they hadn't guessed the ending from the very start. The script had deviated from their beautiful imaginations. Hey! Foreign boy, stand still for me. The Li family's boss shouted out loud. But before he could finish speaking, he couldn't help but swallow the rest of his words. Across from him, there was a wild boar that was fiercely staring at him. The ferocity in its small eyes actually caused his legs to cramp. Damn, for better or worse, this father was still an experienced herdsman, okay? He had encountered countless jackals, wolves, tigers, and leopards in his life, but he had actually been frightened by such a small wild boar. This was simply too shameful. The Li family's boss regained his composure and his face flushed red. But before he could do anything, there was a loud rumbling sound as the earth trembled. The wild boar bared its fangs and rushed forwards. My butt! What kind of pig is this? It's actually so strong. Save me! In just several blinks of an eye, the aggressive mountain village youths had been ravaged by the wild boar. They cried out for their parents, rolling and crawling in all directions. Qin Yu regained his composure. All he saw was a complete mess. Big Pig, who had vented his anger, walked back while shaking his fat butt. No one died, right? Oh, that's good. Let's go. With a flick of his whip, Qin Yu drove the flock of sheep into the village, leaving behind a group of bruised youths with inexplicable grief and indignation. They had actually been bullied by a pig. What happened to you all? A young girl's surprised voice sounded out. Ali looked at the distressed village youths in front of her with a puzzled expression. The Li family's boss immediately let go of his hand that was covering his butt. He dryly chuckled. That, we were just exercising our bodies. If we don't have a good physique, how can we be suitable herdsmen? Boss Li is right. We were just exercising. That's right. It's just exercising, so it's inevitable that we were a bit heavy-handed. But we aren't afraid of pain. Ali frowned. She felt that this group of boys was a bit strange today. But she didn't think too much about it. She nodded and drove the flock of sheep away, vanishing from the village. As they watched Ali leave, the group of mountain village youths all had serious expressions. They looked at each other, and in silence, they reached an incomparably serious decision. They absolutely could not let anyone know of what happened today. Otherwise, they might as well find a block of tofu and kill themselves. Chapter 679. During dinner, Qin Yu was absent-minded. He kept looking at the empty space in front of him, thinking about how to restore some of his magic power. He didn't notice that the one sitting across from him was Ali. A young girl's natural instincts allowed her to quickly sense Qin Yu's gaze. She frowned. At first, Ali didn't care. She had seen many similar gazes since she was young. But soon, Ali discovered that Qin Yu was different from those people who had peeped at her before. He didn't try to hide it at all, and what was even more hateful was that he didn't move at all. It was unknown whether it was because of embarrassment, but the young girl's face flushed red. She coughed and glared at Qin Yu. Once she used this move, anyone who peeped at her would turn their eyes away in panic. But it was completely ineffective against Qin Yu. He didn't seem to notice it at all. His eyes continued to stare straight ahead. Ali was even more embarrassed in front of her grandfather and grandmother. She put down her bowl. "I'm full." She stood up and returned to her room. This bastard, pervert, villain, she didn't know why, but as she thought of those pitch-black eyes, Ali felt a bit flustered. Qin Yu finally regained his composure. He turned to look at Ali, who had slammed the door shut. He asked the old master, "Ali, what is it?" If this didn't involve his granddaughter, the old master would have given him a thumbs up. This boy's shameless style was very similar to the old master's when he was young. The granny's eyes swept up and down Qin Yu's body. She grinned, revealing several lonely teeth, and her eyes became even more benevolent. Qin Yu's heart tightened. He felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't say that his mind had wandered off just now. He hurriedly finished his meal and prepared the grass and water that the old master needed for the night. Then, he bid farewell and returned to his room to rest. That night, the old couple was lying in bed. The granny patted the old master's shoulder and made a few hand gestures. The old man said with a smile, looking at the situation, "Qin Brat is indeed interested in our daughter. This brat's temperament is not bad, and he is also a conscientious person. If Ali can follow him, we will have one less worry." The granny gestured again. The old man said, "There's no hurry. You should ask Ali in private first. That girl has a grudge against Qin Brat. I'm afraid she won't agree for a while." He patted his wife, who had been with him for more than 100 years and had lived through most of his life. "Go to bed early. Wake up earlier tomorrow." The mother-in-law nodded with a smile. Of course, she didn't wake up early to cook, but to test her granddaughter while she was at home. This old thing said that he wasn't in a hurry, but his heart was very anxious. It was a quiet night. In the early morning, after drinking the wine from the gourd, Qin Yu's condition was much better than before. His mind, energy, and even his mood were much better. "Good morning, old master. You woke up a little early today." Usually, old master pushed open the door on time and sat down to wait for breakfast. The old man waved his hand. "Little Qin, sit down. There's still some time before dinner. Let's drink some tea." Qin Yu smiled and agreed. He took the initiative to fetch some water to make tea. He discovered that what was being steeped in the teapot was actually intact tea leaf. Although it was aged tea, in the mountain village where supplies were scarce, this was already the highest standard of hospitality. Usually, they would only take it out during festivals or when there were honored guests. The tea was golden and had a fragrant smell. Qin Yu drank a few mouthfuls and couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Of course, with his experience, this tea was barely edible, but he couldn't disappoint old master's good intentions. Seeing that Qin Yu liked it so much, the old man smiled in satisfaction. 2 years ago, Ali set up a trap and inadvertently caught a fragrant deer. It was only after exchanging it with a mountain goods merchant that he managed to obtain it. Looking at the surrounding villages, no one dares to say that their tea leaves are better than ours. After a pause, he sighed. Ollie is a good girl. Because of her parents, her marriage has been delayed. I have to help her find a husband for the next 2 years. I wonder which boy will be lucky enough to marry my Ollie. Chin Yu still hadn't reacted. He smiled and said, Old master, you don't have to worry. I think Ollie is lucky. She will definitely find a good husband. Old master nodded with a smile. I hope so. Granny began to serve breakfast. It was obviously more sumptuous than usual. There were even 2 green and refreshing side dishes, which greatly increased one's appetite. After being together for so long, Chin Yu could understand some simple sign language. He nodded to Granny. Your breakfast is too delicious. Granny smiled and told him to eat more. Ollie woke up a bit late today. The girl was expressionless and cold, but her eyes unconsciously swept over Chin Yu. Seeing him greet her with a smile as if nothing had happened, she couldn't help but grit her teeth. This thick-skinned bastard. He was the one who started it, but now he was pretending to be innocent. But looking at his smiling face, the girl was a bit flustered. She lowered her head and hurriedly ate a few mouthfuls of rice. She put down the bowl and quickly left. She was afraid that her grandpa and grandma would say something embarrassing at the dining table, so she almost ran away. The coldness at the dining table was nowhere to be found. After driving the flock of sheep out of the village, Ollie finally reacted. No matter how she looked at it, it seemed as if she had a guilty conscience. Her face flushed red. The girl clenched her teeth. No matter what, her grandfather and grandmother had already misunderstood, so there was no need to be afraid of more. In any case, it was impossible for her to fall in love with that bastard. How annoying. She didn't know if her grandmother had gone senile or not. She had clearly rejected him, but she was all smiles, as if she didn't oppose him in her heart. After a moment, Chin Yu carried the pigs and herded the sheep. His back was even more distressed than Ali's, and he no longer had the calm composure he had yesterday. As soon as the old master's words reached him, he immediately understood. As he looked at the granny's smiling expression, his heart felt numb. What the hell was going on here? After sleeping with him for a night, he was now being treated as the Zhou family's son-in-law? Chin Yu found this hard to accept. Zhu Dagong hummed happily as he ran in front. To be able to see Chin Yu suffer a setback, this fellow was extremely happy. What an incomparably beautiful day! Even though he had been kicked by Chin Yu, this fellow's good mood wasn't affected at all. Chin Yu herded the sheep. He looked up at the skies and finally made a decision. He still needed to hide in the mountain village for a period of time. Then, he could only think of a way to send Ollie away first. Wasn't her dream to become an immortal cultivator? Once the young lady walked out of the mountains, her status would become noble, and the old couple would not look at him anymore, right? That's right, this was indeed a good method. Not only could he return the favor, but he could also solve his own predicament. This was the best of both worlds. After driving away Big Pig, Chin Yu continued to search for spiritual objects. Chin Yu looked around the pasture for a long time. Finally, he found a common-looking straw mushroom near a stream. Chin Yu had eaten this before. It was one of the medicinal herbs that Ollie had picked. But only after they matured would they display their medicinal effects. Currently, this sort of semi-finished product couldn't be sold for a high price. But to Chin Yu, who had the little blue lamp in his hand, this wasn't a problem at all. On the 3rd day of grazing, Big Pig's luck greatly improved. He actually found 3 spirit herbs. After Chin Yu carefully appraised them, he couldn't help but reveal an excited expression. These 3 spirit herbs actually had similar functions to an extremely rare heavenly material in the land of divinity and demons. They could open a cultivator's limits and stimulate their formidable potential. Although this sort of medicinal herb that forcefully stimulated one's strength would have some side effects, Chin Yu didn't care about that right now. If he could stimulate his potential, then perhaps he could instantly restore his cultivation. Even if it was just a tiny bit, it would still be enough to open the Imperial Spirit Bag and release the purple-back blue-wing ant. After praising Big Pig several times, Qin Yu's gloomy mood was swept away. With great difficulty, he waited until the sun set in the west and then hurried the sheep back to the village. As this impatient expression fell into the eyes of the old man and Granny, it seemed to have a different meaning. The two old men happily smiled. Qin Yu didn't have any thoughts of explaining these things right now. He hurriedly ate his meal and said that he wasn't feeling too well. Then, he turned around and returned to his room. "Look, this Qin boy is shy." As the old man washed the dishes, he sat to the side and drank some tea. He lowered his voice, a smug look on his face. His granddaughter's character and appearance were excellent. At this time, he was secretly happy. Of course, the premise was that the old man found Qin Yu pleasing to the eye. Otherwise, the crutch would have already been thrown at his head. As Ollie was inspecting the black-horned sheep in the pen, she suddenly stiffened. Then, her ears flushed red. She turned her head and glared at the old man. This disrespectful old man finally couldn't stand the two old men's glares and hurriedly ran back to her room. "I'm so angry. Qin Yu, you big scoundrel, you want me to marry you? Dream on." Qin Yu didn't know that he had been cursed by the young girl. He was impatiently waiting for the sky to turn dark. After observing them for the past few days, Qin Yu was able to determine that the old man's family were all ordinary people and didn't know any cultivation methods. But, being a bit more cautious was always good. He couldn't expose the existence of the little blue lamp, otherwise with his current condition, any random young cultivator could easily kill him. The night gradually deepened and the mountain village returned to its tranquil state. Occasionally, one or two deep and distant beast roars would echo out from the mountains. On the bed, Qin Yu, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. He carefully took out the 3 life symbiosis spirit grasses from his chest pocket. The so-called life symbiosis grass referred to the 3 spirit herbs that depended on each other. Only then could they smoothly grow, and not a single one could be missing. It was because of this that they were particularly precious. For Zhu Dagong to be able to find them, it was absolutely a massive stroke of luck. Qin Yu had restored a bit of his cultivation. The key to opening the Imperial Spirit Bag lay in these 3 life symbiosis grass, so he was naturally cautious. He opened his fingers and a deep blue light gushed out. Like a calm stream of water, the 3 life symbiosis grass were submerged within. Qin Yu's eyes were dignified as he looked at the spirit herbs that gradually became more dazzling under the deep blue light. After a long time, he slapped his forehead and took out the half-finished medicinal herbs he had picked from the riverside, placing them into the corner of the blue light. He didn't sleep for the entire night. When the sky brightened, he heard the sound of the granny pushing open the door. Qin Yu turned his hand and the deep blue light scattered. Looking at the 3 vibrant green spirit herbs that seemed as if they were carved from peerless jade, Qin Yu smiled. They were truly worthy of being called life symbiosis grass, and their potential was astonishing. Even after being illuminated by the little blue lamp for an entire night, they still hadn't reached their limit. He carefully put them away, keeping them close to his chest. Then, Qin Yu stood up and stretched his body. There was the sound of cracking bones. Although he hadn't slept all night, as he smelled the scent of the 3 spirit herbs, Qin Yu didn't feel tired at all. Rather, he was in high spirits. For the next 2 days, Qin Yu quietly grazed the animals. He didn't send Zhu Dagong out to look for other spiritual objects, but instead had him guard the pasture. The value of these 3 life symbiosis grass was self-evident. But, ever since Zhu Dagong brought them back, the mountain had been completely quiet. This was abnormal. Of course, there was a faint possibility that the 3 life symbiosis grass hadn't been discovered by the monster beasts in the mountain, but Qin Yu didn't rely on luck. As he stood in the pasture and looked at the distant mountain forest, He always felt as if there was a cold and gloomy eye watching him. Glancing at Zhu Dagong, who was curled up into a ball, Qin Yu took a deep breath and said, "Let's end this early and go home." After catching up to the flock of sheep, Zhu Dagong had never worked as hard as he did today, running back and forth to herd the sheep. It wasn't until he reached a fork in the road not too far away from the village entrance that the cold and gloomy feeling behind him truly disappeared. Qin Yu turned his head and looked back. He didn't know what he had provoked, but there was one thing he was sure of. If Zhu Dagong entered the mountain to look for more spiritual objects, there was an 80 to 90% chance he wouldn't be able to return. As he entered the village, he ran into several mountain village youths. As they saw Zhu Dagong running around like a tiger, they shivered and turned to run up the wall. But they soon discovered that Uncle Zhu wasn't in the mood to stab their butt. He quickly drove the sheep away, his face filled with embarrassment as he faced Qin Yu. Luckily, Qin Yu was thinking about something else at this time and didn't notice their expressions. He nodded to them and left in front of everyone's eyes. "That boy, was he laughing at us just now?" "I don't think so. I thought his attitude was quite gentle. Cough cough, the main point was that we were just practicing our climbing skills. There was no laughing matter for him to laugh at." Yes, that's what it was." The youths looked at each other and nodded. After finding a way out of this embarrassing situation, they finally felt much better. People, sometimes, needed to have a spirit of self-entertainment, otherwise living would be too tiring. Because he already had a solution to his current predicament, Qin Yu was much more relaxed when he faced the old couple. On the other hand, Ali became more and more strange. Although she kept glaring at Qin Yu, she didn't say any words of refusal. "I'm full. Old master, you can drink some tea by yourself. I'll go back to my room and rest first." Closing the door, Qin Yu stretched for a bit. As the sky darkened, he put on his clothes and went to bed. This was already the 4th night. He had a premonition that he would be able to reach the limit of 3 life companionship herbs today. Whether or not he could break through the shackles of the annihilation strength of space would all depend on this. Deep in the night, a deep blue light slowly bloomed. Qin Yu stared at the 3 life companionship herbs. Of these 3 herbs, one was blue, and one was red. At this time, blue, and red lights constantly revolved between them, forming a mystical samsara. This was a phenomenon that had only appeared tonight. Moreover, with every revolution, the light that the 3 herbs emitted would become a bit stronger. If it weren't for Qin Yu being prepared ahead of time and sealing all the doors and windows, it would have been like a massive bonfire in the middle of the night. Time slowly passed. The moon hung high in the sky. At the darkest moment of the night, the 3 herbs that were bathed in the blue light began to tremble, emitting a humming sound in the air. The flowing lights of the 3 colors instantly fused together, forming a new mix of colors. Underneath this mix of colors, the 3 herbs actually began to fuse together. That's right, the roots and stems wove together and the edges of the leaves grew together. In the end, they looked similar to the tricolored flowers, but the aura they emitted was countless times stronger. This was already the limit of their strengthening and enhancement. Qin Yu grabbed the fused spirit herb. Without hesitation, he opened his mouth and swallowed it down. The spirit herb melted as soon as it entered his mouth, turning into a blazing flood that erupted within his body like a broken dam. In the mountains, on a lonely peak, all of the vegetation had been erased, leaving behind nothing but a barren expanse. Bright moonlight sprinkled down, but it was still dark. It was as if the surface of this lonely peak could absorb the moonlight. The moment the 3 spirit herbs finished fusing together, 2 blood-red spots appeared in the darkness. They were incomparably deep, like an endless sea of blood, filled with an icy coldness and ruthlessness. The surface of the lonely peak suddenly began to flow. It was only now that one could clearly see that there was an incomparably terrifying snake coiled around it. The snake's scales were as black as ink. As the moonlight fell upon them, it was directly absorbed. Its thick body was so thick that it would take several people to wrap their arms around it. There were 2 bulges on its head, as if it were on the verge of transforming. This was a blood-eyed black-scaled snake. It was born with the ability to call the wind and summon the rain. After cultivating it to the peak, it could stimulate the thin true dragon bloodline within its body and transform into a blood-eyed black-gold flood dragon. Not only would its strength rise, but its lifespan would also increase. The blood-eyed black-scaled snake in front of it was a great monster that had cultivated to the peak. It had already touched upon the threshold of transforming into a flood dragon. On that day, it had entered deep into the mountains to hunt down a golden-crowned cloud crane and used its Niden to help it break through. This had delayed it for some time, and when it returned, it discovered that the 3 immortal grass that it valued as much as its life had been taken away. The blood-eyed black-scaled snake was enraged. But when it hunted down the golden-crowned cloud crane, it was injured. Although it wasn't serious, it was unable to completely conceal its aura. It could only stay in the mountains for one night, swearing that the next day it would tear apart the person who stole the spirit herb. But that night, the blood-eyed black-scaled snake discovered something that left it incomparably shocked. The 3 immortal grass that had been taken away was actually rising. To be more accurate, it was rising at an incomparably crazy rate. It simply couldn't imagine just what was happening. It wasn't until the skies began to brighten that this crazy increase in strength ended. The blood-eyed black-scaled snake was horrified to discover that the 3 immortal grass wasn't far from maturity. It had to be known that at a normal speed, even if it galvanized it with all its strength, it would need at least 30 years to mature. A single night was equal to 10 years. Just what sort of concept was this? The blood-eyed black-scaled snake changed its mind. It hid in the mountains, carefully observing the human that had taken away the 3 immortal grass. This person had no aura at all. Besides having slightly stronger blood energy fluctuations, he was no different from an ordinary person. The only strange thing was that the wild boar beside him had a small amount of strength, but it was still far from being able to compare with the blood-eyed black-scaled snake. How had such a mortal managed to make the 3 immortal grass grow so crazily? The blood-eyed black-scaled snake felt as if it had discovered a monstrous secret. If its guess was correct, then compared to this, the 3 immortal grass wasn't anything at all. On the second night, the 3 immortal grass continued to wildly grow. After protecting it for several hundred years, the blood-eyed black-scaled snake had already left behind an indelible mark on the 3 immortal grass. It was certain that its senses weren't wrong. If so, then there was definitely a great secret hidden on this weak human's body. It wanted to obtain this secret. After observing for the 3rd day, the blood-eyed black-scaled snake was able to determine that this human was just an ordinary human that couldn't pose a threat to it. Thus, it decided to continue waiting. This was because the blood-eyed black-scaled snake understood Qin Yu's thoughts. He wanted to wait until the 3 immortal grass matured before eating it. Once he swallowed the 3 immortal grass, the blood-eyed black-scaled snake would eat it as well. That would be the same as having another flesh and blood furnace, causing the medicinal efficacy to increase by 30%. At that time, not only would it be able to make a breakthrough and transform into a black gold flood dragon, but it would also be able to obtain the heaven-shaking secret hidden on this human's body. And now it was time for it to seize everything. Roar! The blood-eyed black-scaled snake reared its head back and roared. Dark clouds surged up in the skies, covering the moon. Heavy rain began to pour down. A powerful aura caused countless monster beasts to fall to the ground, their bodies shivering. Chapter 680. The terrain of the mountains was complex and the climate was ever-changing. It was common for wind and rain to suddenly arrive, but at this moment Qin Yu, who had swallowed the 3 immortal grass, felt a trace of oppression. It wasn't obvious, but it was like maggots in one's bones, seeping into the deepest parts of one's flesh and blood. It made one instinctively feel great fear. He wasn't sure what had happened, but it should have something to do with the sudden storm outside the window. Subconsciously, he thought of the cold chi that he had sensed coming from the mountain. It was like a bolt of lightning flashing through the fog in his mind. The storm tonight was caused by the guardian monster of the accompanying spirit herb. Qin Yu fiercely looked up. Because of the symbiotic spirit grass, a fluorescent light appeared in his eyes. His vision instantly pierced through the house and the wind and rain, and he saw the massive blood-eyed black-scaled serpent in the dark clouds. In the blink of an eye, Qin Yu understood his current situation. Once this monster snake descended, not only would he die, but he would also implicate the entire mountain village. Ah! As he roared out loud, the blood vessels in his neck bulged out. Disregarding the damage to his body, he detonated the complete strength of the twin-life spirit grass. Like a volcano erupting, a scorching hot torrent crazily attacked the cage formed by the annihilating power of space. Above Qin Yu's eyes, the tiny blood vessels instantly filled with blood, turning scarlet. Blood flowed out from his head. The cage formed by the power of space annihilation trembled. Without hesitation, Qin Yu galvanized the strength of the spirit grass and launched a second attack. His body shook violently, and a large amount of sweat mixed with blood soaked his robe. His face was pale. The first spurt of energy, the second exhausted, and the third weakened. After failing twice, Qin Yu knew that this was his last chance. If he couldn't break through the power of annihilating space, then today would be the day he died. I, Qin, have cut my way through thistles and thorns in my life. Even if I am a tiger that has fallen to the plains, I will not be killed by a tiny little demon snake. Break for me. Break, break. After the third impact, Qin Yu spat out a mouthful of blood. At almost the same time, there was a light cracking sound within his body. Bang! A powerful aura erupted from Qin Yu's body like a great beast awakening. He flicked his sleeve, and an invisible shackle descended, enveloping the entire mountain village and blocking out the wind and rain. Amidst the dark clouds, the blood-eyed black-scaled snake couldn't help but stick out its tongue as its body trembled in excitement. After tonight, not only would it be able to complete its transformation into a flood dragon, but it would also have a high chance of obtaining a heaven-shaking good fortune. Its cold eyes swept across the mountain village. In order to prevent tonight's matter from being leaked, all the creatures in this village must die. Even if it angered the cultivators on the planet, it would not hesitate to pay the price. It opened its mouth and roared, causing the wind and rain to intensify. The blood-eyed black-scaled serpent swayed its body and dove toward the mountain village. It was like a meteor, and if all went according to plan, in a few breaths of time, this mountain village that had lived and flourished for hundreds of years would completely disappear. But at this moment, the blood-eyed black-scaled serpent's expression changed. Its pupils shrank as it stared blankly at the raging storm being isolated by a powerful force. It was like an invisible umbrella had opened up, and it protected the entire mountain village within it, preventing it from being attacked by any external forces. Shua, a figure, walked out from the barrier with an indifferent expression. His pitch-black eyes were boundlessly deep like a vast starry sky that could contain a myriad of stars. It was that human. No, this was impossible. He was clearly an ordinary person without the least bit of strength, so how could he possess such an aura? Like a mountain that supported the heavens, able to change the color of the world with a wave of his hand, able to reverse yin and yang, this was a terrifying existence that nearly rivaled the great Tao realm. Qin Yu shouted out. His voice wasn't loud, but when it entered the blood-eyed black-scaled serpent's mouth, it was like millions of thunderbolts exploding at the same time. Out of my way! Par! In an instant, countless scales shattered and blood flowed out. The blood-eyed black-scaled serpent emitted a miserable howl of fear and horror as it turned to flee. In its panic, its massive body smashed into a mountain peak. With a loud bang, rocks flew out in all directions and it tumbled down, crashing into the protective strength that covered the mountain village. Qin Yu's complexion instantly paled. After being strengthened by the little blue lamp, the strength of the three-companion immortal grass was far more formidable than he had imagined. It allowed Qin Yu to break through the shackles of the annihilating power of space and restore a portion of his cultivation. But at this time, as he felt the strength rapidly fading from his body, Qin Yu understood that the effects of the spirit grass would soon disappear. He took out the imperial spirit bag and used the last of his magic power to open it. The purple-back blue-wing ants howled out, catching hold of Qin Yu's rapidly falling body. Luckily, these ant beasts were connected to Qin Yu's mind. Otherwise, if he fell from such a great height, with his current condition, even if he didn't die he would have lost half his life. But there was a certain individual that didn't receive such treatment. With a dull thumping sound, a deep pit was smashed into the ground. But that person was still sleeping soundly, as if he hadn't discovered his current embarrassing situation. He controlled the ant swarm to place himself on the ground. As he looked at the sleeping chicken overlord in the pit, Qin Yu revealed a helpless expression. If this fellow could wake up, then he wouldn't have had such a difficult time. At such a critical moment, he couldn't be relied on. This really was in line with the chicken overlord's usual style of doing things. The strength that shielded the mountain village had already disappeared. Qin Yu couldn't expose himself. He looked up and said, "You can all enter the mountain to look for food. Wait for my summons." The ant swarm shot into the skies, disappearing without a trace. Currently, the purple-back blue-wing ants possessed a strength comparable to a calamity immortal. Even in this world where cultivation levels were high, calamity immortal cultivators weren't cabbages that could be found everywhere. Today, Qin Yu finally had a bit of a guarantee of safety. He took a deep breath and suppressed the aching pain in his body. Then, he picked up the chicken overlord and walked towards the Zhou family's small courtyard. The next day, as the sky began to brighten, there was a loud cry of alarm and the entire mountain village was thrown into a frenzy. Countless villagers widened their eyes as they stared at the huge rocks that came pouring down like a torrent outside the village. When they looked up, they could clearly see that the huge mountain that had existed outside the village for thousands of years had actually been forcefully smashed into pieces. The rocks in front of them were the rocks that tumbled down after the mountain was smashed into pieces. Look at these falling rocks, they clearly came to a stop after crashing into something. This is the spiritual god of the mountain protecting us, otherwise we would have died in our dreams last night. The old people in the village had excited expressions. They prostrated themselves on the ground, constantly kowtowing towards the mountain. Soon, the ground was covered in a dense mass of kneeling people. By the time Qin Yu pushed open the door, the village had already finished worshipping the spiritual god of the mountain. Everyone was busily moving away the boulders that had been blocking the village. When the people of the surrounding villages heard the news, they all rushed over. Although they didn't want to believe that the mountain god would favor Depression Village so much, the truth was right in front of them. Many people began to think. They shouted that the nearby villages were one family and that something had happened to Depression Village, and they had to help. However, this proposal was righteously rejected by all the villagers of Depression Village. These boulders were all blocked by the mountain god. Perhaps there was still the aura of the mountain god left within them. Humph, how could they allow outsiders to touch such a good thing? Didn't everyone in the village go all out to move the boulders into their homes? Just look at the Li family's old master. He was an old man over 240 years old, and yet he was moving the boulders bare-chested. He was even more energetic than a young man. It was said that the old master wanted to use the boulders blocked by the mountain god to grind himself into a coffin. This was a wonderful idea. Even in death, he could receive the protection of the mountain god. The Zhou family's old master was excited. When Qin Yu walked out of the courtyard, he happened to see the old man, his mother-in-law, and a Li desperately pushing boulders into their homes. Little brat Chin, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and help. The old man's voice was full of energy. His face was glowing with health, and he seemed to be several decades younger. Chin Yu hurriedly answered and ran over to help push the boulders. After walking 2 steps, he asked, Old Master, what do we need these boulders for? The old master's eyes widened. Little brat, go outside the village and take a look. Our depression village is under the protection of the mountain god. Last night the mountains collapsed, but we didn't feel it at all. These boulders were blocked by the mountain god for us. They are stained with the mountain god's aura. Little brat Chin, hurry up and push this boulder. Let Ali watch over it. We need to hurry up and move the boulders. If we're late, there won't be any left. Chin Yu was stunned for a moment. He immediately reacted and figured out the ins and outs of the matter. This is definitely King misunderstanding. Old Master, you're really thinking too much. But he definitely couldn't explain this. Looking at the old master's excited expression, he thought for a while and rationally gave up on the idea of persuading him. Let's just move it. I'll just treat it as a warm-up exercise. A stone was sent home without even a sip of water. The old man told Ali to guard it well, and the old man grabbed Chin Yu and rushed back. For the rest of the day, Chin Yu was moving boulders again and again. The small courtyard of the Zhou family had almost become a stone-breaking field. Of course, every household in the Depression village was basically like this. In just a day, all the boulders outside the village had been cleaned up. There were even some old men and old women who went around looking for small stones with their walking stick. According to what they said, they could make protective talismans. This made a group of villagers who had been waiting for a whole day, ready to drink some soup, almost burst into tears. Do you have to be so serious? You even want to move a boulder the size of a fingernail? You already have so many, leave some for us. At night, the Depression village held a grand bonfire banquet. The villagers who had been moving boulders for the whole day were all present. They were all in high spirits and didn't feel tired at all. It was as if their bodies were filled with endless energy. In the words of the old people in the village, this was the reason why they were stained with the mountain god's aura. Everyone agreed. Chin Yu sat in a corner, drinking the rice wine brewed by the villagers in the mountains. He bitterly smiled. Just what was going on here? But forget it. Since they thought it was useful, then he would give them peace of mind. Looking at the lively scene in front of him, his lips curled up in a smile. Perhaps, sometimes ignorance was a kind of happiness. Ali sat among a group of girls, revealing the nature of a young girl. She happily chatted with her companions. Her eyes inadvertently swept over Chin Yu and paused for a moment. At this moment, everyone was reveling in joy. Chin Yu's faint smile was particularly eye-catching, completely out of tune with everything around him. He was very quiet. Was he thinking of his family and friends? Ali discovered for the first time that this hateful man's smile was actually very beautiful and gave one a sense of peace. Ah! Look, Ali is actually peeking at a man. Shwar, her face flushed red. Ali coquettishly said, How could I? Who told you to speak nonsense? See how I punish you. The group of girls played together. Their bell-like laughter spread far and wide in the night, attracting the eyes of everyone around them. The revelry continued until late at night. Groups of men staggered from drinking and were supported home by the women. The Zhou family's old man was drunk. Luckily, Chin Yu was sober, otherwise it would be troublesome for his mother-in-law and Ali to move him home. After settling down the old man, Chin Yu returned to his room and lay down on his bed. His deep eyes pierced through the window and looked at the mountain shrouded in darkness. A day had passed. That snake should have regained its composure by now, right? In the mountain, within the cave dwelling of the blood-eyed black-scaled snake, it was soaking in a pitch-black spring. The broken scales on its body had actually regenerated. At this time, its blood-red eyes were open, flashing with a cold light. It was constantly thinking back to yesterday's events. The more it thought about them, the more it felt that something was wrong. If that human really had the kind of terrifying strength that it sensed and could kill it with a wave of his hand, why would he let it escape so easily? Let alone the fact that the other party was a kind and virtuous person that believed in Buddha, for someone to reach such a cultivation, who hadn't their hands stained with blood. As the blood-eyed black-scaled snake thought about it for an entire day, a certain thought became increasingly clear in its mind. This human might really be a powerful cultivator, but he must have suffered heavy injuries. And the function of the 3 immortal companion grass was to stimulate one's potential to break through one's limit. Thus, after he swallowed it, he erupted with such a terrifying aura. But once the effects of the 3 immortal grass disappeared, that human strength would also fade and he would be even weaker than before. Damn it, why didn't it think yesterday that it would be scared away by this human cultivator's empty city stratagem? This was just too hateful. As the blood-eyed black-scaled snake thought about how it had missed out on swallowing up a human powerhouse last night and snatching away his great lucky chance, the regret in its heart began to flow like a river. But luckily, it still had a chance to wash away its shame and make up for its mistake. For a powerful cultivator to hide in a mountain village after being severely wounded, there must be some hidden trouble that he couldn't speak of. The blood-eyed black-scaled snake didn't care what the reason was. As long as it could determine that this cultivator had nowhere else to go, it was fine. But it still had to hurry. If this person were to escape, it would surely regret it for the rest of its life. Soon, with the help of the innate ink pond, the blood-eyed black-scaled snake's recovery speed was astonishing. By tomorrow, its wounds would be completely healed. At that time, it would attack and thoroughly kill this human. Then, it would raze the entire mountain village to the ground to dispel the hatred in its heart. The night was cool. Thick clouds covered the skies, blocking out the bright moonlight. It was hard to see one's fingers in front of one's face. After a hard day of transporting stones and then a grand celebration, the villagers had all their energy squeezed out of them. At this time, the village was bathed in the light of night and was quiet. In this auspicious atmosphere, Qin Yu brought Zhu Dagong out of the Zhou family. He looked up at the vast and boundless mountain range in the darkness, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Tonight, he was going to do something that had nothing to do with auspiciousness at all. The blood-eyed black-scaled snake swore that it would kill Qin Yu to wash away its shame. But it didn't know that Qin Yu had also decided to eradicate this scourge as soon as possible. He couldn't allow the large snake to regain its composure and come to the village to take revenge on him. At that time, not only would he be exposed, but the entire village would suffer a calamity. Since he wanted to kill it, he naturally had to take advantage of its weakness. Thus, Qin Yu didn't delay for a single day. He stepped into the mountains in the darkness. The mountains shrouded in darkness were completely different from the mountains during the day. The monsters and strange beasts hidden in the mountains had broken free from their shackles and were able to freely move about. Besides incomparably powerful cultivators, no one dared to enter the mountains at night. Thus, not long after Qin Yu and Zhu Dagong left the mountain village, they were locked onto by several pairs of eyes in the darkness. Cold energies wove together and the smell of blood gradually thickened in the air. Finally, a starving 10-foot-long black-spotted leopard couldn't help but take the initiative to attack. Its strong hind legs pushed off the ground and its body shot forwards like an arrow, biting towards Qin Yu's neck. Zhu Dagong glanced over, his posture as unmoving as a mountain. He thought to himself, "Even a piece of trash like you dares to attack Qin Yu? You are simply seeking death." Towards Qin Yu, who had restored his cultivation, Zhu Dagong was filled with confidence. With just a casual flick of his finger, he could sweep through this mountain range. But as the leopard approached and Qin Yu didn't seem to have any intention of attacking, Zhu Dagong's eyes widened. He stared at him in a daze. "Damn, don't tell me you haven't restored your cultivation yet? Although I, Lord Zhu, am wise and heroic and I am incomparably strong, I really can't fight a group of leopards alone. Zhu Dagong's body shook and he cried out twice. Then, he rushed forward. Although he wished that he could strangle Qin Yu to death, he couldn't watch on helplessly as he was dismembered on the spot. Otherwise, he would die with him. But the expected collision didn't occur. That aggressive leopard fell from the skies and fell to the ground, its aura completely gone. What was going on here? Zhu Dagong was stunned. Could it have been that his unparalleled beauty had killed it? Damn, I am so fierce. Hum hum, a deep rumbling sound came from above. Space itself seemed to tremble. Zhu Dagong looked up and then screamed out loud. He turned and ran away. Behind him, the pitiful cries of monster beasts echoed out. Just as Zhu Dagong turned around, he saw the swarm of ants above him sweep through like a swarm of locusts. Wherever they went, the monster beasts didn't even have their bones left. Even the leopard on the ground was cleanly swallowed. With a wave of Qin Yu's hand, the swarm of ants howled over, slowly flying around him. Zhu Dagong's complexion turned ashen. When did this terrifying swarm of ants appear? This brat Qin Yu, just how many cards did he have in his hands? With a turn of his hand, a broken scale appeared in his hand. This was left behind by the blood-eyed black-scaled snake when it was severely wounded last night. Qin Yu said, "Find this snake and kill it as quickly as possible." There was the sound of flapping wings. The swarm of ants shot into the skies, soaring deep into the mountains. With the purple-back blue-wing ants' ability, as long as they remembered the blood-eyed black-scaled snake's aura, there would be nowhere for it to run. Qin Yu kicked Zhu Dagong and had him lie down. Then, he sat down on his back and closed his eyes, waiting. A monster beast massacre had just occurred here and the aura of the purple-back blue-wing ants had yet to disperse. There wasn't a single monster beast that was stupid enough to come here. Soon, there was a loud rumbling from deep within the mountains. In the distance, one could hear the angry roars of the blood-eyed black-scaled snake. But soon, these roars were filled with fear and gradually faded away. Zhu Dagong shivered. He knew that if there wasn't an accident, then this powerful snake from another world had already died without even a skeleton remaining. The swarm of ants returned in victory, nearly without any losses. Qin Yu used his thoughts to praise them. At the same time, he obtained the treasures that the swarm of ants had plundered from the snake cave. There was more than he had imagined, and there were also many good things. It took a long time to complete the appraisal. Qin Yu smiled. He took a few treasures and placed them on his body. The rest were temporarily safeguarded by the swarm of ants. Once he digested these treasures, his mortal body should be able to restore some of its strength. The next day, some people in the village said that when they were half asleep and half awake, they seemed to hear the mournful cries of a great snake. A single person might have been dreaming, but if everyone said so, then it was clearly true. Thus, the legend of the snake monster that wanted to attack Depression Village and was finally suppressed by the mountain god began to spread through this land, passing down from generation to generation. After eliminating the hidden dangers and harvesting a massive number of treasures, Qin Yu was in a good mood. As he left, he hesitated for a moment and then took away the herbs on the table. This herb was called ash thread grass. Because it was accompanied by the 3 immortal grass, it had also been illuminated by the little blue lamp for 3 nights. Now, its appearance had undergone a great change. On the pale gray stem and leaves, faint silver lines appeared. These lines were like meridians that extended all the way to the stem. It emitted a light fragrance that shook one's spirit. This ash thread grass had already surpassed the category of top medicinal herbs. It had become a spiritual object that was beneficial to cultivators. Moreover, because it had absorbed a massive amount of the little blue lamp's light, it possessed an extremely potent effect. At the breakfast table, as Elise saw the ash thread grass that Qin Yu took out, she was stunned. She cried out, "Where did you find this?" Qin Yu had a puzzled expression. "I found it on the edge of the pasture. When I was fetching water, I inadvertently discovered it. I thought it was similar to the herbs I drank before, so I casually picked it up. Is there something wrong with that? Inadvertently discovered, casually picked, Ali simply didn't know what to say. In other places, there might be people who didn't know the value of this ash threadgrass, but in Depression Village, everyone knew of it. Over 100 years ago, there was a villager who had also picked up such a treasure. By relying on this ash threadgrass, not only did his entire family leave the mountains, but his 2 sons were also accepted as disciples by an immortal. In the rumors, the immortals had once said that those who could find this ash threadgrass had an immortal destiny. With this ash threadgrass, one's wish of leaving the mountains and becoming a disciple of an immortal would soon be realized. Ali's face flushed red with excitement. Ali, you cannot accept such a precious thing, the old man said in a low voice. Ali's eyes darkened. She took a deep breath and said, Grandfather is right. Chinyu, since you found this ash threadgrass, then it is yours. With it, you can change your destiny and your future will be bright. The old man looked gratified and shouted at Chinyu, quickly put it away. Don't you understand the principle of not showing off your wealth? In 2 days, I will accompany you to Kuan City. This kind of good thing can only be sold at a good price in a big place. Chinyu shook his head. I have eaten a lot of ash thread grass from Ali, so it is natural for me to compensate her with this one. Don't worry, old man, I already know its value. But I feel that living in the mountains is not bad, so I have no intention of leaving in a short period of time, unless you don't want me to continue living here for free. Ali suddenly looked up, her face was full of disbelief. He actually. The old man looked serious. Little Chin, why don't you put it away first and think about it before you make a decision? Chinyu took Ali's hand and handed the ash thread grass to her. Ali, from now on, it is yours. You can do whatever you want with it. After eating and drinking, it's time for me to go graze. Old man, when I come back, I hope to taste your treasured tea. The old man's lips trembled. He took a deep breath and said, Okay. I will prepare the tea and wait for you to come back. Chinyu smiled and drove the sheep away. Ali looked at his back and then looked at the ash thread grass in her hand. Her expression was complicated. The mother-in-law hugged her and began to cry, but her face was full of smiles. Her granddaughter's wish could finally be achieved. The old man said in a deep voice, Ali, no matter what kind of person you become in the future, you must remember that everything you have was given to you by little Chin. After a pause, he stood up. Ali, come to my room. There is one thing you must promise me before you can use this ash threadgrass. After leaving the mountain village, Chinyu, who had solved another problem, was in a good mood. He waved the whip and said, Everything is developing in a good direction, and it will get better and better in the future. I will not die. I will not. Chapter 681. The next day, the young girl would leave the mountain village where she had lived for more than 10 years. She would carry longing, yearning, and a bit of apprehension to pursue her dream of cultivation. Her mother-in-law helped her pack her luggage and gestured with her hands, telling her to be careful and pay attention to protect herself when she went out. The old man pulled Chinyu to the courtyard to drink tea. It was indeed the best tea leaves he had collected. Little boy Chin, Ali owes you a lot for this matter. I made her promise that no matter what achievements Ali has in the future, as long as you make a request, she will be your wife. Chinyu waved his hand again and again. No need. Old master, you are thinking too much. Humph. It's settled then. Otherwise, I won't let her use this gray thread grass. The old man had a serious look on his face as he warned, when a man and a woman fall in love for the first time, their hearts will beautify each other to the extreme and they will be willing to give everything to each other. But this kind of emotion will gradually fade away. I am only giving you a chance to redeem yourself in the future, at least. The old man didn't finish his words, but Chinyu understood what he meant. At the very least, even if Ali refused, she would give him enough compensation. This was a truly kind old man. Qin Yu's heart warmed and he didn't refuse again. He smiled and nodded. Then I must thank you. Only then did the old man reveal a satisfied expression. A silent night passed. The next day, when Ali was about to leave, she came before Qin Yu. After I leave, I'll have to trouble you to take care of this family. She bit her lip. Grandfather should have already told you that as long as you're willing, I'll agree to it no matter when. After she finished speaking, she hugged the old man and her mother-in-law. Then, she hopped onto the ox cart that the village had sent out to purchase goods. The ox cart traveled further and further away under the bright morning sun. As he watched the ox cart leave, Qin Yu smiled. He didn't place the young girl's words in his heart. What old man Zhou understood, Qin Yu understood even more clearly. When a person made a promise, they always thought they could keep it. But they didn't know that as time passed, everything would change. Of course, from the very start, Qin Yu didn't have any ulterior motives in trying to get close to this young girl. Thus, his heart was calm and tranquil. When Ali walked out of the mountain, the youths in the surrounding villages became dejected, but when they saw Qin Yu, they felt a little comforted. The one who felt the most was this boy. All his efforts were in vain. He was far more miserable than us. Thinking this, they actually felt much more comfortable. Sure enough, there was an undeniable deep-rooted evil in the human heart. Under the gazes of the mountain village youths, Qin Yu once again entered the mountains to herd the black-horned sheep. He could faintly feel the strange emotions in their eyes, but his expression was calm. After Ali left, the heavy responsibility of herding the Zhou family fell onto Qin Yu's shoulders. Perhaps it was because the old couple already regarded Qin Yu as their grandson-in-law, as one of their own, so they naturally accepted this responsibility. In the old man's words, after the old couple left, everything in the family would be handed over to Qin Yu. Perhaps this was also a subconscious act of compensation. Qin Yu stood at the edge of the pasture. He looked up at the boundless mountain range, a faint smile on his lips. In the life. In the days, he for years of for. With a thought, a small group of purple-back blue-wing ants flapped their wings and flew over. Qin Yu's divine sense could clearly feel their submission and intimacy. Look after the sheep. Don't get lost. After giving this order, the purple-back blue-wing ants scattered and landed around the grassland. With them looking after the sheep, there shouldn't be any problems. Qin Yu kicked Big Pig and smiled. Let's go. We're entering the mountain. Ancient trees propped up the heavens. Because of the rich heaven and earth spiritual strength, the canopies of the trees were especially massive. They wove together like a giant net. Occasionally, sunlight would shine down, making the surroundings seem a bit gloomy. The ground was covered in wet leaves and branches. Big Pig's body swelled several times as it carried Qin Yu forwards. The surroundings were quiet. With the purple-back blue-wing ants cleaning up the surroundings, all the strange monsters and beasts in the mountain had already fled away. Big Pig's nose twitched. He clearly had a goal in mind. When he came to a stop, there was a steep cliff in front of him. The cliff was extremely high and was deep blue in color. The top of the cliff broke through the canopy and was exposed to the bright sunlight. This caused the crystalline beehive to appear even more dazzling. Zhu Dagong's small eyes revealed an intoxicated look. He said, "Although I don't know what kind of bees they are, the honey they brew is definitely good stuff." As he spoke, his lips curved up in a crystalline smile. Qin Yu approved of Big Pig's judgment. He looked at the beehive that was several miles wide, a bit of anticipation in his eyes. "Let's draw back a bit." Hearing this, Big Pig turned and walked away. He didn't want to be sucked into the battle. After arriving at a safe zone, Qin Yu clapped his hands. The surrounding silence was immediately broken by a buzzing sound. An overwhelming swarm of ants gathered from all directions. On the cliff, the beehive seemed to feel the threat from the outside. The busying bees flew in and out, and then from the beehive flew out in droves of pitch-black combat bees. Each one was the size of an adult's arm. Beneath the sunlight, their black wings shimmered with a metallic halo. Qin Yu issued an order, "Pluck the beehive." The swarm of ants shot into the skies. In the blink of an eye, they arrived on the cliff. The combat bees guarding the beehive rushed up without hesitation. Compared to the palm-sized purple-back blue-wing ants, these combat bees were much larger. But in truth, their combat strength was much weaker than that of the ant swarm. Their iron-like bodies were easily torn to shreds in front of the ant swarm. In just several moves, the combat bees had suffered heavy casualties. Suddenly, there was a sharp cry from within the beehive. A rich black and purple halo of light erupted from within, instantly sweeping through the battlefield. The combat bees that were covered by this black and purple halo of light suddenly rose up. The ant swarm was clearly suppressed, their speed and strength weakening to varying degrees. Queen bee? Qin Yu frowned. He never thought that the beehive would have such strength. But thinking about it, this was normal. If it didn't have the ability to protect itself, the exposed beehive would have long since been carved up by various monsters and beasts. It would have been impossible for it to survive until today. But this alone wasn't enough to resist the attacks of the ant swarm. After the purple-back blue-wing ants completed their first transformation, whether it was in strength or spiritual sense, they were far superior to ordinary monster beasts. Hum hum! The speed at which the ant swarm flapped their wings suddenly accelerated. And what was even more astonishing was that the frequency at which they flapped their wings rapidly synchronized. The markings on the surface of the purple-back blue-wing ants gradually lit up, forming an impact that could be seen with the naked eye. It was like a great wave that swept out in all directions. The black and purple halo of light resisted for a moment before being shattered. Screams rang out from the beehive once more, filled with panic and pain. The combat bees immediately fell into chaos. At this time, a weak voice sounded out in Qin Yu's ears. "Respected and formidable beast tamer, according to the ancient agreement between us, I am willing to surrender to you. I offer half of the beehive's savings as well as the secret of a treasure. I ask that you be merciful and allow me and my people to survive." Qin Yu didn't know what this so-called agreement was, but he was concerned about what treasure the queen bee was talking about. If the beehive couldn't obtain it with its strength, then this treasure must be protected by a formidable strength. This also meant that it was precious. Qin Yu's eyes flashed. He said in a low voice, "Tell me the information about the treasure. Let's see if it has enough value to exchange for your lives." The queen bee didn't have any leeway to refuse. "As you wish." A fluctuation of divine sense was transmitted over. After determining that there were no threats, Qin Yu reached out and accepted the information. Countless images flashed through his mind. Finally, he focused on a mountain valley shrouded in fog. The wind blew away the fog, revealing a special plant that grew against the walls of a mountain. It was 30 to 40 feet tall, and its entire body was crimson. There were several red fruits hanging from its branches. Looking down, his vision became a bit blurry. He could only faintly see that around this flame-like plant, there were all sorts of bones piled up. The image ended here. The queen bee's voice sounded out. "Formidable beast tamer, if my inheritance information isn't wrong, this is a legendary blood flame fruit tree. The fruits it condenses are supreme treasures that can strengthen the flesh and blood body. I once sent combat bees there, but in the end they all died in the fog. In that mountain valley, not only are there all sorts of powerful monster beasts, but there are also natural array formations. It can be said to be extremely dangerous, but the fruits of the blood flame fruit tree are enough to tempt one to take risk. If you are satisfied with this information, please accept my surrender." Qin Yu's thoughts raced. He said, 80%. I want 80% of the beehive's savings." The queen bee's voice suddenly shrank. "This doesn't conform to the ancient agreement. I have already shown enough sincerity. 90%. Qin Yu's expression was cold and callous. A cold light circulated in his eyes. Remember your current situation. If you don't accept it, then begin fighting. The queen bee was silent for a long time. Then, she dejectedly said, "The beehive will follow your will." They were meat on the chopping block. The result was as he expected. With Zhu Dagong personally searching through the beehive, it was impossible for the beehive to hide any wealth. Besides barrels of honey, there were also all sorts of rare treasures. Qin Yu even found a simple ring. It was pitch black all over and had an unremarkable appearance. After asking the queen bee about its function, Qin Yu revealed a strange expression. But he firmly wore the ring on his finger. The ring of Lyre. After dripping a drop of blood to recognize a master, it could release different levels of aura according to a cultivator's thoughts. To put it more bluntly, if a first-level cultivator imagined themselves to be a second-level cultivator, they could release the aura of a second-level cultivator. If they imagined themselves to be a third-level cultivator, they could do so. Of course, the Ring of Lyre required the cultivator's illusions to be complete and accurate. The closer they were to reality, the better the effects were. To Qin Yu, this wasn't difficult at all. Although he had temporarily lost his cultivation, his boundaries still existed. In a critical moment, this powerless ring of deceit might be able to play an unexpected role. After searching through the beehive 3 times and making sure he didn't miss anything, Zhu Dagong hummed a cheerful tune. He used his tusks to tear open a spatial crack and placed his harvest inside. This allowed Qin Yu to discover that it had a special hidden identity. It was a space controller. According to Zhu Dagong, this was an ability that he had obtained after receiving a king's inheritance from the pig race. He had an independent storage space that he could freely open and close at any time. Space controller? Qin Yu whispered. He looked at Zhu Dagong, his pitch-black eyes filled with a deep tranquility. This caused Zhu Dagong to subconsciously clamp his legs together, an inexplicable restlessness growing in his heart. After taking out the hive, Qin Yu's harvests were amazing. In particular, when he appraised the honey, Qin Yu smiled. It actually had the dual effects of nourishing the body and soul. Although the effects were weak, the quantity was astonishing. After being strengthened by the little blue lamp, the color of the honey was like the highest quality liquid amber. With a single sip, he could feel a warm flow flowing through his limbs and bones, finally vanishing between his eyebrows. As he lay down in his room in the Zhou family's small courtyard, Qin Yu subconsciously recalled the scene that the queen bee had transmitted to him. It was a mountain valley covered in clouds and mist, as well as the blood-flame fruit trees within. The queen bee shouldn't have dared to lie. If so, then once he obtained the blood-flame fruit, he could borrow its formidable effects to restore a portion of his mortal body's strength. With Qin Yu's powerful ancient race body, he could definitely contend with a calamity immortal. Even if he only used a portion of his strength, it would still be more than enough to protect himself. He took a deep breath and suppressed his tumbling thoughts. There's no need to worry. I'm in a state of recovery every day. If I go and seize the blood flame fruit after some time, my chances will be higher. Ever since the beehive had discovered the secret of the mountain valley, the blood flame fruit hadn't been picked yet. This was more than enough to prove that it wouldn't be taken away for the time being. Qin Yu had enough time to prepare. The next day, when he returned from grazing, Qin Yu placed a bottle of honey that hadn't been strengthened by the little blue lamp on the table. My luck was good today and I found a beehive. The honey inside is quite delicious. Granny, have a taste with the old man. The strengthened honey was too potent and the 2 old men's blood vitality was weak. They might not be able to withstand it. Qin Yu was well aware of this truth. The granny smiled as she received it. She gestured a few times. The old man went out to work for others again? Qin Yu said with a helpless expression. Ever since Ali had left, the Zhou family's old man had worked even harder. In addition to his excellent craftsmanship, He soon became a famous master carpenter in the surrounding villages. Perhaps this was because he had accumulated some wealth in order to compensate Qin Yu. Tell the old man that he should rest when he's old. There's no need to work so hard. The granny gestured. She said that the old man had left the mountain and gone to Descendant City 300 miles away to work for a wealthy family. There, he would definitely be able to earn a great deal of money. As the granny spoke to hear, her face lit up with pride. 5 days passed. As Qin Yu returned to the village with the flock of sheep, he discovered that outside the Zhou family's courtyard, there were 3 layers of people standing around. All of them were talking, their eyes filled with anger and unwillingness. Seeing Qin Yu return, the crowd parted to reveal an ox cart at the entrance to the courtyard with old man Zhou lying on it. His face was covered with black energy, constantly wriggling beneath his flesh and blood. His breath was weak. It was clear he had reached the point where he was a lamp without oil. The granny lay on the side, crying her heart out. Qin Yu was soon able to understand what had happened amidst the chatter of the crowd. A moment ago, the Lu family steward who had invited old man Zhou to leave the mountain had brought several people with him and left the ox cart here. They said that the old man had not listened to warnings and had accidentally trespassed into the Lu family's forbidden area. He had been bitten by a poisonous creature and left after leaving behind some money. Looking at old man Zhou's appearance, Qin Yu's heart chilled. He cupped his hands across his chest and said, "I've frightened all of you. My family's old man isn't feeling well, so I won't entertain you any longer." As everyone cried out in alarm, he bent down and picked up old man Zhou and strode into the courtyard. After placing the old man on the bed, Qin Yu said to the granny, "Don't worry, I have learned some methods to treat poisons so I won't be infected. Granny, go and boil some hot water. I will need to use it later." The frightened granny seemed to have grasped onto the last straw. She held back her tears and hurriedly left. Qin Yu lifted a hand. He condensed the great Dao finger with poison and pointed it at the old man's body. Black energy gathered and drilled into his fingertip. The old man's complexion quickly improved. But Qin Yu's complexion didn't relax. This was because the true reason the old man had fainted wasn't because of the poisonous energy, but because of a cold strength that had entrenched itself in his body. Although the inspection wasn't thorough, if he wasn't wrong, then it should be the power of a curse. This curse wasn't strong, but the old man was old and frail. In addition to the Lu family's delay, it had already seeped into his bones. If he couldn't remove it soon, he could die at any time. Descendant City, Lu family. Qin Yu's expression was icy cold. But he knew that the most important thing right now was to save the old man. He kicked Pig Big Gang and took out a bottle of strengthened honey from a spatial crack. He fed some to the old man. Soon, a faint flush of blood appeared on the old man's pale face and his breathing became stronger. But this was only the surface. Taking the strengthened honey with astonishing effects was a kind of harm to the old man. But in this state, Qin Yu had no other choice. He could only use this method to extend the old man's life. When the old man's breathing stabilized, Qin Yu inspected him again and let out a light breath. By borrowing the strength of the honey, the corrosion of the curse was temporarily eased. If there wasn't an accident, the old man would be able to last a few days. But this method could only be used once. Otherwise, the old man's body wouldn't be able to withstand it and he would die. The granny pushed open the door after boiling the water. When she saw the old man with a much better complexion, she was pleasantly surprised. She almost thought that she was hallucinating. She pulled on Qin Yu and asked, Ah. Qin Yu hurriedly said, "Granny, don't worry. The old man isn't in any serious trouble. It's just that he will be unconscious for a few days because of the residual poison. I can completely cure the old man, but I lack a certain herb. I will need to go into the mountains to find it. You just need to watch over the old man and wait for me to return." Concealing the truth was the best choice. Qin Yu didn't delay any longer. After a bit of preparation, he left. At this time, the sun was setting in the west. A blood-red glow hung in the sky. As the villagers watched Qin Yu walk into the depths of the mountains without hesitation, they all revealed looks of shock. This surnamed Qin boy, did he want to live long enough? Didn't he know that no one dared to enter the mountains shrouded in darkness? Several youths that had thought of teaching Qin Yu a lesson all revealed looks of shame. Compared to this person who walked into the mountains without fear, they truly weren't worthy of a li. By the time Qin Yu stepped into the grazing area, the sky had already darkened. Big Gang spoke out, "Master, you must think this through. That place is deep in the mountains and there are absolutely countless dangers. Is it worth it for an ordinary person?" "It's worth it." Chapter 682. In the quiet training chamber, because of her uncle's gloomy expression, the air seemed to freeze. But the young girl's face was still filled with stubbornness. Facing his oppressive gaze, she didn't shrink back at all. Finally, a sigh echoed out from the chamber. "Mu Xian, you must promise me that you will ensure your own safety first. The pressure of the family's prosperity should not be borne by you." The young girl was pleasantly surprised. "Thank you, uncle. Don't worry, the strength of the treasure hunting team this time is very strong, and several of them are very famous young experts of the sect. It wasn't easy for me to get a spot. Uncle, you're too kind." Her sparkling eyes were filled with joy and excitement. Mu Tong took off the dark blue bracelet on his wrist. It was unknown what material it was made from, but its surface shined with starlight. "Wear this bracelet. You are not allowed to refuse." Mu Xian stuck out her tongue and obediently received it. She wore it on her wrist and immediately felt her mind clear and her body become much lighter. Mu Tong waved his hand. Go. Remember to be careful and don't try to be brave." Moments later, beneath a pavilion outside the sect, the treasure hunting team gathered. Led by a cold-faced youth, they rode a flying boat-like magic tool and soared into the skies. After entering deep into the mountain range, they encountered several dangers. One of them was a giant silver eagle that circled around the ant colony for a long time. Finally, it seemed to retreat in fear. This caused Qin Yu to correct his previous guesses. This was just an ordinary mountain range, and yet there were so many powerful monster beasts. The cultivation level of this world was likely higher than he had imagined. A shadow covered Qin Yu's heart. If he wanted to obtain the blood flame fruit, it clearly wouldn't be simple. He took a deep breath and suppressed the restlessness in his heart. Then, he compared the images he obtained from the beehive to the mountain valley. It should be nearby. After the ant colony circled around for a moment, a black mountain peak appeared in his line of sight. Qin Yu's eyes brightened and he ordered the ant colony to change directions. Soon, a mountain valley covered in thick fog appeared. Looking around, he determined that this was the mountain valley where the blood flame fruit trees grew. Qin Yu carefully looked around. The terrain here wasn't too low and the appearance of the fog was strange. He thought back to what the queen bee had said about a natural array formation here. After a moment of thought, he gave up on passing through the fog. With a thought, the ant colony quickly landed and placed Qin Yu and Zhu Dagong on the ground. But at this time, Qin Yu's complexion changed. A shallow mark appeared, as if it had been cut by a sharp weapon. It came from the fog of the mountain valley. Small groups of purple-back blue-wing ants flew out. They were like Qin Yu's eyes. After submerging into the fog, they soon discovered the traces of battle. Qin Yu's complexion darkened. Someone had entered the mountain valley a step ahead of him. However, these battle scars were new, and there were still energy fluctuations lingering in the air that had yet to completely dissipate. His eyes flashed and his eyebrows relaxed. Perhaps this wasn't a bad thing at all. He had the small swarm of purple-back blue-wing ants explore the way ahead. Then, he kicked Zhu Dagong and lightly stepped into the mountain valley. Zhu Dagong's ability to predict danger was naturally put to use at this time. His entire body shivered as he followed behind Qin Yu. as he looked at the increasingly horrifying battle marks on the ground, as well as the massive number of monster beast corpses that had been cut to pieces. The smell of blood assailed his nostrils. He could have lived a peaceful life, and yet he had to run to such a dangerous place. What a sin! If he had a choice, he would have turned tail and run. Because of his talent in Zhu Dagong's perception, this mountain valley was like the gaping maw of a monster. This place was far too terrifying, especially the depths of the mountain valley. There was absolutely something terrifying there. No, I have to find a way to make Qin Yu leave here. As a loyal king of the pig race, he had to be responsible for the master he believed in. As Zhu Dagong was preparing an excuse, Qin Yu seemed to know what was going to happen. His eyes fell on him and his voice was low and light, but it made Zhu Dagong feel as if he had fallen into an icy lake. There's no need to speak any nonsense. If we can't obtain the blood flame fruit this time, then you can stay here and be buried with old Master Zhou. Zhu Dagong shivered. He was sure that Qin Yu's eyes and tone weren't joking. This fellow really could do it. Zhu Dagong desperately shook his head and tossed his thoughts into the depths of hell. He gave Qin Yu a firm and fearless look, and then twisted his fat butt and rushed forward. Inwardly, tears streamed down his cheeks. Heavens, what sin did I commit in my past life? Why is a pig's life so difficult? Just as he took several steps, Zhu Dagong came to a sudden stop. His small round eyes stared at the fog in front of him. There was movement. Qin Yu stopped in the middle of the swarm of ants. Although he didn't move forwards, he could see the purple-back blue-wing ants leading the way, and he already knew what was happening. Over a dozen young cultivators were gathered together, desperately activating a withered twig-like treasure. It emitted a bright green light that was shaped like an upside-down bowl, protecting everyone within. The surrounding fog violently tumbled and strange figures of strange monsters and beasts appeared. They were all condensed from fog and crazily attacked the green light. They were like small boats floating on the sea in a storm, ready to capsize at any moment. Senior Apprentice Brother Qi, this array formation is naturally condensed by the world and its strength is endless. If we can't break out of this encirclement, sooner or later our strength will be exhausted. At that time, the female cultivator didn't finish speaking, but her deathly pale complexion was enough to show her fear. The one called Senior Apprentice Brother Qi was a handsome young cultivator. Even in this current situation, his expression remained calm. I have a secret treasure that can temporarily tear through space and break out of this array formation. All of you help me block it. I need to make preparations. As if they had obtained some kind of information from these words, the restless crowd all revealed a trace of relief at the same time. Mu Xian looked at her senior apprentice brother Qi Xingtian, who was able to calm everyone with just a few words, and a look of admiration appeared in her eyes. He was truly worthy of being a top 20 master in the sect. When would she be able to possess senior apprentice brother Qi's strength? As the young girl was lost in her thoughts and envy, she didn't notice that her two close senior apprentice sisters had quietly distanced themselves from her. Shuar Qi Xingtian's eyes flashed open. He lifted a hand and pointed out a finger. A brilliant golden light gushed out from his fingertip. As he did this, his complexion paled. Mu Xian froze. Her eyes widened with disbelief. The golden light drilled into her body, and she couldn't move at all. Junior apprentice Sister Mu, I'm sorry. If we are lucky enough to return to the sect, we will ask the sect to reward you for your selfless sacrifice. Qi Xingtian's tone was faint. He lifted a hand and waved it in front of him. A faint black light flashed and a crack appeared in space. Let's go. Whoosh, whoosh, everyone flew in. Even the two senior apprentice sisters that had called Mu Xian sisters yesterday didn't spare her a single glance. The spatial crack closed. Only Mu Xian was left in the deep green light. The supply of magic power to her rapidly decreased, and the light emitted by the withered branch rapidly dimmed. So I was only a chess piece that was chosen ahead of time. a chess piece that could be abandoned at any time. Uncle, I'm sorry, I didn't listen to you. Mu Xian's eyes were filled with fear and regret. After the purple-back blue-wing ants completed a breakthrough, although their strength wasn't heaven-defying, they still possessed the aura of a rare monster ancestor. Through their eyes, Qin Yu could see things that the naked eye couldn't see. For instance, that formidable heaven and earth array formation. In truth, it would erupt with different killing strengths depending on the strength of the intruder. And more importantly, after the massive consumption of energy just now, the strength that the array formation had accumulated would soon be exhausted. With the support of the strength poured into her body, she should be able to safely cross it. What a lucky little girl! Qin Yu whispered to himself. He looked deeper into the mountain valley. But there are some people who aren't so lucky. He avoided the range of the natural array formation and continued deeper into the valley. Of course, the premise of all of this was that the array formation had already been triggered. Otherwise, even the purple-back blue-wing ants wouldn't have been able to sense the range of the array formation. A violent explosion pierced through the fog, accompanied by panicked screams and strange roars. The purple-back blue-wing ants that were scouting the way only had time to glance around and see what was happening deep in the mountain valley before they were swept away by the blood-red tentacles, instantly losing all signs of life. Qin Yu's complexion changed. He hurriedly brought the ant swarm to retreat. Luckily, the blood-red tentacles didn't chase after them, instead continuing to attack the group of cultivators that had intruded into its territory. Although he felt a little more at ease, the scene just now was branded into his mind. The fog in the air had strangely vanished, and a crimson fruit tree was quietly growing on the edge of a cliff. 3 bright red fruits hung from its branches. However, at this moment, the ground that was covered in bones was torn apart by a powerful force. Countless blood-colored tentacles wildly danced in the air, carrying with them a terrifying and sharp aura. One of the young cultivators was directly torn to shreds, causing his blood and organs to scatter in the air. Qin Yu wasn't sure what these blood-red tentacles were, but there was no doubt that they were terrifying and formidable. Even if the purple-back blue-wing ants were to come out in full force, they still wouldn't have any chance of victory against them. He suddenly rejoiced in his heart. Luckily, there was a group of ruthless and powerful cultivators in front of him that had attracted the firepower, otherwise the one facing the crazy attacks of the blood-red tentacles would have been him. Although it was a joyful matter to witness the death of an evil perpetrator, Qin Yu really couldn't bring himself to be happy at this time. Such a terrifying and formidable blood-red tentacle was nearly impossible to defeat. Even if all of these people died here, it wouldn't change the fact that he couldn't obtain the blood flame fruit. Without the blood flame fruit, old Master Zhou would die without a doubt. Could he only watch helplessly on as this honorable and amiable elder, the benefactor that saved his life, died? According to common sense, after determining that he couldn't obtain the blood flame fruit, in order to avoid being drawn into the danger, Qin Yu should have left while these cultivators were struggling on the verge of death. The further he went, the better. But after a long time, Qin Yu decided to stay. Perhaps it was stupid, but as long as he didn't leave, there might be a chance. Qin Yu was well aware that if he didn't do his best to save old Master Zhou, he would regret it for the rest of his life. It might even form a knot in his heart that would affect his future cultivation. "I'll gamble one more time,"